following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. Are we alone? Or does other intelligence exist? Rise above anonymous. Make unknowable legendary. M4. Jakarta. Who are you? What do you want to become? The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and animals around the world, welcome to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. The wait is finally over, and 16 teams remain, with only 2 will move on to face off live on October 30th in Las Vegas, the city of dreams. I'm your caster and host, Assassin Dave, and ladies and gentlemen, I gotta say, potato is usually not a popular fruit, it's not a popular vegetable, maybe because of the high carbs, but it's still my favorite food. And today, we have the one and only king of all potatoes transformed into its human body and really bring us more joy and entertainment. Please allow me to introduce my co-caster, Private Dancer.
Thank you for that introduction, Dave. And North America is not the only space going through a change. You can see right here, Private Dancer in the flesh. New look, but same great taste, same great intensity, same great excitement for Mobile Legends and where we are right now. And what a venue to have that change with what's going on in North America, the North American Challenger Tournament qualifiers for M4.
And I'm certainly honored to be in the presence of the king, ladies and gentlemen. And we certainly appreciate everyone who has been with us this entire journey. And here is gonna be a quick rundown of the whole NACT fall season. We had over 100 teams who signed up to compete, and top 64 teams were selected based on their highest season rank to battle in the brutal round of elimination. The remaining 32 teams then fought their way through another knockout round to our current top 16. For today and tomorrow, the top 16 teams will have to go against each other to get to top 8, only 8 teams remaining. And starting this Saturday forward, the exciting double elimination among the 8 teams will begin until only 2 grand finalists still stand on this stage. And guys, it's then when we move on to the Las Vegas NA, the first ever LAN event grand final. And then we move on to Jakarta, Indonesia, and M4.
Yeah, the venue isn't the only thing that's getting bigger, but the prize pool has increased as well. $30,000 total in prize pool and diamonds for these winners. First place going to be taking away $10,000 and 75,000 diamonds. Second place taking away $3,000 and 50,000 diamonds. And third place taking $1,500 and $25,000 or diamonds. That's a lot of Hanzo skins, Dave.
I know, that is going to be a lot of Hanzo skins that I'm gonna get for myself. And you bet, whenever there is a Hanzo skin, Assassin Dave's grabbing them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's upgrade year after year, time after time for every tournament. And I cannot wait to go to Vegas and have a really great time with all the boys and girls, people who will be attending that event live. Oh my God, the first ever LAN event. Can you imagine, Private, the road, the journey we have been through together in North America region? But let's take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, 2 of these teams, as you can see here, 16 teams have fought their way up here to the top of the NA mountain as we're taking a look at them, but only 2 will see us in Las Vegas, and that's what we're here for, to find out who those 2 teams are going to be.
Absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of teams I'm going to be looking out for. To be honest, there's so many OG teams who came back to Mobile Legends really compete in a competitive scene. Just for example, Team Akatsuki, but enough about them. We have a today's schedule right here, Private.
Yeah, we're going to be kicking things off here with a bang. Team Gosu going to be taking on TimeGAP. After that, we're going to be seeing NASL finalist Ackerman taking on Incognito. And then Team Sexi taking on the Simpsons. We're going to be finishing off the night with an even bigger bang as the Valley presented here is going to be taking on Team Nylo.
Oh my God, so many powerful names just in today. We got a jam-packed event. Now, there are a lot of teams I'm gonna be looking out for. For example, Team Gosu, I'm excited to see my boy Zero play in the jungle position, okay? We don't really see that very often, but today, I heard Team Gosu is gonna break the meta. You know, show us some assassin jungle action. I don't know, we shall find out when the game begins. What are some things that you're gonna look out for in the first match today, Private?
Well, I definitely want to see how much that TimeGAP can kind of put it to the test, especially against a team like Gosu here. It wasn't so long ago, maybe 3 months ago, that some of the top teams in NA got surprised right here in the top 16. So it's anybody's game here, and I know these teams are ready and trying to put in 110%.
Here is the giant, Team Gosu. And TimeGAP, just like you said, up rising star in North America. Can they beat the odds? You know, we have a team actually called Beat the Odds. But today, can they beat the odds? You know, and then those expectations and take us to some surprises. I'm excited to find out. You gotta understand, we got a man himself, General, on those marksmen, on those goal lanes. I'm really excited because when this guy was in M1 all the way in the other side of the globe, his marksman skills widely praised by the entire pro scene in that side of the world. And today, we're gonna see that on the stage in North America. I cannot wait any further. And Private, it seems like we are already jumping to first game ban pick, but I'm seeing some very, very interesting draft right here provided on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it was so long ago. I came in actually to Mobile Legends around the time that Gosu first had their M1 run. Some people use different words to describe it, but I mean, among others, I think disappointing was the biggest word, and because of the juggling of the roster with everything that was going on with it. And I was one of those that was doubters. I didn't believe Gosu was going to be coming back. I thought that, you know, their time had passed. We had moved on to bigger and better things in NA. But here I am right now today, not just today, but the last few weeks, we've seen this just monster from Gosu, from General, from these players, JC and Fleur. They've just come back with a vengeance. Look like they never left the scene.
Exactly. All of these players have fire within them. They want to prove to the world, prove to North America community that Gosu is ready. And by the way, we got an interview with Zero. He told me that not only this tournament, this is a trial tournament for Gosu. They're going to leverage this jump pad and really just go above and beyond and join every single tournament that North America has in store for everybody. And guys, remember, NACT fall season is just the beginning. All right, there's going to be exciting, bigger, greater tournaments upcoming. And Gosu's going to be here every step along the way. I cannot wait because, like I said, Zero is a little bit like different kind of player. You know, he doesn't really go with the meta, with the Belmont, with the Akai jungle. We're going to see more Paquito. We're going to see, actually Paquito is still really, really meta jungle options. We're going to see more Ling, really see some Fanny, or maybe even Natalia, who knows? That's why I'm excited to watch Gosu.
Yeah, but it depends on what they left behind and what they are coming into. Gosu did have a great lead like a year ago, but there are new and hungry teams here right now, one of them being TimeGAP, and they have been pretty active in the community too, and I know they have a few things in store, and they're not going to be taking this lightly. It's been an amazing journey for these guys, especially up to this point, like we were talking about before. 64 teams were here, and we're down to 16. These guys have been tried, they have been tested, and they are willing to pull out all the stops here tonight and through the next coming weeks until we get to Las Vegas. Can they overcome Gosu, or will Gosu recapture that same magic?
Well, more specifically, can they overcome Gosu Generals 1-1, you know? Because that's something that we really want to see. And a lot of people actually kind of have forgotten this absolute beast in the meta, okay? Just because the patch note came out, everybody is panicked, went crazy mode. But Gosu General, the men of many cultures, you know, stayed calm, stayed collected, take out the 1-1 in those scrims. And we've seen the power, we've seen the devastation, we've seen the screams in the heart from the enemy side. Yes, are we gonna see them tonight? You know, TimeGAP, they're up against the challenger, up against the wall. Now, again, this is the game for Gosu to lose, and TimeGAP has everything to prove, right? So I think from a mental pressure perspective, Team Gosu gotta be more nervous at this point, right? Because they have to show the world that we are ready.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, talking about the lineup there, you talk about General on the 1-1. We also have R, who is the marksman for TimeGAP. Not, if you've been paying attention to North America, R is pretty big name, is played on some of the bigger teams in North America, namely being the First Blood and others as well. And R is a very good 1-1, has used it in this tournament thus far as well. So if there's anybody who's going to be able to handle the 1-1, who's going to be able to handle that marksman lane, I believe it's gonna be R. Else there is top global, I believe, is going to be the jungler for TimeGAP as well. It uses likes to favor the Karina, and if you're going to have something that's going to be able to take General down, if you're going to have something that's going to be able to combine and push into Gosu, it's going to be this team and this comp. That if there's going to be a surprise, I think it's going to be here tonight.
Woo, now we got to see the schedule again, Private. So you're going to see the second match of Ackerman taking on Incognito. Now, I want to point out a little bit about the second match, just give all the viewers at home, no matter where you are watching this tournament across the world, you got to see a little bit of the sneak peek, okay, of what's coming. We've shown this graphic. You've seen Ackerman. This is known as a team that is rallying to go to M4. That's going to represent North America. Now, Ackerman actually is led by none other than Zia, who was part of the BDK members going to the last world in M3. So, I mean, what do you think about Team Ackerman going against Incognito? Is there anything that viewers need to watch out in that particular match?
Well, I mean, it just, especially with all of these teams too, Ackerman being at the top, one of the top two that I consider one of the top two teams in NA right now, just not just because of how clean that they can come into with their angles, with their rotations, but how fast that they are able to adapt. We saw how quickly they were able to adapt to the Valley in the Squad League finals and almost brought them to their brink, almost coming to a tie game with them as well. But I mean, right now it's anybody's game. Like I said, we had upsets here. We've been here before. This is not the time to get lackadaisical. This is not the time to be looking toward the star. You have to have your eyes on what is in front of you. We can take a look at the lineups here again. Gosu taking on TimeGAP here. General gonna be the gold lane for Team Gosu. We do know he does favor that 1-1. He has played Melissa as well, who has come up in the meta just recently, and then could be taking on Little Baby for in the gold lane there as well. And there's just so many more picks here and so many more clashes to be happening here, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing I want to actually get a chance to talk about, now we have some time, is Yue. This is definitely a star player you want to watch out for in Team Gosu. This guy be making moves, okay? Cause last time when I watched Gosu in the elimination rounds, Yue invaded the opposition jungle with Masha. Now, I understand Masha has been meta for quite some time, and it just slowly but surely dropped from the top favorite seats. But nonetheless, I still think Masha has values, especially early game invade with the extra lives. And Yue took advantage of those early games, ran into the enemy jungle. I believe he was going against a Kai, and there was also an Atlas. He single-handedly deleted the enemy jungle and stole away the blue buff, just completely earned Team Gosu the early game advantage single-handedly. So this is definitely someone that you cannot just overlook. In fact, in this match, I want to look out for what kind of engages is Yue going to bring, what kind of hero it's going to play to really bring out some surprises, some pleasant surprises.
Well, and that's been the name of the game since I've seen Gosu back here. It's been early aggression and keeping on that pressure until you reach the mid and into the late game where you're dominating. And while TimeGAP has kind of favored a more I don't want to say slow, but a charactered, a very mediated type of attack where they get their farm, they know their power spikes, and they kind of come into that mid game very strong. If they want, however, to overcome Gosu, they need to be prepared. You can't just allow your jungle to get invaded like that. There needs to be the shot calling. You need to have a vision. You need to be talking to each other and make sure that you are communicating when you see that type of offense coming from Gosu.
Now, guys, I know we're stepping closer to the first game draft here. So why don't we go ahead and do a little bit of speculation, what might be banned, what might be picked. To be honest, from what we know from Team Gosu here in match 1, Gosu, like I said, is being a little bit untraditional draft. They like to play those more assassin squishier jungles, so we frequently see a lot of the meta tanks being banned away, such as Akai, such as Belmont. Are we going to see something similar and see some assassin jungle? What do you think, Private?
Assassin right now, it depends on where they are with it. If they have something to back it up, Assassin really does leave you open for those early invades. There's not much you can do until you get that 4. And right off from the boot, if you take that aggression, Assassins don't have much that they can do. The big thing though is it's not just with the roam that I've seen the aggression from, but I've seen it from the mages too. We've seen Gosu, Fleur pick up. He's been a wide, like a Swiss Army knife of picks, from the Julian, to the Farja, to the Selena. And Selena I want to talk about because I've never been a favorite of Selena at the mid lane, just because I feel like you have to land those abyssal arrows, and if you don't, or if you end up getting behind, there's not much that Selena can do. But man, did Fleur make me a believer there. Every single one, like a sniper, able to land, and then the team able to capitalize on that. And these are the types of aggression, these are the types of picks that you need to be worried about as you go into this match.
Because when you see Fleur's Selena, it's not only just those stuns, those snipes, it's also the vision control, with everything on the map. And then you will notice this player is actually really patient. He doesn't really sit in. Every time he's seen an opponent, he wait until the very squishy prey, your main carry, slowly squeeze out from the map. And then, kaboom, chakalaka. Your backline's gone just like that. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna walk into first game ban pick with Team Gosu taking on TimeGAP. And from what we can see here, TimeGAP will have the first pick, first ban in match 1. Again, I'm your caster, Assassin Dave. With me, the one and only sexy and charming Private Dancer.
Yeah, we can already see here those top annoyances that have just been tried and tested for Ramos and Valentina being taken off the board, each having their own ability to kind of mix things up on the battle. For Ramos with that Shadow Stampede, able to float in and over stones to be able to snatch people back for ganks, and then of course that Cold Altar, which is like a mobile immortality. Valentina, who has all of these different abilities, not only does she get more XP while in the lane, not only does she get healing, but she can also take the enemy's ultimate, which means that you have to watch out for that when you're thinking of your comp.
Absolutely. Those are just, even after the nerf, they're still on the top of the entire meta right now, just because those special abilities, special perks that provide for the entire team. Promise for the team fight. Valentina, okay, you have a promise. I also got your team fight. It's just like whatever you have, I have as well. And maybe I'm even stronger because Valentina's skill 1-2 combo. And here we go. We got Fanny being banned away and Poquito. You know, we were talking about how we may potentially see Zero taking out the Poquito. And here we go. It's being completely banned away. Surprisingly, we're not seeing too many tank bans coming out from Team Gosu. Are we gonna see a compromises here with Zero on something like Belmont or a Kai?
Well, after these nerfs came out just about a week ago, I think the big thing here has been on damage and especially, like I was just saying, early game aggression. Fanny, known for that early game aggression, she checks both of those boxes: early game aggression and damage, and it's just hard to catch her. I mean, you have to basically have a comp that entirely deals with Fanny to push her into the late game, and then Poquito, who just not just the damage but the ability to pop you up, the ability to maneuver himself and close distances on people. So I mean, great bans here, and I'm wondering if we're going to keep these same bans or maybe start mixing it up and get more targeted when we move into the second game.
Yep, absolutely. You know, I'm just surprised that Fanny ban came out from Team Gosu, because I was expecting Fanny ban, you know, on the other side, right? But you're absolutely right here, and a lot of viewers might think that Fanny, okay, there are quite a bit of counters. We're talking about Kufra, we're talking about Melissa, we're talking about all these choices available on the map, but you gotta understand, the good Fanny players, they will go in and force you to bait out those skills. And then they can just fly away and come back again. It's actually really hard to predict every single move that might come your way. And here we go, we got Pelmon being banned away, and living a Kai on the table. But TimeGAP with a really interesting Diggy pick already counter anything tanky, those engages that you might have, those Atlas that you want to pick or you're thinking about, right? So we might see a squishy support versus squishy support, Rafaela, Estes kind of options, the Mathilda kind of options coming out from Team Gosu here. Oh, is that an Esmeralda first pick?
Yeah, and I like the answer here. The Diggy not only answers the Atlas, not only answers the Akai, but also can be that pressure as you engage deep behind enemy lines. But I do like that Gosu answering that with Esmeralda, because as that time journey comes out from Diggy, giving his entire shield, giving his entire team shield, Esmeralda is going to be able to go in there and basically have a buffet for herself.
Yes, absolutely. Just get the packed shield, you know, the fully decked out shield that's bigger than the HP bar. And here we go, we're gonna see the Uranus being taken out to counter. Now, interesting thing about Uranus here is I see a freaking Uranus pick to go against Esmeralda in lane in North America region, where we see a little bit different in the NPR region. We frequently see someone like Dairoth being taken out to counter Esmeralda, because it's a 100-0 matchup, right? When Dairoth jumps in and throw those combos, it's really hard for Esmeralda to have the time to react, to run away, because it's slow, because the armor penetrations and the ultimate, the damage is too much in the early game for Esmeralda to start any snowball. So here we go, have Uranus being taken out, still really strong because you can just shove lanes and be a nuisance to Gosu's backline. So still nonetheless a very decent pick here from TimeGAP.
Yeah, and not only that, but Uranus going to go ahead and carry them into the late game, which is probably why I feel like they chose a Uranus into the Dairoth, because after a while, Dairoth kind of loses his ability once you get into team fighting potential, as he needs somebody to isolate out. But on the Gosu side, we do see Grok and Wanwan, which I'm very surprised that they gave General Wanwan, just because it has been his mainstay. It's been basically a favorite of his throughout this tournament. And I mean, even though you were just talking about it, she went through some nerfs here, it has not slowed down some of these top tier marksman players from picking her. The ease of being able to get her weakness stacks into that crossbow of Tang, that where she's just basically invulnerable and can put down and rain damage down on the enemy side. And then of course Yui on this Grok, the setting potential with that wild charge, being able to pop up, and then of course if it's near a wall, he'll be able to stun them as well. So you do have some great setup potential from Gosu.
Yep. Now remember, the dig is always there, okay? Whenever you think about it, this is more like a love triangle, right? You got Esmeralda, who kind of counters Diggy, and D, who kind of Grok. You know, Grok would do pretty well against like the entire enemy team. Because this is a very complicated relationship, and that's why we like to watch. Now here we go, we got Karina being banned away. just make sure that some of the counters, those like really difficult, interesting characters that can do well against 1-1 are being banned away. We'll also have Akai taking out the map. Really, really smart choices from Team Gosu to make sure that no one really combos well with Diggy, because now you have strong tanks being banned away. Now, what are some jungle choices that Team TimeGAP is going to choose to go with here? We have first pick from Gosu now in the second phase. They're still looking to get some mid lane choices. I'm thinking that right now they still have a Julian that is not yet banned away. They still have even Valir. Valir with Grok is actually really strong. Now, you need some options to go against those Claude. So we might even think about Lunox. That is a possible and viable options to single target damage and then outright burst down the Claude if he jumps in with the ultimate.
Well, and we have seen a lot of picks here. Ooh, and we're going to pick up the Eve first for Fleur here. That real-world manipulation, we've talked about it before. We haven't seen too much of Eve recently just because the meta has kind of leaned on whenever you have a Eve or a Farja, one of those mages that has to stand still to execute their ult, they become huge targets. But this is telling me that Gosu is very confident in their front line, very confident in their team's ability to protect and potentially peel for Fleur as he goes into that real-world manipulation.
Absolutely, and obviously when you have Eve and Grok in the early game, you're gonna have a really crazy early game wave player. And what we might see here is they're gonna shove the lane and straight up rotate towards the goal lane just to make sure General has a really smooth early game farming period, you know? Because 1-1 against Claude, I'm assuming that it's gonna be a pretty even lane, but it's all about who gets those early game, who gets those power spike first, who gets all those 3 core items in order to dish out game-changing damage. And here we go, we see the Eve coming out, we see the Grok coming out, you can see the strategy flowing through the screen from Team Gosu here to show, I mean, this is what we're gonna go with. We're gonna help hyper farm General and just dominate this entire game. On the other side though, we got a Benedetta pick as a straight counter to Eve, the mobility against the E-mobility. What do you think about the draft so far, Private?
Well, I mean, and you said it yourself, it's mobility versus the immobility, and especially a little bit of early game from the side of TimeGAP here, and a more, I want to say, balanced from Gosu. And I think we're going to be looking at an early game jungle here, and there goes the Lance pick from Shiroyuki there. So, I mean, a very, like I said, a little bit of a mobility on the side of TimeGAP. They're going to be looking to put on pressure, and hopefully early, because a lot of these characters scale into the late game. We need to be able to protect Diggy to push these players into the late game, and then the measured and well-rounded composition from Gosu here. The Esmeralda and Grok kind of taking on both spectrums, Grok being the early game, Esmeralda into the late game, and then as we move into the late game, and late game, mid for Eve, and late game for that Wan.
Yeah, and by the way, so far, look at the draft, a lot of the counter picks from each side. Both teams are trying to out-drafting each other, but I gotta say, they're both really good drafts, and I really enjoy the Lancelot pick in the very end. Like I said, Zero, for those who are wondering who that is, that's Zero, who is Assassin player. And here we go, we have the Assassin Lancelot, who does have the early game, a better secure, I would say, on the Turtles. But as we start talking about the first match, ladies and gentlemen, we're now walking into the game 1 between Team Gosu and TimeGAP. Once again, I'm your caster, Assassin Dave, with me, the one and only Private D.
Yeah, and we can see already starting off a little bit of a dual lane at mid for the side of Gosu, while the side of TimeGAP really kind of favoring and trying to build up that gold lane. They want to make sure that Claude gets fed so that when he comes into the late game, so he can get that Demon Hunter sword, so that he can get that golden staff and be able to shred through Gosu.
Here we go, the early game wave clear. Look at a Gosu shoving the lane and rotating towards Gosu General. And that's exactly what we predicted. And you have Liam sitting on a Diggy, already babysitting on the top lane. Again, the meta have shown you, oh, the bottom lane though. We do get first blood coming out from Team Gosu. 5GC all the way across the map.
Yeah, are getting taken out there and is going to get his lane cut. And right now, this is allowing, with that kill, Gosu knows that they don't have to pay attention to that lane. They don't have to put too many resources to dedicate there. A little bit of trouble here, though.
Top lane. Look at Shiro, Yuki, AK0 might be trading a little bit of HP, a little bit of damage on both sides, but they both seem back away. You know, it's a pretty peaceful opening, I would say.
Yeah, all friends here except for the bottom lane. That's where the enemies are kind of coming in, and R is looking for some support, which he's going to be getting down there right now.
Yeah, look at Esmeralda here. Might be biting a bit more than what she can chew. Being chased away by the Benedetta. Now, JC is out of the mana at this point, but his team Gosu running towards the bottom side, looking to start the first turtle. It's actually the top global troll on the Benedetta starting the turtle, and Lancelot's nowhere to be found. Turtle's already taken down pretty low. This might be it. Here comes the ultimate from Benedetta. R is trying to zone everybody away. Ladies and gentlemen, first turtle goes to TimeGAP, and Yue will be taken down. This is the trade, though, however, from Gosu 0, taking down 2 characters on the side. It's a 1-3 trade. Very interesting opening on both sides.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there, but TimeGAP able to secure that turtle. And they were able to secure that turtle because even though R took an early death and had to go back, they were able to provide support to R, which forced back JC on that Esmeralda, which meant Gosu was outmanned when it came to that first turtle fight.
Yep. Zero was just not ready. He was going for the blue buff. He was playing Lancelot like he was playing Fanny. It was just absolutely insane. You know, obviously, nonetheless, Zero still made it to the team fight in time and grabbed a few kills. And that's something, Lancelot, you gotta watch out for, because the first turtle is actually not that game-changing. It's more of the stacking of the turtle that's scary. And here we go. The slash come in, ultimate, and is Lancelot into the backline, finding the damage. Again, just trade of skills. Nothing really too much come out of it. So far, look at the gold. It's pretty even all across the board. Already a really ferocious game starting off the match.
Well, and that's what we're talking about here too, is even though it is a 1-3 game, that turtle plus the macro on the side of TimeGAP starting to pull them, well, they were ahead, but it's even. So they're starting to stay even though it's 1-3. So, and that's something you're gonna need to watch out for as we start scaling into the mid and into the late game. You can see R here trying to be a little bit of a presence here at the purple buff.
Yep, this might be a 4-man full-on invade. Blue will be stolen, though, by the TimeGAP jungler. But at what cost? It is Asmunda jumping in with the Fallen Star Moon, taking down Jay, taking down the mid laner. Gosu walks away 1-0.
Yeah, not sure if that was the engagement they were looking for. They do get the purple buff stolen, but lose somebody in hand for that. And this is going to open up the turtle for them as they are a man down. It doesn't really even look like this is going to be contested. And you can see Esmeralda over there contesting that buff as well. Not able to get it, but still putting on the pressure and hopefully being able to zone out the rest of the TimeGAP there for Gosu.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Topside is pretty aggressive too. You can see it just blow by blow trading HP right now. You know, General has used that ultimate, used that crossbow of Tang to get the Cloud away, and now moving toward the jungle. Yue looking for the engage, and it seems like Gosu is not yet ready. They want to cut this lane, maybe back away, but General's fervor low. This might get a little bit spicy as we walk onto the top side here. You know, both sides are looking for the advantage, looking to open up the map, but so far, you know, they're not too much death all across the map just yet. It's been pretty careful, played by both sides. Oh, here we go. It's Zero looking for some trouble. Can't quite find anything just yet.
Yeah, and right now, those deaths might start to affect them. 2 deaths on Jay already on the Sicilian, and you do know he needs to scale. He needs that time to build up those stacks so he can increase his mana pool, so that he can increase the damage he's able to do and be able to spam those Sicilian abilities. So that might start costing him as we move into the late game. You can see R coming in there, not able to steal the buff away, and a real-world manipulation coming down.
Yep, they did their best. You know, and try to zone everybody where to get, again, the buffs. I like what TimeGAP is doing here. They're really looking to open up the early game, invading to Lancelot's jungle. But I gotta say, Flora is doing an absolute great job. Just shoving the lane, make sure the mid lane has no pressure, and then help the jungler. Speaking of that, in the mid lane, we might see a little bit more trouble trading on both sides. And you can see Eve will have to recall to go back home for some mana. Now, top lane is still a 2 versus 1 situation. You gotta see this entire game, Diggy has been top lane babysitting this Claude. Meanwhile, 1-1, played by Gosu General, is mostly by himself, just having a fun time, you know, winning the lane, 1-0 so far, doing really well.
Yeah, and that might be what is opening up these kills for the side of Gosu, enabling them to be able to get these pickoffs onto the Sicilian, onto R, and that might start coming in more as we move into the mid and late game. But we are starting here on the 3rd turtle of this game.
Woo! One more time, top global troll coming in with the clutch secure on the 3rd turtle. And ladies and gentlemen, this is really Team TimeGAP looking to open up the first game and start the match with a bang. But in the mid lane, no, Diggy will find the kill onto Lancelot. What a great team fight. We'll hope to see it.
Yeah, and with that, it does seem that TimeGAP does move ahead here, still keeping up the pressure, not trying to make any mistakes. I like this. They're not getting crazy. They are very tight on their rotations, making sure that they're protecting each other here, and even able to get a kill out there. So, and they haven't been able to really pick on Diggy, which is really one of the biggest surprises of me from TimeGAP against a team like Gosu.
Look at top lane, no, 1-1 might be some trouble. Gosu General looking to defend the lane as much as he can. But the pressure from TimeGAP on the top lane is absolutely insane if we can get switched to the top side. Here we go, finally Lancelot coming in with the ultimate, a skill to the damage is in. Diggy is taking very low, it's kill number 1. And Zero is now trying to make an exit out of the team fight. Beautiful positioning to dodge the ultimate from the Benedetta. And Zero walks away with 1 kill in his pocket.
Yeah, that Lance is starting to come online, but they did lose a tower. Real world manipulation has come down.
In the mid lane, here we go. Eve found a lot of damage onto Jay yet again. It's now a domination on floor and a 1-3-1 on the opposing mid laner. Team Gosu, I mean, Floor is really making a name for himself today. You know, trying to carry the weight of the team forward, trying to carry the early game, trying to carry the team fight presence. I'm loving it from Floor right now with the real world manipulation.
Yeah, as we look at these items here, we can see that Demon Hunter Sword has been picked up by both marksmen. With Wanwan being able to negate and not really work on those boots, she already has a 2nd item. Oh, and actually the Golden Staff just got picked up by Claude as well. So we're going to be starting to see some really great damage from Little Baby there, as well as we start moving out from this laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see General just rushing onto the Wind of Nature at this point. I mean, you gotta have it. Look at, you have Claude on the top lane just continuously rushing in with the Blazing Duet. And General, I gotta say, is holding up his lane even without the Wind of Nature and then getting a lot of lifesteal by farming those jungle creeps. Just really good and detailed performance in the early, from Gosu General on the top lane.
Well, yeah, and that becomes a part of why Diggy was up there so long, able to kind of, we have another engagement here.
Here we go, JC in the mid lane is taking a lot of damage. Real World Manipulation comes out doing tremendous damage and quad control on the entire enemy side. But as Gosu Zero going down first, JC is not letting R go as he will find a killing retaliation. Killing spree goes to JC. It's 1-1 across the board.
Yeah, and still tied up with gold right now. So TimeGAP, she actually is taken out by Floor there. Couldn't find an exit or escape fast enough.
Yeah, you know, there's a word. They call it a mid-gap. You know, I don't want to say that because I'm an unbiased caster. But this is exactly what Floor is trying to demonstrate to the entire community right now. You know, with those really good positioning on the ultimates, you know, really good sequence of skills to find the poke onto Jay and eventually finish it off. And that's why this character is so annoying. Here we go, Yue coming in with the ball charge, bait out the time journey on the Diggy. They know the Diggy does not have the ultimate going into the next team fight. Who will start the Lord? Here we go. The Blazing Duet comes in, finding a lot of damage on the floor. We have to use the ultimate just to stay alive. But it's the Claude finding tremendous damage onto the Gosu's backline.
Well, and that takes out 2 ultimates for this Lord fight, which usually is contested very fast, but both of these teams trying to find an opening, trying to find some type of advantage before they go for this Lord. And both teams have been doing very well. The big problem I'm seeing from right now is TimeGAP. What are you going to do for these real world manipulations? There's going to need to be an answer as we're moving in to the 11-minute mark. You're going to need to be able to bring her down at some point because she cannot, Fleur cannot just be allowed to sit and cast damage on you.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, you gotta find a way to deal with that. You gotta find those assassins, into the back line, and that's why they picked up Benedetta. But so far, I gotta say, it's more of a claws pressure onto this mid laner from Team Gosu. And then Benedetta hasn't really done too much in terms of pressuring the mid lane. And Flores is doing whatever he wanted. Look at this one more time. Real world manipulation comes out, forcing the time journey. And top global Troll finally finds his way to the team fight, but this might be a little bit too early. Lord is taken low, and here comes the knock of the damage. Who will take the Lord? It is Gosu Zero securing the first Lord into the pocket of Team Gosu, and now they're moving on to find more kills into their pocket. The damage from Sicilian will find the poke, function the damage into a health bar of the entire Gosu as both teams backs away. Gosu takes the fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately are in the base trying to soak up as much minions as he can, as much gold, but not there for the team fight when they needed him. We do see a lot of damage coming down on now, and that's what happened for this fight, and we are really going to need to start seeing some more collaboration on the side of TimeGAP there, because Gosu definitely able to come in and take advantage of that missing player to capture the first Lord.
And here we go. We have a little bit of pause request coming from Team TimeGAP right now, because we might experience some technical issues, but here we go with the pause. I gotta say, at this point of the game, Team Gosu is definitely popping off, and they're definitely representing the amount of early game pressure now, open up the map and move into the tier 2 and high ground tower with the Lord still rushing in on the bottom lane.
Actually making me eat my words. I was talking about the aggression, talking about how fast Gosu usually comes at these teams, but here we've seen a more measured approach. A few kills on the board. I think it was about 1 to 4 at the 6-minute mark. I mean, still ahead, but the gold was even. They weren't really charging into the enemy jungle to really take advantage of it. Just more patience from Gosu, now starting to show maybe a different side. But as we're moving here, I think into about the 13-minute mark, you really see they were waiting for those power spikes, waiting for those items to come in, and now they are pushing full force with this first Lord. And honestly, I think of the last 4 games that Gosu has won, I believe 2 or 3 of them have been won with that first Lord.
Yup, here we go. The Lord is now still standing strong on the bottom lane, still standing tall. Yue taking a lot of damage. Here comes the blazing duet, finding the damage on the back line, but it's just for the poke, as every single outer turret has been eliminated and shredded to pieces. Look at the real world manipulation. One more poke on Liam will find the kill, but is able to walk away with barely any health left. And now it's Gosu moving down to the mid lane. They want to get every single outer turret. They want to get ready for the next coming Lord in a minute and a half. But JC might be taking a little bit too much damage here. Will quickly back away while General destroy the turret in the mid lane. Oh, here comes the ultimate. Here comes the damage. Not going to be enough, as Benedetta is building quite tanky. I would love to see those items right now.
Yeah, right now they are being pushed back a little bit, but the lead has been sunk in right now. A 5K gold lead for Gosu here at the 14-minute mark here. As we take a look at the items, we do see that Wind of Nature being picked up by Claude, by Little Baby there, trying to fend off some of this damage. Both marksmen matching that, do have that Wind of Nature, but soon, this is the time when Sicilian, when Jay's going to start coming up. As you do see that Clock of Destiny on him and that Lightning Truncheon, that's when these stacks start to take off.
But you gotta give credit to how tanky the entire side. And speaking of tanky, here's R on the top lane taking a lot of damage. He will be beaten down slow to death as Gosu take one more kill on the top lane 25 seconds before the Numinous Lord spawn on the map.
Yeah, he is going to be up right around the time the Lord spawns again, so he will be ready for it. I'm just not sure if this is a Lord you're going to want to take, as that lead has been stretched out to about 6K right now for Gosu. Is their team fight potential up there to match them, because right now R is kind of struggling to maintain, to tank, and to regenerate through these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the bottom lane. This is what fully decked out woman looks like. This is what US Supreme Woman looks like. You are not going anywhere, says Gosu General, and as he takes down the TimeGAP jungler, it's a shutdown on the enemy side. On the other side, the JC might be a little bit too deep, too over-aggressive into the base of TimeGAP and get heavily punished. Yue with a beautiful wall in the front is now Liam trying to get away, but a time journey is not going to be enough to keep him alive. It goes to take the territory control and taking down the Numinous Lord.
Yeah, able to take it down. A great zoning out ability there by Fleur and Yui. Unfortunately, JC did get taken down. I was actually worried, a little bit concerned as to what they were going to do to kind of stop this push into countering the Lord. But Fleur there to pop down that ultimate, able to zone them out and pick up a kill for the side of Gosu as well.
Ooh, what is coming down? We see a lot of discipline from Team Gosu right here. You know, bottom lane wave, look at mid lane wave. They're perfectly synced, perfectly managed. Now rushing towards the base of the opposition side of the TimeGAP R. Maybe zoned out, have to pop the flicker to get across the wall there to show you the detail coming out from Yue. Benedetta leveraging how tanky he is, really trying to clear away. Here comes the wall charge into the damage. R taking low, have to jump away just to survive. Top global troll might be a little bit too troll to survive as Lord is charging onto the top lane. High ground tower itself now making the move onto the crystal. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the entire team of TimeGAP trying to delay the inevitable as Team Gosu is hitting on the crystal, and they will take game one.
Man, what an intense game there. Both sides in the early game starting to look a little even when it came to the gold, but it was those little mistakes. It was the getting caught out there. It was R getting caught out on that Uranus that really kind of set them behind for those mid-level spikes that they needed. And unfortunately, they didn't have anything. They didn't have the tankiness on Uranus after a few of those kills. They didn't have the damage on Sicilian after a few of those deaths from him as well. So when it came to these team fights, there was nothing that the front line of TimeGAP could do while Gosu started charging in.
You know, you gotta say that TimeGAP, they draft a lot of counter pick. You know, they got a Benedetta for the Eve. They got a Diggy, right, for something potentially tanky that Team Gosu was gonna pick out, like such as a Kai, right? But they drafted those meta picks, ended up drafting them into a corner. We didn't see any damage coming from Team TimeGAP. The only damage source was Claude. But Claude in the game couldn't really do anything completely by himself. You see time after time, Claude comes in with the Blazing Duet, finding a lot of damage to Gosu's backline, but Benedetta simply wasn't there to finish it off. Even he was there, he was not able to do any damage because he built full tank, right? We see the antique cuirass, we see the blade armor, we see the Athena shield. Everything this guy built was tanky to make sure 1-1 doesn't find those kills. But it might be a little bit too little damage for TimeGAP as they really needed those damage to burst the entire backline of Team Gosu.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the items here right now, and unfortunately I feel like and this has been a big problem of mine, is when you pick a roam like Diggy, a squishy support that can help you with the engagements, that can help you with the disengagements, you need a front line. Unfortunately, are not able to be that for the entire team. You're gonna need at least two in my book. That's my personal opinion for that, is that you need something to be able to protect your team, and especially something else that would be able to help them go into the late game. We can see on Team Gosu here, just an excellent debut here for them in the top 16. Zero actually just coming out very strong here as well on that Lancelot. It's been an intense game here and we're gonna see how well that TimeGAP can kind of come back from this, hopefully.
Yep, absolutely. This is gonna be the last chance, you know, for the TimeGAP to make a comeback, you know, in the next match. Are we going to go to a game 3? Because you see the potential from TimeGAP. They were doing quite well in the early game. They were pressuring Gosu General to a corner. In fact, TimeGAP was the first team who took down the top lane, the gold lane tower, away from Team Gosu. they showed potential for Gosu with the disciplined play, taking down the third objective, the turtles, and then taking on the Lord, especially those two very crucial Lord team fight, where Gosu Zero was able to clutch with a skill 2 and Retribution, was really made a difference for Team Gosu. Because every Lord that comes out from the team usually earns the team about 2,000 to 4,000 gold, depends on how you process the Lord, right? How you actually take advantage of the Lord. And we see the discipline coming out from Team Gosu to really take a forward advantage to make the maximum impact of those Lords.
Well, yeah, and then it also comes down to the output in the early game and what you're able to do to kind of support that. Benedetta, I mean, very flashy, able to get around very quickly, doesn't take a lot of damage if you're using her correctly and you have the mechanical skills to process that. However, who did she have as a target in that last game? We can see here in this fight, Yui coming in here and just we're getting picked off early and being able to zone out the rest of the team while we're able to take this Lord. And it was an issue from the beginning, is the damage outputs, and then an answer for Fleur here on this Eve.
Yep, Eve, look at the positioning. Everybody's low, and Fleur is always full HP. You know, the only time he was in danger was Claude jumping in with the Blazing Duet, and he still survived in the last second with the real world manipulation with the ultimate, with the shield. Just very, very detailed play coming out from Fleur. The positioning was really good. I've always said this is going to be the guy who really carry Gosu forward with the early game controls, the early game pacing of the game. And sure enough, look at Fleur with popping off with the Eve. Now, you mentioned before the match started that Fleur is gonna be the person, right? Like in the early game, and here we go, right? Like you see the mechanics coming out from this person, absolutely insane. I think this game is just a very disciplined play from Team Gosu to show us like they're ready for the tournament. They have been training, they have been practicing. I didn't see too many highlights except for discipline, and that's the word of the game 1. But I cannot wait for match 2. Again, I was surprised that Kai Belmont was not banned. So are we going to see those bans go into the next match?
Yeah, and that's really interesting too. Is for me, the biggest thing usually comes down to draft. Especially you need to have a rounded composition. If you're gonna build people for that late game, that Sicilian, that Claude, you're gonna need something to be able to carry you there, to be able to hoist up that early game. And unfortunately, like I was saying, with the Benedetta, you didn't really have a target for that damage. You had an escape route, but you didn't have something that could maximize and be able to take people out, because I think the only real target you had there was possibly the Lance, to be able to try to take him down, which you already know with that Thorned Rose, he's going to be able to negate so much of that damage already. So, on the side of Gosu, we had an early game, we had a mid game, we had the tankiness from that Grok. So it comes down to, if you are prioritizing, you need to be able to not just early game, not just late game, and not just mobility. There needs to be tankiness, and there also needs to be that early game to take you into the rest of it.
That's a really good point that you mentioned, balance, of the early late game. Another balance that you really need to have is melee and range, because in this game we don't really see too much engages from TimeGAP, right? Like they have Benedetta jungle. You usually have Benedetta to counter the enemy mid laner. We're expecting the Benedetta to go to the EXP lane, and then so you still have a balance, engage, support your mid lane, the poke, this kind of balance coming out from a team comp. But in this particular draft, like I said, I think TimeGAP really drafted himself into a corner that they can really hardly get out from, because they don't have really a lot of engages. They're waiting for, you can see the Diggy, they're constantly getting poked out and have to force a time journey without really not too much coming out from Team Gosu to begin with. So this is wasted it, and now you have wild charge ready from, Yue, you have those engages, you have those positioning, those pressure, and Team Gosu just really drafted really balanced and did a really well executed the game plan in the early game to help 1-1 farm. And once General got those items, even in the early game, I think when you mentioned the items, 1-1 was actually behind on Claude. Claude was the first one to get all those core items. 1-1 wasn't even getting the Wind of Nature fast enough to actually counter the Blazing Duet from the Claude. But just because Gosu played patient enough, they waited until General get to the power spike, and boom, it's just Gosu's showtime from that point on.
Well, and then it comes down to how you're macroing for these fights. We saw TimeGAP able to get that first turtle, but why was that open? It's because they were able to force a retreat from the Esmeralda. Esmeralda had to teleport back home. That made this a 4v5 fight. They didn't even really try to contest it, did Gosu, so they were able to take that turtle. However, on the flip side, for that first Lord, we saw that R on that Uranus was basically inside the base of Gosu, trying to soak up. We've seen that before, where they have the Uranus in there soaking up to try to get farmed quickly. However, Gosu noticed that very quickly, didn't go back to counter it, immediately started on the Lord because they had the advantage, a 5v4 for that team fight, and they basically turned it around with one player down. TimeGAP was able to take the advantage, and then Gosu able to turn it around again because they had a player down at that point, and they were able to take advantage of TimeGAP because of that.
Yeah, and then I have to give credit to my boy Zero on the Lancelot. Is he able to find this opportune time to really flank into the team fight and then go to the back line and directly get those kills? Because like sometimes when you're fighting, it's really hard to concentrate on who's coming from where, especially a really good Lancelot player. He just dash, and all of a sudden he's on your face, auto-attacking. One time, 60% of your health is gone. And when you move away, a skill 2, boom, your entire health is gone. And that's basically what Zero did in the first team fight, even though they lost the turtle, but he saw it as an opportunity to get in and get some kills to even up the score, to even up the early game deficit. And that's exactly how they would maintain the early game. Again, that's the whole job, to get General farmed. And if the goal lane get farmed, they win. And that's exactly what happened in Thrills. You saw the late game General was literally chase the Benedetta all across the map. We're talking about the most mobile characters, one of the most mobile characters in the map, and one would just dash, all attack, dash. It was just insane to watch those kind of chases. So what an absolute showing from Team Gosu here.
Yeah, and I feel like if TimeGAP is looking to put this into a game 3, we really have to focus on not just what we're taking away, not just grab that Diggy, but look at what Diggy does for this composition and what it doesn't do for the composition. You get that anti-CC from that time journey, the ability to kind of negate damage and possibly retreat, but what you don't have is a tank, something to negate damage from your team, something that can be able to kind of set or even peel for your team. And is there a slot? Are we counting on this? Are we able to fill that with something on this comp? Because if there is an opening, Gosu is going to take advantage of that in the draft. Not just in the draft, but in the game as well. Yeah. This is Gosu we're talking about. Hey, I've been a fan of Gosu for like, I don't know, good at 5 years now. It's always been one of my favorite teams. General, my man right there. Okay, did pretty well last game. Now we're walking to the second game, Ben Draft. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching the game at home, it's your time to like, subscribe, and turn that bell on to all notification bells. Do not be shy. Join us tonight. It's time to share the stream with your friends and family. Have them come here to support your favorite teams in North America Challenger Tournament fall season, the past 2 and 4. Second game draft is already starting. Fanny again. First ban come out from Team Gosu. I expected the other way around, but it's decent ban. They know, on the other side, Top Global Troll is a Supreme Fanny player. We gotta take that out, get rid of it. Yeah, Top Global Troll, a Supreme Fanny player and also a Karina player. We saw those bans last game, and maybe this might have been a pool problem for Top Global Troll, and that's what Gosu saw there. I mean, we didn't really see too many Karina bans until we got to this point, so definitely doing their research has Gosu, but there we have the Balmond takeout, which is interesting because we didn't even see, he didn't even make an appearance for the first game.
Yep. I mean, I think for Team Gosu, the thinking process really, Belmont's early game is just too strong on securing objectives. You can just let him start the turtle on 2 minutes, right? There are not too many people who can really contest, especially I've seen the combo with Belmont and Diggy, right? Once Belmont have the lethal contra, Diggy have the time journey, it's unstoppable. They just start the objective, you come here with your quad control, with your Kai, who cares? I'm immune, right? I secure it and I walk away safely because Belmont is absolutely unkillable on top of the shield, on top of the ultimates, is just insane. So here we go, banning to make sense, because this also gives Gosu more choices on those assassin jungle picks like we saw last game, because they don't have really don't have this early game pressure to have to fight those objectives to stop the snowball. And here we go. We got some Akai banning from Team TimeGAP. They're doing Gosu favors. Now, Farmers being banned away makes sense, and we have a first pick for Paquito.
Yeah, Paquito, JC has already used the Paquito through this tournament before, and very strong, very measured on that Paquito as well. And I'm wondering, especially with the way that TimeGAP went ahead and prioritized that Diggy in the first game, is that going to be another priority this game, or are we going to be looking for maybe that third pick Atlas into a Diggy ban into the second round? Oh, but they're going to go ahead and scoop up that Karina, and I do know that that is a favorite of Top Global right now. He has used that already, I think, about 3 times through this tournament and been so great, so fast, and just so aggressive with it as well.
Well, is it going to be enough in front of the Supreme Paquito? And that's what we need to find out, Private. Because see right here, Melissa being taken out, his Ghost is going to go with heavy engages this game. Because Diggy is still on the table, so no one really want to pick out those heavy tanks. But Paquito coming out, you know, you potentially look at like a squishier jungle option from Team Gosu, right? You know, because most likely we're going to see Zero on that Paquito. Now, with that being said, you do need some frontline presence, right? You do need some heavy like engages, like Atlas, like even Minotaur, who has been drastically overlooked. I'm a fan, I'm just saying. I'm just really a fan of Minotaur. So here we go. You know, it's Gosu taking their time on those engages because they understand Diggy is still on the line and they have to get rid of that in the next round of ban phase before they really decide what tank they want to go with.
Yeah, I do like these picks from Time, though, as well. With the Paquito being able to charge and be able to close distance, especially on those squishier heroes. The go away ultimate from Melissa. R switched it up here. He was XP lane last time. He is going to be picking up Marksman, which I do feel he is more suited for. He does feel, it does appear like he's more comfortable in that role, but a great pick here, too, because I feel like that kind of is aimed at trying to stop Paquito from getting in with those knockout punches with that champ stamp there as well. And then we have the zone outs from the Farja with that feathered airstrike, hopefully going to be able to kind of keep this Wan, keep General at a distance and at bay. And not only that, but are able to force out distance with those dowels to kind of keep General at a distance as well.
I 100% agree with you there. With Farsa, is right now really come down to the mid lane harass, right? Who's going to have the upper hand? Because towards the late game, the one person who's really going to pose a threat towards one is going to be the Farsa, right? Like, it just has to be. But at the same time, you got to understand, we have Zero, right? Like, I've been bragging about this guy over and over again, but it's true. This guy has been playing Assassin from Season 0 until now. You know, he understands how to target those key MVP, those most valuable players on the other side who pose a threat to General. And then when we talk about Zero and General relationship, and this has been a history, right? Zero will do everything he can to make sure General stays alive, you know, so he can do the damage and carry the team forward. And here we go. We got the ban, we got the picks. And Private, we got a Minotaur coming out from Team TimeGAP. I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, I like this style of pick from the side of TimeGAP because you have setting potential, which is what I feel, setting potential and tankiness, which I feel like we lacked in the last draft, in the last composition, and a little bit of regen on that Minotaur as well. However, we do see them on the side of Gosu, them picking up that Lolita. Great setting potential with that Numenon Blast ultimate from her. Going to be able to kind of, but here's the thing, it's going to be a kind of a combat there between the Lolita and the Minotaur. If you can get that Minoan Fury that is able to like stun for, I forgot how long it is, about 3 seconds. If you can match that after this Numenon Blast comes out, you're going to be able to stop it, and you're going to be able to give your team the opening that they need. So it's all going to come down to a little bit of execution here as well. Yeah.
And look, we have Hayabusa, ladies and gentlemen, potentially being taken out by the only team who's going to take it out in NACT fall season. I'm so excited. Like I said, Gosu never disappoint, okay, to entertain. This is why I'm so excited about the new Gosu roster with Zero in the starting roster here on those assassin playstyles, okay? Hayabusa is going to be really good going onto the Melissa if you're able to land the combo, because doesn't matter, you know, if you're going to use your ultimate to push everybody away. I'm invincible, right? I'm untargetable. Same as Farsa, right? He's able to flank the far side really, really well. The only thing, though, you got to watch out for is that Minotaur. Is Minotaur going to get those vision to find out where Zero is all the time? That's the question we need to find out in this upcoming game, right? It's really just which tank's going to play better, which tank's going to find those engages. Private, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the second game between Team Gosu and TimeGAP one more time. With me is your one and only Sexy, Oregon, and then GMO Private Dancer. I'm Assassin Dave.
Yeah, we're going to start things off here right now. Both duo laning here at the mid, trying to put on that pressure. I do wonder how this Lapu is going to be able to perform against a Paquito. It's kind of curious to me just because, I mean, Lapu does possess a little bit of range, so he could possibly be able to stay out of harm's way. But I feel like as we move into the mid game, he's going to be able, the Paquito, JC on this Paquito is going to be able to close the distance very quickly and be able to put on that damage and be able to knock Lapu out of the abilities that he wants.
Yeah, I just can't get over the fact that, right, I thought Zero was gonna be playing the Paquito. But we see something different, right? Zero's going ham with this assassin all the way. It's either assassin or I'm not playing at all kind of playstyle. It is absolutely insane. In the bottom lane, though, we do have a little bit of trade. Here comes Lolita with the stun. Are being taken out first blood by General as Gosu will start the second game with a bang.
Yeah, unfortunately, they came from the side. They're able to get those 2 kills there. This does not bode well early game for TimeGAP as you're taking down 2 I want to say your trendsetters for this match, your Roam and your Marksman at the same time there.
Yeah, it's just bottom lane domination to show you Hayabusa damage was actually quite good. It was able to find quite a bit of damage onto the Minotaur and finish off with another Lassen Shuriken. I think that was a pretty good job from my boy Zero here. But with Turtle coming up in 1 second, it might be Karina on the top side finding the damage first. Goes one more time, finding the kill into the mid lane. Jay will be taken down, but top global troll one more time finding the retaliation and slay JC on the top lane.
Yeah, it is a 3-1 game. Only about a 500 gold lead right now. And you do see that TimeGAP starting off this first hurdle. This is the same shades as last game. And we're wondering if Gosu is going to go ahead and let this happen. Numenon Blast coming now.
Numenon Blast will not connect, and now Gosu looking to find the damage, and the turtle will go to 0 yet again. A beautiful execution from Hayabusa will make sure that one happened. And now Zero finding more kills into the backlines. Liam has been taken out, but at what cost? This is the entire side of TimeGAP fighting back and taking down 2 members from Team Gosu for the trade.
And it wasn't even a bad engage from the side of TimeGAP. Blueberry came in to be able to stun out that Numenon Blast from Team Gosu there. But unfortunately, they just were not prepared when Zero came in on that Hayabusa. So, I mean, you have to be able to watch all angles. Another bit of a fight here.
Well, here we go. The shadow kill from Zero, getting Jay to 0 HP. I like it. The name actually makes sense. You just get people to 0 HP, and it doesn't matter what he plays. And here we go on the top lane. See a little bit of clash, but nothing too much come out of it. It's approaching 4 minutes. In a little bit, we get into 5 minutes. We might see the item differences coming out from both teams. But Minotaur is ready though. You have the Minonian Rage fully charged out. And this might be the next teamfight starter coming out from the bottom lane.
She loves Liam doing a good job now, making sure that they have vision of this bush. Maybe a little bit of PTSD from that first engagement, which was able to take R down. They want to make sure that they are protecting this marksman, that they are making sure that Wan is not just free farming, because as we move into the late game, we're going to have a lot of issues with that.
Yeah. They really want to shut down General, but, it's not someone you just want to shut down, can shut down. So speaking of that mid lane, though, is Zero once again finding the shutdown onto Jay. I mean, Jay just cannot find any luck in these 2 games. Match after match, engage after engage. We're talking about the assassination god. The one true assassin in North America region. And here we go, Zero showing up. Showing us what's going on, what's going to happen. He's absolutely popping off in this match. Here we go. The Roman manipulation into a Numenon Blast. The combo is in, and it's absolute disasters. Karina will be taken on first, and Gosu will move on to the mid laner of their opposition to find kill number 2 into a kill number 3. as Gosu will run over this team fight.
Yeah, and it does look like we have a pause called here by a general. And I mean, right now, a great job, especially for that last fight at the turtle. A great focus by the side of Gosu here, isolating one member, then moving on to the next one. They really wanted to make sure that that jungler went down, that Karina went down. And once Karina's down, you have no retry on the side of TimeGAP. So, I mean, you basically have yourself a free turtle. And man, they're bringing back those assassins. I know there's been qualms, there's been questions, there's been a lot of speculation. Oh, NA doesn't know how to play assassins. And I know that the biggest problem has been lag, but tonight we're getting ourselves a little bit of treat as Gosu going ahead and breaking out that Lancelot first, and now showing us that Hayabusa.
Yeah, the assassin lifestyle. I like what you said regarding the lag. True, I mean, North America has just infinite talent when we talk about like top players, especially those assassin players, Ling, Hayabusa, Lancelot, Fanny more than anything else, and Ghost Zero is one of those supreme players. Just really supreme, you know, on every single assassin he get his hands on. Hayabusa, you saw the focus that he had when the team was engaging in the front line. He is laser focused on your opposition backline, right? He doesn't really care what's happening in the front. He's leveraging the opportunity to bait out your Farse's position, your marksman's position, and he jumps in with a shadow kill. He has a snowball, he has a damage to fully one-shot you, and it's paying dividends for Team Gosu right now.
You know, not only that, but he's able to isolate people. He's able to find those people that are isolated. Usually you have problems with a Hayabusa going in with that shadow kill, because if you're around a lot of players, you have that shadow kill getting kind of tossed around and kind of watered down from the damage. But he was able to find Karina without anybody near her to be able to put on a ton of damage. A bit of a problem here.
The sneaky Zero wins a shuriken when Retribution will secure the red buff. And he has the eye on the prize. I just want the buff, and I'm getting out safely because I'm Hayabusa. What are you gonna do? And that's exactly what he did here. Did not find, there are not too many goofy plays from Gosu this entire game. Even though they picked really untraditional picks in the meta, like you said, they're bringing the assassin back in, but they're playing very disciplined, right? There are not too many aggression coming out from Zero. Usually he would go ham. He would just get on your Karina and be like, yo, I'm the better jungler, but not today. We see a very, very disciplined Gosu. I would say this is Gosu 2.0.
Yeah, not out of it yet. About a 3K gold lead for Gosu here right now. But with that mid tower down, especially it being the first tower, it does open up this map a lot for Gosu to be able to go ahead and sit in jungle without a lot of repercussions.
Okay, here we go. The setup from both teams. You can see UA in the middle. The last team fight, he did a beautiful Numenon's Blast on top of the real world manipulation combo with the mid laner. I'm gonna see that again as Minotaur walking to the jungle here. Here comes the skill one. The passive being procced. General does have the ultimate, does have the crossbow of Tang, and the result is absolute death to the Minotaur. Really good job from Team Gosu. The setup was just really comprehensive. Oh, once again, R might be some trouble here. We'll have to walk away, and he will do that successfully. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we've seen Team Gosu once again bringing havoc to the entire side and finding one more kill all the way across the map, but not until Karina found a retaliation, bringing total KDA to 3-2-1.
Top Global Troll not doing an awful job on this Karina. Still a 3-1 right now. So she's still in it right now. It's just right. The macro, the zoning out. You even saw Minotaur. He can't even face check bushes without getting bursted down. And that's just how far ahead General is right now on this Wanwan. And that's going to be a problem if we don't have the team to be able to cover. We can no longer have these people being picked off, especially before big fights.
Yep, and then here we go. It might be another team fight. Numenon's Blast will connect, but this is Hayabusa securing the turtle, and now they move on to kills. Doesn't matter how tanky you are, we got a damage to cover it all, says Team Gosu. Take down the tankiest member right now from TimeGAP on the top global troll. Minotaur might be looking for the Minodian Fury. Here it goes, the damage is in. Can they find kill number one? As R now moving on to floor into the backline, the damage is gonna be enough. Thanks to the incredible skill one and auto attack finally he'll be shut down by Gosu General. But what a comeback, what a play from Team TimeGAP to even up the kill board.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue that happened at the Turtle. Top Global went in with She Loves Liam on that roam, but they didn't have the rest of the team ready. Oh, Top Global trying to engage here onto JC.
Yeah, he's looking for the damage, but he can't find enough. Remember, this is a full tank Karina for it. You know, it comes in and he's looking for something, but there's not enough setup. Now, compared to the two jungler on the item front, Hayabusa has full damage as he always does. You know, last time at the 5-minute mark, we checked the item. This guy already have Hunger Strike and a little bit over just a key component for the second item. I think at this point, Zero is already starting this unstoppable snowball. Now, he's no longer just a fight observer or a fight facilitator. This guy is a fight decider. If he goes in, he will shred your health bar.
Yeah, and right now being able to zone out the rest of TimeGAP while they're able to take this portal. Numenon Blast,
Blast into 3! A beautiful engage into the entire backline. Disaster spells for TimeGAP. The crossbow tank is finding so much damage onto the entire side of the back line. And they will finish the fight. 2 versus 1, but here comes the Blueberry. Looking to even up the score. Can you find the damage? It's going to be enough. The stun will connect to General, but no more follow-up still exists from TimeGAP as they back away. Team Gosu wins this team fight.
Yeah, still a little life left in TimeGAP there. Still able to come back and answer with kills of their own. We're taking a look at the items here as that tower goes down for Gosu there. And we do see, unfortunately, a little bit more tankier from Paquito. Probably the reason why Karina was not able to really kind of burst him down. And that's right now becoming a problem.
Yep, absolutely. This is the same thing, that same problem they had in the last team fight, in the last game, where they really don't have the damage. Look at this team fight one more time. Just wherever decisive play from Team Gosu here. And that's something we want to see more coming out from TimeGAP. You know, like, because right now they're behind. The Minotaur doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the item, to stand up against those damage. So if they want to go in, they better make sure every team, every player is synchronized. Here we go, the Minotaur Fury onto 2. But this is Lapu already taken down by the Hayabusa. Here comes Numenon's Blast connecting to 1. It's Melissa finding tremendous damage onto Uwe and taking him down. 1-to-1 trade so far. Make it 2-to-1. A beautiful flank onto the backline will make sure that one happens. General goes down, and now TimeGAP is going to be the team who makes the move onto the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start this. They need to take all of this aggression that they have, especially since they have the advantage. JC is looking for an extra position here, though.
Oh, JC looking for something, but you understand the number disadvantage here. Doesn't want to take any risk. Again, very disciplined from Team Gosu, but just one more time from TimeGAP. You saw that Minotaur Fury from the Minotaur, the impact it has, the setup was extensive. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, this R is ready to make a stand against Team Gosu, right? You've seen the damage over and over again with that Inspire. Every time he jumps in, 7-2-0 on the KDA. This guy is going to be the true carry for Team TimeGAP if they want to make it into Game 3.
Yeah, not just R, but the entire team, especially Jay there in the background, being able to throw down that feathered airstrike. So this is what happens when your entire team is ready for an engagement. And this is something that TimeGAP needs to kind of isolate on and work together on, because every single time they start a fight when the team isn't ready, they lose. Because Gosu will never engage unless their entire team is ready. And I feel like this is going to be one of the biggest winning conditions for TimeGAP as we move into the 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, in the mid lane fight, you have Hayabusa one more time, finding the flank onto the back line, finding the kill onto Jay, who's sitting at 0-6-6 right now. He's not finding any luck in this game because of the existence of Gosu Zero, which is absolutely a nuisance. And finding those kills, he knows, right? We have to shut down this Farsa because having too much problem to our backline. Here comes Lapu finding damage to Yue. We'll have to back away for now as Minotaur Fury is not ready. Here comes Real War Manipulation. The damage is in, but it's going to be extensive setup from Lolita, who will be taking down this unstoppable Gosu R. He's destroying this team fight. It's going to be enough to stand against General. It turns out General is just a little bit stronger with the crossbow of Tang, ladies and gentlemen, as Gosu make a stand on this Lord fight.
What a beautiful collapse there on the side from R to find Yui going through that Numenon blast. Unfortunately, R with the flank all the way on the side, put him into enemy range as a Zero was able to come in on that Hayabusa to take him out. And this is what I'm talking about. When you have the whole team, you're at the very least able to match the output from Gosu here. As you can see here, like they've been matching 3 for 3, 2 for 2 in these team fights. Yep.
This is, I mean, they're already even up the total the goal board, right? Look at the gold lead right now from both teams. We only have a less than 200 gold difference between the two teams. I'm saying this Melissa's absolutely destroying this team fight. Look, Hayabusa jumping in, not able to find enough damage yet onto the back line. We'll have to jump away and just finding those poke, I guess, at this point onto the opposition and just to be a nuisance. But at this point, Hayabusa really have to start split pushing and finding the flank and try to change JC into the team fight because he's probably more of a presence in the team fight right now.
Well, and that's the problem here is we have an answer for the Farja to be able to dive back there, but do we have an answer for this Eve as we start another engagement?
Again, just baiting out Jay. Jay doesn't have the passive anymore. He can really fly away anytime he wants. If Zero find one more flank, this might be devastating. And here we go, Team Ghost looking for the flank, jumping in, finding the shadow kill. Jay will be taken down yet another time. What a beautiful engage from Zero to make sure that won't happen. But now it's the entire side of Team TimeGAP fighting back. Leveraging Minoan Fury, Jenna will be the one who knocked up Karina jumping in, but they can't find enough damage to make it happen. Meanwhile, top side, look at JC, look at the map. It's the entire game going to the end inside the base of TimeGAP. And now they know they have to start the Lord, knowing the disadvantage, knowing the map presence, and they are having a number advantage, 1 to 2 kills going to the favor of TimeGAP in the last fight as they take this Lord.
Chef's kiss to R for another great flank onto Yui before he could get that Numenon blast off. This time Yui able to escape just from a little bit faster reacting this time, but still R able to kind of upset that balance. And R is a maniac right now, and they really, like I said, they're keeping in line, and now another Lord going over to the side of TimeGAP.
Yeah, so take a look at the item here. Look at R, fully decked out. Not building any defense at all. I don't need that. I don't need, okay, well, you have a Wind of Nature. It's kind of like a defense item, but also aggressive defense item here. So all the other items are fully aggressive, even the boots, to show you how confident he is in his micro, in his positioning to dish out the damage, especially with the assistance of Inspire. And now with the wave coming in, they might miss the opportunity with wave management, but here we go. The ultimate comes in from the Karina, and now Lord making a charge onto the high ground tower. As top high ground tower going down. This is the entire side of Team TimeGAP looking to charge into the base, but JC with a beautiful flank will find the kill onto R and shut down this unstoppable beast. And ladies and gentlemen, Gosu once again make a stand in front of the Lord fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like that was a problem with lane management. Instead of getting the other lanes and making sure that you had all of your lanes sinking in at the same time, we only had the Lord pushing down, which meant that you only had one avenue for all of your members to try to funnel in, and that is the best spot for a defense. If you have all of your opponents just funneling in through one lane, it's going to be the easiest defense for you, or it at least gives Gosu the biggest advantage.
Absolutely here. I mean, like I said, they missed a golden opportunity. They had the Numenon's Lord. If they're able to play a little bit more discipline like Gosu did in Game 1 and really take advantage of it and have this wave being paralleled, being managed properly, I think this might be a Game 3, a ticket to Game 3 at least. But here we go, because they missed the opportunity, and like you said, with one lane pushing in, it's the best opportunity for our defense, and Gosu pulled it off. We're talking about, the world champion for North America in M1 here. Hayabusa finding the flank to the back line. Once again, the damage onto Jay, but this time he may not find escape as he will be taken out in Blueberry in the front. Unstoppable force to make sure that you don't do anything into the back line. The wall has been built from the Blueberry. Really, really strong engages there.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that is really kind of hindering TimeGAP at the moment is they just don't have a Farja. I mean, Jay, I would be scared if I was Jay right now. Just not being able to find the position right now, as Zero is just able to hone in, lock him down. But we do see that TimeGAP's going to go ahead and start on this next Lord.
Oh, here we go. Roll manipulation into the Numinous Blast. Not going to connect this time, and Lord will be actually de-aggroed at this point. General's making the march into forward, but might be too aggressive, as Minute Fury will shut this beast down. It's instant devastation for Team Gosu, and TimeGAP will cement the control in this team fight. With 2-0, now Hayabusa making the fight, making the entrance to the team fight. Able to shut down the double kill, find a kill onto the Minotaur, as well as R. What a beautiful engage by Zero, but he will be punished to the heaviest extent from Blueberry with a beautiful counter engage on Lapu.
Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, Gosu saw that some of the members of TimeGAP were kind of concerned with that mid lane, and so they came in, saw an opportunity, knew that they didn't have the numbers in their favor, did TimeGAP, so went in, and a great decision making there by Gosu to come in there. But now it's even out again. Ooh. As this Lord gets picked up by TimeGAP again.
Oh my goodness. Private, I think this entire game we have seen so many mistakes after mistake from each side, to be honest, right? But you also seen so many highlights from each side. You know, team fight after team fight, skirmish after skirmish. You've seen the Zero flanked in the back line, finding the 2 kills, delaying the Lord, and then he got immediately shut down. And that's the reason why Assassin's really not the focus of the meta right now, just because the room of error is so tiny. You know, if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, even if it's not a big one, you'll be punished for 50 seconds in the box, in a black and white screen. You can't come out of it, you know, while your team just watch the other side, walk around, roll around the map, take every single objective they can. And here we go, though. TimeGAP learned from the previous mistake, really managed to wave, beautiful, beautiful wave management. It's a symphony in my eyes. Now coming in as a Lord, make his entrance into the base, his entire TimeGAP, trying to claim the ace. Barca with airstrike comes in, doing some damage, and JC will have to pop the flux to get himself away. The Numinous Blast is not going to connect this time, as General is taking very low. JC has been taken down to 1-0 to trade, 2 trades so far to the favor of Team TimeGAP. They're running over the base of Team Gosu, and ladies and gentlemen, the unstoppable minion wave is right here in the base on the crystal as we're going to a game 3.
What an amazing game. TimeGAP able to kind of, a few mistakes there, not the prettiest, but it got the job done, especially when you're winning team fights, able to get those objectives. And you were talking about it. There's a reason that Assassins are not in the meta right now. Great start from Zero. To be able to isolate, to latch onto the Farja, but the rest of it still so squishy and in harm's way and being taken out by the rest of the team, TimeGAP. And man, R. An amazing job by R. The game sense. This is why I was so impressed to see him come back onto this marksman role from that XP role, where I felt like he didn't really shine in the first game.
Yep. R in the game 2 with the Melissa was absolutely gigantic. You know, finding the flank, stopping the Numinous Blast. This guy was popping out left and right, you know, front and center. Look at all those positioning where he's able to, he knows the limits of this character. He jumps in, finding the damage, and here we go. Take a look at the stats. 15,000 gold is where our finish off the game. Converted 1-1, 14,000 gold, despite the super advantage Gosu had in the early game. I mean, this is what I'm talking about in this particular match. R is going to be the person that you need to watch out for more than anyone else that we've seen in this particular game from Team TimeGAP.
Well, in an opposite composition here from TimeGAP here. Last one, a little too squishy. This one, nothing but tank. You've got Minotaur, you've got the Lapu, you've got the tank arena there as well, which allowed, even though Jay was being collapsed on and being taken out by Zero on that Hayabusa, R able to use that tankiness to find the flanks, to find the angles that he needed to kind of help the team. Still took a few deaths, but still kept his team in it. In the early game, top global troll on this Karina, still able to find the kills, still able to keep the team in it, even without losing some objectives, taking some kills, and having that gold lane kind of being rushed on as well. So man, just a great and healthy composition here as we look at this replay.
Ooh, guys, I just want to say, like, while we're watching the team fight here, this is a beautiful engage here from Bluebear to cancel Floor's real world manipulation, but Gosu Zero still got the turtle, and then they're able to find the flank. But Minodian Fury from Minotaur is nothing like you need to like underestimate, you know, because this character has been living in the shadow for too long, and you've seen this particular game is being taken out. The ultimate, right now, you can really control to use it whenever you want, you know, because you don't have to proc your passive unless you activate the button, and that really changed everything for Minotaur's engages. And more than that, the Minotaur's ultimate has a bigger range than a lot of other tanks out there with unstoppable knockups. It's just really, really good. It's actually longer than how long your Purify lasts. And here you've seen a replay one more time, engages when Yue jumps in, the punishment coming out, and look at those those engages, those dashes with the backline. He understands what he can do, and is making the best out of this character. It's just so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and as we move on to some more of the replays, you can see here every single team fight, every single one at the Lord, they were able to trade. Here it was a little bit more in the side of TimeGAP here, able to find those openings here. But Melissa getting taken out there but look at it, as he's able to get the kills, he is not able to get away into the late game. And that is the problem with Assassins, that late game. You might be able to find those I don't want to call them lucky, but you're going to be able to find some kills. But are you going to be able to find an escape?
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. The room of error is so tiny. Like, he goes in, I think Zero popped off, right, on Hayabusa. You've seen those flanks, you've seen those kills. You know, when their back is against the wall, Zero would just stand up and be like, yo, guys, I got this. And he just goes in, eliminated the the tank, eliminated the marksman R, the monster of Team TimeGAP, and it really just extended, I would say, survival time. Unfortunately, the Lord just kept on going to TimeGAP's pocket, and the second Lord, they really made the best out of it. And that's something they could have done in the first Lord to end the game a lot earlier, because the first Lord Gosu had a chance because they only had one wave coming in. And this is why the bigger the stake is, the calmer you gotta stay, you gotta remain in order to make those the right choices, the wise choices, and that's how you win the games.
Yeah, and the top 16, we've talked about it before, North America, man, the top 16 might be the most dangerous bracket for established teams. This is not the place to get lackadaisical. It's not the place to underestimate your opponents. This might not be the place to kind of journey outside the meta for some of these picks here. As you said, I mean, a great game. I can't take anything away from Zero, especially in the early game. It just felt like a better and more rounded composition from the side of TimeGAP. And not just that, but like being able, like I said, Karina in the early game, able to keep them in it, get those kills. And in the end and late game are just being able to find the angles. There wasn't really an answer there, especially when the real world manipulation came down. But man, just an awesome match there. And we are going to a game 3. I don't think too many people thought that we would see this at the top 16 here for Gosu, especially their inaugural tournament back.
Yep, absolutely. Let me tell you, a lot of viewers asking in the chat, wondering, oh my God, why is it not a stump? Now, you got to understand, North America has a lot of talents. You know, despite the fact that North America is still developing the real competitive scene with Pro War supporting the players, you know, paying salaries, have players play. We got players who are students, who are professionals, who are playing the game completely out of passion. You know, like they love the game, they want to play, they want to compete. And then they're forcing you different teams. Just because the name of the team might seem unfamiliar to a lot of the viewers who are watching, doesn't mean we don't have the stars in those teams, right? Just like Private correctly pointed out before this entire series started, we have R, you know, the person you really gotta watch out for. And look what happened in match 2 with Melissa, but top global troll. You know, you have the respect band coming from Gosu on the Fanny. Just make sure this is not taken out whatsoever. There's so many good players in all those matches. Again, to Private's credit, is not the time to journey out into meta, right? Now, obviously, Gosu is a build different team. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we might be walking into game 3. What are some of your guesses? What is Gosu gonna pick or draft? Do you think we're gonna see Akai coming out from Gosu Zero, or are we gonna see more of assassin, more of another Lancelot or Ling, or even go the Fanny route, without banning it this time?
Well, that's the interesting thing, is because unfortunately the early game was a little suspicious. I thought we were gonna see a stomp. I thought maybe they had broken the spirit of TimeGAP because they were really kind of taking it to them, getting the kills, getting some objectives as well. But as we started moving into the mid game, as we started seeing R come up there, we started seeing that life come out, and a few mistakes, and especially because there were some mistakes allowed by TimeGAP. They weren't even able to win the team fights, but they weren't always together, and that's where they started floundering as we started moving into the late game, away from that laning stage, which I'm starting to begin to think might be a struggle, and somewhere that TimeGAP needs to kind of up their game during that laning phase, because they sometimes when these engagements happen, they don't have all their players. They are not ready. And you end up getting a tough kill onto a Minotaur, onto a Karina, and those are people that you want, that you need during these fights. But even with those types of mistakes, able to come through the mid game, and that's what I really like. It is not only were they behind, but they were able to kind of get themselves together and come back through the mid and into the late game.
And to the point I'm making regarding the spirit of TimeGAP, I think like last game, just like you said in the early game, it seemed like a stomp. It seemed like the spirit has been crushed by Team Gosu with match 1, but they really just put it all together. Even you can see like there's still a little bit of random kind of gameplay once you got the first Luminous Lord, but then the second one, everybody just calmed down. You see the differences that made, the end of the game really quickly in one play. And I gotta say, this is the game that is actually the opposition of the previous game, because even though last game we saw that the TimeGAP spirit might be crushed, but coming to this game, they made an epic comeback against none other than Team Gosu itself. They gotta feel boosted right now. They gotta feel awesome, with this energy flowing in their blood. I mean, Gosu is the team that I'm worried about if you're talking about spirit coming to game 3.
Yeah, and that comes down to being the more established team. There is the pressure that mounts on a team that is as established, that has the history that Gosu does. If they lose this match, there's a lot of backing behind them. If they win it, a lot of people are expecting them to win it. Whereas TimeGAP, I mean, they're kind of they were part of the last NACT as well. However, if they lose this match, I mean, it's like better luck next time, guys, and keep on trucking. But now, so that means the pressure is on Gosu to really perform here, to really kind of come out with something here against TimeGAP. I mean, it's been a fantastic series so far, especially the first series here. It's going to a game 3 against Gosu, which from the first bit of the tournament, nobody thought that this would be happening here.
And I've never in 1,000 years. I knew the teams were good, but I also watched those matches from Gosu. I mean, that's just the games that I paid attention to. In the elimination bracket, they seemed ready to go, Private. Like, they were just, like, putting the pedal to the metal. I mean, they were just full speed and nonstop. I thought, like, they were really going to do this. In fact, last round, right before this, in the 32-16, we seen Zero on Akai. I was like, oh, my God. Is this going to be changed? This is a new Gosu with tank jungle? I didn't think it was possible. But here we go. This third final match in the series. Again, the stake cannot be any higher. The winner will proceed to top 8 into the double elimination round where everything can happen. And the loser will be taken out, will be knocked out from this entire tournament and lose their chance. Maybe wait for the next chance for M5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third game band draft. We have Melissa, first pick, coming out from Team TimeGAP.
Yeah, we're kind of keeping up with the same types of bans that we had last game, mostly the meta bans. But our Melissa has been coming up strong in the meta recently with the nerfs to Wanwan, with the nerfs to Beatrix. It's left open a little bit of a gap, especially ones that Melissa was kind of hurting in, with the damage that some of those marksmen could do to her. And she has become a priority, and especially as we see here, they're prioritizing that right now, picking that up, and then that Eve from Floor.
Yeah, and they're gonna finish it up for the first round with a Dyroth. Very different from the match 1 when they had a Uranus. I mean, this is gonna be interesting because for Team Gosu, they have Diggy, they have Esmeralda to make sure you don't get some heavy tanks, but those are not always needed, right? Especially when you play a comp, there are actually quite a bit of characters that do really well against Sticky. When you have pokey mages that can do really well, such as Eve, that can sometimes even bait out your time journey, without the engages. Or you might just pick out something like Rafaela Methoda to trade the early game advantage while your lanes are winning, while you're helping Melissa to farm. I gotta say, I like the draft from TimeGAP this came around like a lot more than the previous matches. Here we go. Stay to the truth, stay to the faith with General on the 1-1. The third matching row. Are we gonna see this 1-1 carry the Gosu on its back? And taking us to top 8. Here we go, Private.
Yeah, obviously not shying away from that Wan. Even after last game, General's like, still, nope. He believes in the Wan. A little bit of a respect ban by Gosu, though, returning to that Karina ban. They let it out for the second game. They banned it the first, let it out the second game. And now they're like, yeah, that's why we banned it the first time. Gonna go ahead and take it out now, especially with how well that they were able to play it last game. To maybe not in the late game, not doing too much, but I mean, Karina, that's probably the issue, not really the issue with Karina, but that's kind of the shining point for a tank Karina. In the early game, you're able to get the kill, get the damage onto your opponents, and then as you move into the late game, you can start soaking up damage and still be useful, and might be like the kind of problems when it comes to assassins in this meta right now that aren't Karina, that have to build all that damage into the late game.
Yeah. And here we go. We got some really good bans coming out from TimeGAP on the mages. They really want to take away all the early game potential, all the counter to potential Melissa, who's mostly stationary when she's doing the damage with Inspire, to the Eve, and you can see the Far ban, Lilia ban for the early game to make sure that Team Gosu was not snowballing. And at the same time, Gosu with their own counters on the Akai. Now, they have a Diggy, but you got to understand that for Team TimeGAP, they have not yet picked their jungler or support. So you can take out some like really pokey jungler support. For example, a very untraditional pick would be Kaja. Or imagine that, with a tanky Akai, right? The Kaja would just be completely counter your 1-1, and then when D comes out goes in with the poke, and then maybe even with the ultimate to lock you in. That can be options, for TimeGAP. And sure enough, we got Akai being banned. And guys, the Ling first pick by Team Gosu on the second ban pick phase. What do you think about that, Private?
Well, I mean, sticking to true to form, definitely picking these high mechanical heroes, these high mechanical assassins. One good thing, though, where Ling does not falter, where Ling does not falter and Hayabusa did, is that late game being able to find an exit once you receive a kill. Ling being able to go in with that Tempest of Blades and then going to be able to find that Finch pose to be able to get himself away from harms. Not only that, but in the late game, even if they are behind and he's not able to find those kills in the group fights, he'll be able to rotate very quickly on the lane to be able to push there. But man, one of the heroes that we see getting picked up here, probably the highest win rate for every single time that she is picked, is this Masha, and that early game aggression and harassment that she can provide is going to be something that I'm actually excited, because I want to see what Gosu is going to be able to do to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, potentially I can see Valir, to be honest. If you look at the comp right now, they need a mage who can provide early game, but you have the fighters. And guess who do really well against fighters? A Valir. Now we have Lunas being taken out, which is also a pretty decent pick, because if you have Eve with the real world manipulation stationary on the ground, Lunas can jump in easily with a one-shot combo and just distinguish your back line. And that's something that Lunas can actually pull off in this particular match. Now you gotta worry about, just give that to Ghost right now with their draft, because you have Masha being taken out, just like you said, Private. I think it's Masha, if he invades, because obviously the support role Masha, as you can see from how Dairos gonna be or Thamus gonna be, and Masha gonna be invading into Link's jungle, I suppose, and that might be problematic. Because right now they don't really have the damage nor the quad control or the front line to stop this Masha. And that's something we shall find out how Gosu deal with it.
Well, and that's pretty much the textbook. It's countering Ling 101, is be able to shut down his early game, try to take away that purple buff from him as well. And that is something that Masha shines at, both of those boxes there, being able to invade, being able to provide pressure, and being able to try to refuse some of those buffs. As you can see right here,
Oh, yeah, Masha's already in the enemy side. If you can take a look on that, as Masha, taking on to 1 HP, but already putting so much pressure. And I think Sheila of Liam, or I should call this player Liam, is going to do so much off that. You can see Stam was already making his way to the other side, invading the rest side jungle. Now, Zero being a very smart player is going to do a little bit of vertical jungle. And you can see Ling is not bothering to do anything to counter this aggression. Oh, just stealing one camp though, as top global troll. Understand this Ling might do that, invade, and surely make his way back to the red buff. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, they're about to engage here up at the top near this buff, so we're trying to see what happens now.
Oh, here we go. Asmel taking very low. The Petrify will be enough. The Dyroth early game power is too superior as they take down First Blood into the pocket of TimeGAP, and they will take the red buff away. You don't need to ask for aggression. This is the team packed with aggression. TimeGAP dominating the early game.
Yeah, you look up aggression in the dictionary, you see a picture of Masha there, and still continue on that right now, especially into this early game. But this is where the mistakes that we saw from the second game might start to add up here. We need to stay crisp. We need to have our rotations. When we get objectives, we need to make sure that our lanes are pushed as well. So this cannot be a game where those same mistakes happen from the second.
Yeah, look at the level differences right now. Right, Tham was already level 4 right before Turtle spawns, and Ling is just like 3.5 right now. He's trying to find, squeeze as much farm he can on the map, but this is looking really dangerous. Look at the bottom side. Despite 2 versus 1 from Gosu, with Diggy just like babysitting general here, not really finding too much pressure on the R. Here comes the dive though, as Lean is on the bounce side. Lunox is here as well. The damage is gonna be sufficient, and it goes to fights back, but at what cost? General end up taking too much tower shots, and here comes the entire side of TimeGAP to fight back. Real world manipulation has been issued. The damage is enough. Disaster spell for the side of Team Gosu, and TimeGAP will take this fight.
Yeah, what a great answer from TimeGAP there. They are not minding. I was just about to say, as soon as R went down, I'm like, it didn't look like TimeGAP was actually prioritizing the gold lane, especially since R is basically what carried them through the second game. But they were there. They were able to answer quite quickly, especially with a mistake by General getting taken out by the tower, and then the rest of TimeGAP able to come in and clean up the other two of Gosu there right now. And this this is kind of uncanny. It has never seen like this kind of domination, at least in this tournament so far, against a Ghost team here, especially 5-2 right now in favor of TimeGAP.
They have completely turned the tide around. I mean, look at the table just being shifted right now. Like TimeGAP has been kind of in the back foot in game 1 and game 2. And now they're not even pulling any punches. They got the boost from last game. Look at what they're doing to Team Gosu this game. And that's what I've been telling every team in North America. It doesn't matter who you're going against. You gotta execute your own game plan, right? Just play your own game and see how it goes and learn from there. What is the other team doing better to counter our strategy? Don't be afraid by the names. We've seen that in top 64 all the way to 16. A lot of the new teams, uprising teams that could have been good teams but got scared too much by the team names and really just forgot how to play the game. This is a good example by TimeGAP showing in front of the Giants when you really have to not hold any punches and do exactly what you plan to do. And they're winning the early game. Here we go. Aggression comes in one more time. Here comes Lane with the ultimate. Not going to find enough damage. Thamus will get the turtle onto the back line. And now look at Liam just staying in the front, not being afraid of anything at all. The zoning from TimeGAP on this lane is absolutely insane.
Yeah, even with they're starting to, I love this plan of attack because all the pressure from Gosu is on the bottom lane. They're trying to shut down R, but in making that happen, there is no defense for this Ling, for Zero to be able to get these buffs. I will say though, as this moves later and later, it will start to get more dangerous for TimeGAP. Yeah,
it does, but look at the map. Top lane tier 1 towers already going down. Dyrus going in 1 versus 2. He doesn't care. He has the Petrify. He's 1-0-1. He's finding damage on Esmeralda and then going to Ling. He's pushing away 2 people all by himself. This guy is absolutely unstoppable right now on the top lane. They don't have to worry about this guy. This guy bring the fight to you.
Yeah, over there, off screen, we were able to see there up on the mini map that he was able to Blueberry just do a great job of kind of countering Ling and being able to withstand that. And look at this, look at how much aggression we have on these buffs.
Thamus coming in, might be taking a little bit too much tower shots though, but is Liam gonna finish out the kill under the jungler? And now TimeGAP's looking to fight back. It's a 1-2 trade so far. What a beautiful invade from TimeGAP.
Yeah, a 7-3 right now with a 3K gold lead in favor of TimeGAP. 28 seconds left on this Lord, and they are doing an amazing job. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Top Global Troll. Did take a little bit too many tower shots there and ended up getting cleaned up, but still able to answer it was TimeGAP as they were able to find a kill of their own. And so right now, this is basically an oppressive front put on by TimeGAP here. First tower going to them, and we're going to see if Gosu has something left in the tank to overcome and help with this next turtle.
Yeah, look at a replay here, and that's exactly the power of Masha that can provide in the right composition. Even with 1-1 making the team fight, so tanky this guy is. Look at the team fight right now, happening in real time. As TimeGAP will take another 2 kills away from Team Gosu, now marching towards the mid after the turtle. It's the objective, it's kills. It's everything. They are claiming this entire game. Ling finally finding the flank under the back line, but not going to be enough damage. Zero will have to back away. Swift and fast. JC in the front line, but he's not going to tank all this damage from the other side as Melissa will take another tower onto the bottom side. This is TimeGAP cementing their control. Already 4,000 goal lead and really catapulting himself to an unstoppable force in match 3.
Who is this team? This is not the team. This is not the TimeGAP we saw from the first game. This is a calculated TimeGAP. They're moving from each tower to tower, getting objective. They're all there for each other's fights. They are together for these team fights, and they are putting on the pressure during the laning phase, which is where they were starting to struggle in the first and second game.
Yeah, here we go. Look at Thamus, absolutely unstoppable. Ling trying to find as much damage as he can. JC with the Polar Star Moon, but it's he who will go down into the backline, though. Jay is being flanked by 1-1 with the crossbow of Tang as devastation spells for the side of TimeGAP. Gosu fights back. They find kill number 1, they find kill number 2, and now R has made an entrance in the team fight to level the playing field. And is TimeGAP winning the team fight 2-3?
Yeah, General able to come in, pick up a double there, but of course, answering back is R on that Melissa. So both marksmen starting to come up right now, basically starting to hit that mid-game with that spike right at the 7-minute mark. And so this is going to be interesting to see if this is where Gosu can kind of turn it around, or is R going to be able to kind of still hold the line for these team fights as he's starting to come to mind as well.
Look at Liam. Actually, his attitude is like, okay, like that's basically all he's saying. Go ahead, keep on beating me. I don't care. Now, I'd love to see items right now because what Ling just picked up the Berserker Fury, and I heavily doubt that TimeGAP's gonna give him the blue buff, and that's the most important thing. Except for the first blue, I think Ling has not been getting anything at all, and that's why he's struggling so much. Is he gonna find a farm? Look at the damage from R right now with a single skill. There's another tower being taken down. TimeGAP kill goes to the Dairoth. This team is absolutely unstoppable. TimeGAP is about to gap Team Gosu in match 3.
Never thought you would see the day here, especially with how dominant they've been in the early tournament as well. And another kill going over to Blueberry at the top.
Here we go. It's a 3-0, and TimeGAP's Hurricane is already onto the high ground tower itself. But what are you doing? My Tham was in the bottom lane to jump under the tower and be like, guys, what's up? You know, like that's basically what's going on. He died to the tower. A little bit of an unorthodox play, I would say, from Top Global Troll. Really living up the name there. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the items. Look at the marksman difference or the middle lane difference. Look at the gold. You know, everyone's about a 1,000, 2,000 gold lead at this point. This is coming to an unstoppable force from TimeGAP. The next Lord. Can Ling find the endless battle, find the damage, find the flank? that's gonna be the game breaker, because right now they don't have the engage, they don't have the team fight. And speaking of team fight on the top lane, here we go again. Blueberry taking low, 1-1 is a march into the back line, finding the kill onto Diggy, onto Uwe. And this is a 1-1 trade across the board. Meanwhile, its entire team goes looking to defend, but look at the mega kill onto Ardo with the ultimate being popped. This guy is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable right now, taking down Floor from Team Gosu.
Yeah, and a great trade there by TimeGAP, 1 for 2 there right now. But we've been able to shut down JC on this Esmeralda. Blueberry has been doing a great job, probably the biggest monster here in the early game to help our get farm, to kind of assist with that early game so that they, and wow, they're already starting, they're shredding this Lord right now.
Yep, the HP bar just disappeared in like a matter of seconds. And this is a late game R for you on the Melissa, you know. Lane cannot do anything to this Melissa, obviously, right? Because the ultimate, you know, you really can't do anything. You can't even get in the bubble. I doubt Lane's gonna find any damage, especially Leviton Inspire with all the lifesteal, with all the damage that R has right now in her kit. Now on top of that, who else can you really kill from Lane? Right, Zero can barely survive from all the damage coming off from Dyroth, coming out from the Eve, the Melissa, let alone flanking Jay on the back line. And that's exactly what a draft Assassin Jung will do for you in the current meta. And now with the Lord coming in, this is a first Lord in the map, a beautiful 3-wave crushing onto the base of Team Gosu. 1-1 with the ultimate though. This time it's not gonna do enough damage. The bottom high ground tower will be shredded to pieces. Meanwhile, a beautiful flank from Floor will shut down this monster of a being R on the top side. And now look at the Lord though, still going to the base. The team fight still ongoing. It's a 2-2 trade all across the board, but the high ground tower is going down one after another. This is a team TimeGAP looking for the end without Floor and Zero for the defense. 1-1 still there, but Liam finding the damage onto General, and now they might have to back away. Ooh.
Yeah, they're
Blueberry.
definitely welcome here.
Ooh, they're looking for the trouble here. And the top global troll jumping away, being pulled back though. Floor coming in with the damage with the ultimate, and it's gonna be sufficient to take down this General. Is it General Shin? Or is it from Kung Fu Panda? Is it a General Kai? That's right, on the Thamus.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Gosu needs to make something happen. This is the mistake that Time Wave made in the first game. You pick up the Diggy, but you do not have enough tankiness to kind of support your early. JC is getting shredded by Dyroth, so you already are getting shut down, just like Uranus was getting shut down in the first game. And unfortunately, it's kind of the same results here. They do not have they don't have a front line to be able to protect General, to be able to protect Floor as we come as we are coming into this 12-minute mark. Yeah,
you know, let's take a look at the EXP difference right now. Everybody is level 14, level 12 minimum, you know, like a supporty kind of mage, utility mage on J, right? And then you have like a level 12 because Liam is a support, and that's it. Everybody else level 14 or fully decked out, level 15. And Dyroth is an absolute giant at this point, right? And look at Ling, the highest level on the map, still on level 13. Everybody else is still barely scraping by on EXP. Just by level alone, not talking about itemizations. Team TimeGAP is about to destroy the opposition like you've never seen before. And here comes the recall.
Yeah, we see the recalls coming out here, and this Lord is back up, and now we are working to try to zone out the rest of Gosu. We see a little bit of a fight at the buff over at the top.
Oh, here we go. Esmeralda has been already taken now. Is top global troll in the front line tanking insane amount of damage. He's absolutely unkillable. Here comes the crossbow of Tang though. Is General finding kill number 1, but he might be in a little bit of trouble. Popping the Wind of Nature, stay alive. A beautiful, beautiful trade. And Team Gosu surprisingly came off on top in this fight.
Yeah, it's interesting to say surprisingly, because they have been behind this entire game right now. Yeah. But I mean, finding the opening there, General, we need to have an answer for him if you're going to keep this lead from TimeGAP, because he is starting to come online and finding those openings, especially with those weakness stacks and into the crossbow of Tang, where he's able to take down at least 2 members, as I've seen from history from these last few fights.
Here we go. Gosu, here comes the setup. 3 people on the left and the 3 people on the right. Who's gonna start it off? It's R who finding the damage first, and now look at Lunox with a one-shot combo into the back line. As in Lunox taking down R. It's a 1-to-1 trade so far. Entire Gosu diving and leading to the back line. Zero will find a flank into J. It's gonna be enough. As Zero will take down another trade. It's now 1-1 across both tank, finding the damage to Liam, who taking down very low, but not low enough. As now finally General finish off the kill. Gosu take the 2-to-3 trade, and ladies and gentlemen, they win this team fight.
Yeah, and right now, Gosu in a great position. It does look like we have a pause being called for by the side of TimeGAP, as we are in a great position. This could be the turnaround that Gosu has been looking for. This is what I was talking about. General on that Wan right now is going crazy. They're able to find these openings, able to pick off the rest of TimeGAP before these lords are out, but are they going to be able to maintain this? Are they going to be able to kind of creep up with this lord and be able to kind of finish this job now?
Private, I gotta say, I'm glad there is a pause, okay? I gotta take a breather. You know, I didn't expect the first match to be like this. I expected the game to be good. I didn't know it's gonna be this good. I didn't know it's gonna be this ferocious. All right, it's back and forth. This trading punches back and forth. Gosu, despite we talk about how their draft has all this, you know, questions that people are asking, but they are making a comeback. They're finding those trades, and when you're behind for like 6,000, 7,000 gold, every time you trade evenly, it's a dub. It's a big fat win there, and that's exactly what they're doing. They keep on trading, finding those trades, finding those mistakes that the TimeGAP is making, and they're capitalizing on it. And look at what they're doing. They win that team fight, they're making the stand, but remember, their back is still against the wall. There's still a huge Mount Everest to climb right now. Can look at their base. Or they're only like one high ground tower standing, and that tower is like 30% health left. So even if they got the upcoming Numinous Lord, there's still gonna be problems. Can Gosu make the best play right now with the numbers that they have, with one still alive, knowing that Ari is currently down? We shall find out after we come back into the game.
Well, and this is what I was talking about before. You needed to close this game up early. You cannot have those mistakes, because late game, I feel like Gosu has the better composition. You already saw Fleur able to come in with that Brilliance ult to negate all the damage, and then the Darkening to be able to just shred down R. But more than that, you've got General able to hit these weakness stacks, being able to get that crossbow attack onto the squishier heroes, which allows Zero to come in with that Ling now. And this is the late game, and this is what we were talking about. This was the biggest fear for TimeGAP.
Here we go, the team fight of the game, as Lord will go to the side of TimeGAP's Gosu fighting back. They're already down one. They're looking for the trade. They got the kill onto the Dairos, but TimeGAP got the Lord as JC on the run.
Yeah, on the run there. So unfortunately, Gosu not able to capitalize, not able to make that fight happen for them, and lose the Lord there. And this will be the money maker for them. Can they defend this Luminous Lord? And I think that is mostly on the side of TimeGAP. Are they going to be able to sync up these lanes? Are they going to be able to kind of keep this nice and tight for this engagement?
Ooh, guys, I'm getting ready, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Hurricane of TimeGAP. They're going into the base. Lord is rushing in. Here comes the real world manipulation, as he's manipulating the hell of JC, who's taking down almost instantaneously. And ladies and gentlemen, 1-1 does have the ultimate. It might or might not be enough. He finds kill number 1. He's going for kill number 2. And Gosu holds their line yet another time. Oh my goodness. This is the top class team we're looking for. And this is the Gosu that's about to make a comeback.
Yeah, Top Global Troll kind of leaving up to his name, entering there, but what was your plan? We do have minions at the base, but unfortunately, this is the same mistake that happened second game, where you charge down the mid lane without syncing your lanes. Gosu didn't have to worry about protecting the tower. They didn't have to worry about minions coming from the bottom, because everything was coming from the mid lane. And this is a huge mistake on the side of TimeGAP.
This is Gosu's Hurricane about to run through their opposition team. I gotta say, you know, you gotta be a believer, right? When you talk about Team Gosu, you have to believe, have to have faith. Just like right now, we have to send our best wishes, our prayers to everybody who are in Florida. You know, hope everyone, I know one of our own, our lovely, lovely caster tracks, you guys will be seeing wherever fast is living in Florida. Hope you're doing well over there, Trax. Just making sure. The Hurricane's insane, but let's take a look at the very last setup. Look at Liam in the position, looking to one-shot the backline. Remember, 1-1 does have the immortality, so it's not as easy as before. And the floor is ready to one-shot your mage at any time.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the macro not on the side of TimeGAP, as they are going to have to answer minions that were knocking on the door of that inhibitor at the top lane. Yeah. Thankfully, Gosu not taking advantage of that, as there were 3 members that had to turn around there to go ahead and answer that. But we are getting ready. 21 seconds left on this next Lord, the 18-minute Lord, fully buffed, fully ready to be able to take down enemies' turrets. And I feel like this is going to be the major clash of this game.
Here we go. Private, you gotta look at it. You know what's interesting? Look at the gold. Gold was actually ahead, even though they don't have a single tower left on gold. And that just shows you how well mechanically every single player is. Speaking of mechanics in the mid lane, Ling once again, played by Zero, looking for the back line, getting the mage, but it's Masha fighting the shutdown onto Ling. It's a trade, and the killing spree goes to 4, as he will save the game by taking down Blueberry. Look at General into the back line. No, he already find a kill into R. General standing strong. The crossbow of Tang, ladies and gentlemen, and General find a double kill.
Yeah, finding the double kill. It is now a 3-1. Top Global Troll needs to get out of here, but unfortunately, they just don't have enough to be able to take this Lord. They're going to be trying to focus on these towers now and push it in. This could be the opening that they were looking for. Unfortunately, that opening provided by a mage getting taken out, and this could be it, Dave.
This could be it, as Gosu's looking for the win. They got the shutdown out to the Samus, and ladies and gentlemen, the unexpected has happened, and Gosu will be the first team who join the top 8 rank.
Whew, that has to take some cojones and some patience. The entire game, it's no secret they were not doing well, but able, like I said, leaning into that late game, leaning into those weakness stacks, that Wan, being able to take her down. Even Ling got crushed as that first opening engagement happened. They were unfortunately their mage on the side of TimeGAP got caught out by Ling, chased down. Masha able there to kind of clean up Ling, but not before they lose their mage, and then some more kills go over, but ultimately able to get the engagement, get the kills there, and find not even going for the Lord, able to be able to just push there, and just a great patience by the side of Gosu there, not to lose their cool, but to come there in at the end and be able to finish with a bang.
I just want to say G4. That was a really good performance by Team Gosu there. Oh my god, my heart is beating like a Ferrari. It's so fast, okay? It's just like 12 cylinders going up and down, just going crazy. I'm looking at this match. Team Gosu really showed the resilience, the mechanics, the micro, and just patience, like you correctly pointed out. So pinpoint accuracy on those plays. In the end, win 1-1, finding the double kill, shutting everybody down, and win Floor, finding the shutdown one more time onto Dairoth and the R. This is why they pick out those crucial Lunox, the last pick, when people didn't expect, okay, what are they going to take out here? Are they going to take out like maybe some other majors? Sure enough, we have Lunox taken out, and that has proven to be crucial in the last few fights, taking down the monsters from TimeGAP. What a play by Team Gosu.
Yeah, it was amazing there. I mean, oh, man. Gosu was basically losing on every single front. You had Esmeralda getting taken in by that Dairoth. Ling Zero was getting a shut down as well. And especially being able to find the kills onto Diggy. The problem for TimeGAP is a team like Gosu, even when they're behind, when you make those mistakes, when you don't sync up your lane, when you get killed by towers after your entire team has disengaged, those type of weapons are things you cannot allow for a team like Team Gosu. Like, unfortunately, I feel like it wasn't just Gosu that Team TimeGAP was fighting, it was TimeGAP that they were fighting as well.
And ladies and gentlemen, as much as we want to continue to discuss this game, we're gonna walk into a short break. This is your time to get your soda, get your popcorn, and go tell your friends. We'll be right back to talk more about this match and the upcoming match that we wanna share a lot of stuff with you guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and bats alike, welcome back to the North America Challenger Tournament fall season, the path to M4, the only path to the world, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. What an exciting match one we just had. My heart was beating faster than anything I can possibly imagine. That was a crazy, epic comeback from both sides, really. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another match upcoming. Private, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I'm actually more excited that it wasn't a complete domination by Gosu. It's really showing that the top 16 teams, it is basically anybody's game. And you really need to have something special to kind of pull away here into the top 8. And the last match, just an amazing one as well. It was so much going on there, but unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but unfortunately for TimeGAP, but Gosu going to be moving on to the top 8. Not to the surprise of anyone, but how it happened, probably a surprise to most.
To be honest, I cannot ask for a better first series. As you can see, now we're moving on to the brackets. Team Gosu will be the first contender in the top 8 double elimination bracket in the final phase of the tournament, earning their spot. But ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next game. Ackerman going against Incognito. You know, the team that everybody have their eyes on in this particular tournament. The team, a lot of people are saying, have the potential to go against the giant, the all-star team, the Valley, right? Can they pull up and show us the domination match that everybody expected to see? I think the pressure is on them, just like the pressure was on Gosu in match 1. What do you think about that, Private?
Well, I mean, both these teams have a pretty stacked roster. Most people around the world know who Zia is. He did accompany BTK to M3 there. He's going to be playing the marksman lane here. He's been very versatile in that lane as well. And as we saw in the last game, marksman playing a pivotal role in these matchups. On the side of Incognito, I believe Timon, or actually, it's going to be Ling Chen is going to be taking on the gold lane. So they're switching out Timon, who was the marksman earlier in the tournament for them. So, I mean, we have to wonder if they're going to be able to match it up, or if they're going to be able to, how these kind of compositions are going to line up. As Gosu kind of going for something a little different, but as far as those assassins, are we possibly kind of opening up a new era for assassins here in this tournament?
Well, last series definitely proved us there is a special place in all of our hearts for Gosu's assassins, right? But is it gonna be in all of those matches? And now I like Assassin Jungle. You know, I wish we see more of Assassin Jungle because it just make the game a lot more exciting instead of seeing a Kai or Belmont every game. You know, like a tanky to front, absolutely unkillable, bringing havoc, securing objectives. You know, Assassin's more of this high risk, high reward gameplay, and that's what gets your blood flow going. That's what you get your heart pumping, you know? So it's really, really exciting. I want to see it. But in this particular game, you know, we have Zia. Interestingly, Zia, when it went with BTK, he was a mid laner in for M3. And now coming back, he really want to be the gold laner. Now, remember, Zia played a nasty 1-1 as well, just like General in the previous game where he absolutely carried. Are we going to see Zia on 1-1 or even Beatrix? Because Beatrix after nerf has been largely forgotten, but I definitely think if the snowball still begins, the combo, the damage, the snipe, the short distance shotgun still can be really viable. So are we gonna see those characters being taken out? Because those are Zia's comfort picks, and I wanna see them absolutely destroying, bring destruction to his opposition on Ling Chen.
Well, and as we were talking about during the second game, it does also come down to drafts and whether you have something to support some of your picks or the counters. You can't just pick a diggy without having something to kind of wrap around it. You can't just go with a Minotaur without having something to wrap around it with some type of engagement, or a Yve without a way to protect it. So it does come down to the draft, and not just that, but how well you execute it. But we're going to be moving on to the first ban phase of this game.
Ooh, immediately you have the Dyroth ban. Are we gonna see a first pick Esmeralda coming from Incognito? Like this Dyroth ban I gotta say, it's a little bit of like uncharacteristic, a little bit out there, a little bit different from any other bands we see. Now, it's certainly possible because Esmeralda being one of the most popular EXP laner in the meta right now, it's heavily contested. So we've seen a lot of second pick teams. They would like to pick Esmeralda as a third pick in the first phase and then ban Dairos in the next phase, you know? So right here we see Dairos first ban. It just raised questions. There might be an Esmeralda in the first pick from Incognito here.
Yeah, that really does kind of point to a Uranus or an Esmeralda pick up in the early picking phase here, because like you said, usually you kind of go with a marksman, you go with a jungler with the first pick, and then it's answered with an XP laner like Esmeralda there. But so we're definitely going to be prioritizing that XP lane. Else you've opened up an Esmeralda for the second pick without an actual counter there, and then we see the Valentina and the Fanny, basically staples of the banning phase so far in North America.
Yeah, Valentina is a character that no one really won't let out. If you watch entire MPL, the current MPL scene, Indonesia, Philippines, a similar thing, right? This character is way too strong. It comes with way too many characters. You have a Kai, you have Atlas, you have anything. I will have it too if I have Valentina. And guess what? On top of that, I have another initiator. I have another tank in your face doing tank things. It's absolutely crazy. So it just makes sense with that one skill alone. It's more than well invested just to ban this character away. Now, obviously, we'll still have another round of banning coming out, and Faram is still on the table, and I do remind you, Julian's still on the table, and it wasn't really picked or banned in the previous series, but we all know how strong this character is in the mid lane, or even in the jungle sometimes. I prefer it in the mid lane because it only needs level 3 to get that power spike, to really start just, you know, roaming around and destroying everybody with the one combo. So let's see if Ackerman's gonna pick it up.
Yeah, we see the Claude and the Melissa being taken out here too as well. Claude, as we do know, once he gets that Demon Hunter sword and that golden staff, able to kind of dive into the back line and really kind of take care of those squishies in the back as well. Melissa here with that go away, becoming a new staple here as far as the meta goes inside of that marksman lane. She's just able to you were able to see it with R in the last game, is able to come in there from the flank, puts on so much damage, has that go away to kind of counter the tanky junglers, some of the assassins, even to keep out roams from being able to get in there, is a little bit more susceptible to some of those ganks from the other marksmen there. However, we are moving on to the first pick with a Faramis open.
Interesting. I was about to say ban phase because Faramis will let out, and you know, I don't think Incognito is gonna miss that opportunity. I'm gonna go ahead and first pick it. It might be played as a mage, it might be played as a support. I think in North America community prefer Faramis as a mid lane because they need those damage items to support the ultimate, to support the actual HP the Cult Ultra grants for the entire team. And let's take a look at Team Ackerman. They're gonna take out the Belmont. You know, we're a stable pick for a top class team in North America like Ackerman, and they're gonna take out the Grok, you know, just secure the early game objectives. And obviously, I'm expecting something like a really heavy burst like Lilia, and then maybe an Irothel, because all those AoE heavy bursts can bait out Faramis ultimate a lot earlier, prematurely, you know, so those might be the picks that we're gonna look out for coming out from Team Ackerman. And on top of that, they might even get a mage with heavy poke to bait out Faramis ult as well. We're messing Xavier, we're messing Farsa. You know, all those options are now all of a sudden on the table when you let out Faramis.
Well, right now, Ackerman are really deciding on a real tanky front line here. Not just that, but the early game damage that you have from a Belmont with that lethal counter, and then the Grok. He's got a great damage in the early game as well. A little bit more susceptible to the magic damage now that he doesn't have any magic defense that he comes equipped with. Has to get items for that, and then answered with the Esmeralda, which is really a surprise that we didn't pick up something there because the Dairoth is banned. So you have an Esmeralda without an actual counter, and the best you can do is maybe be able to match her, maybe with like a Uranus or something like that. Right.
Like, to be honest, I think a lot of the side lane are being thrown on the bus just because how popular and how strong Esmeralda is. I think because you've seen how destructive Dairoth is against Esmeralda throughout the entire game, and it just perfectly demonstrated last series. And now, if you think about the same philosophy, you might even get some early strong EXP lanes to really do well against Esmeralda just to win the lane. And right now, we don't miss those choices, even Lunox, for example. But obviously, EXP lane is now leaning more towards that like late game tanky options. That's why you see Esmeralda dominated the lane, dominated position. And here we go, we got a marksman bans because for Team Ackerman, they know, right, there are not too many good marksman options left. You know, we have the 1-1. They don't have the heavy burst damage though to take out a Faramis. And then I always say Faramis forgive all sins. Ackerman is playing with fire right here with this draft.
Yeah, and that's interesting too, because you have a Faramis out there, and I'm looking for what the answer is, especially because we don't have any direct counters for Faramis here. We're kind of banking on this early game damage from the Grok, from the Belmont here, who are going to be kind of hoisting up that early game while Zia is trying to get farmed. And that is also going to kind of tie into how are we going to be supporting this marksman lane as well. We see that it's in order. We see that the counter and the carry being taken off the board by Ackerman. We do know that she's able to kind of counter that thickness, that tankiness that comes with a lot of compositions in the late game with that true damage that she's able to come with a ton of attack speed there. And interestingly enough, a Frederick ban on the side of Incognito.
Yeah, we have a Lolita ban on the other side. It's interesting, to be honest, because carry ban just make a lot of sense. You have the Belmont, you have the Grok. They want to take away like any possibility those can be shredded. But you gotta understand, there's also choices on the table like Bruno, who just got buffed and is absolutely doing an incredible job on shredding the health bar off a frontline tank, especially the clumsy ones like Belmont or Grok, who missed the ball charge. Jump in if he can't get engages in, and he's just there stranded. Right, like Bruno just gonna be so fast with the skill 1, just ba ba ba, that's nail in your coffin, you go. So, I mean, this choice still available, and obviously you have a lot of other choices like Brody, like Clint, which I doubt they're gonna go with because they really need some options that can shred those tanks. And I think more likely we're gonna have Bruno or Brody coming out. Here we have Eve being banned away. Really smart bans on both sides and really standard picks so far on both sides as well. Ooh, Farsa pick?
Yeah, the interesting. Yeah, Farsa getting picked up here. The really interesting thing for me is though that we do still have some counters for that tankiness. I mean, well, I guess it kind of depends on where this Faramis is going to be. If it's going to be in the roam position, then we still have that mage. We still have Linux available who can start shredding people down with that darkening, with that percentage health damage that she's able to do. And just as you talked about it, there is the Bruno pickup for the side of Incognito. Going to be able to, especially as we move into the mid game, I feel like he's while he kind of lacks a little bit of range, he is able to just dish out an extreme amount of damage, which hopefully will be able to kind of crack and break through this front line of Ackerman.
Yeah, and you have to understand they also have the Akai. The thing about Akai is not really like just early game powerhouse that Akai is. This character also bring havoc late game on talking about peeling, protecting backlines. If you have Belmont who try to dive in, if you have the EXP lane who dive into your backline, Akai can just leverage a heavy spin and push everybody away. And guess while he's doing that, what is Bruno's doing? Right, shredding your health bar and just deleting that front line who's there, and they can move on to the next person. And here we go. The last pick on the EXP lane is going to be the Poquito. Very MPL-like, I gotta say, because Poquito is one of the most popular EXP lane picked in the entire MPL scene. And now we've seen Ackerman being studying the strongest regions in the world and obviously learning the Poquito scene in the side lane. This character didn't necessarily win against Esmeralda. The power is in the wave clear, because Poquito can just shove the lane really fast and just ignore Esmeralda and roam. And I think that is a really smart pick in this particular position.
Yeah, especially with that, since that is where Esmeralda shines as well, usually in the lane. She's able to bully, take those minions very quickly, and be able to join her side very quickly during these team fights, during these objectives and these turtles and these lords. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to be able to deal with that as we're going to be moving into game 1. It's going to be Incognito taking on Ackerman, and I am excited for this second match of the night.
I'm equally excited, Private. This is it. You know, I look forward to see how Ackerman play against Incognito because, you know, they have been doing so well and they've been performing, and they have been the NA #1 choice to, you know, to contender, should I say, for the M4 spot. Can they actually perform and show us what it got against the giant, the unbeatable, the all sin forgiven Paramus? We shall find out as we walk into the second series.
Yeah, real interesting thing that I'm noticing here already. Gals Cutie on this Grok, able to clear lane so quickly with Shen as well. So you're going to be, especially with that Wings by Wings, you're going to be seeing some very early rotations from this mage.
That's exactly what Grok provides. Just look at that. It's one skill 2 from Shen, one skill 1 from Gals Cutie. The wave is gone. They earned the rotation priority, but it seems like they're mainly just staying in the mid lane, getting a little bit of vision, you know, taking their time while Belmont's, you know, safely getting level 4. But so far we're seeing an even trade on both sides. There's nothing else really going to come out of it.
Yeah, not exactly the hard hitting like kills being chased here right now. Both teams being very measured, just not trying to make any mistakes here as well. But we do see Fires are going to go ahead and use that Wings by Wings, trying to get maybe a good position for a gank at bottom.
Yeah. Belmont might be the first person to start a turtle here. They have the advantage, but again, the jungle is at the mercy of the team. Who is going to position like ahead of the opposition? That's the real talking point that we should be discussing here. And it seems like, look at Akai and Asmar already cutting lane and getting it all set up.
Yeah, and the turtle is up, and it does look like Tunafish going to go ahead and start a trust, trying to engage, trying to counter here as the rest of Ackerman coming in here. Balmond with a nice little spin. We do see the Feather Airstrike coming down right now. A lot of damage. We do have that Cold Ultra coming out. Is it going to be enough to fill him up? Tarzan able to get the first turtle, and Yureshi able to find a kill onto Ritz. That is a 2 kill for the 3 kill for the side of Ackerman there, but they trade a turtle for it. Or no, they didn't trade a turtle. They got turtle too.
Yeah, they got turtle as well. I mean, this is absolutely insane. Ackerman, they have cracked the code. You know, they understood. They played as a team. This is the team that knows what they're doing. They had a game plan and they're executing on it. In the last fight, you saw the Faramis, despite the cold altar, you have everybody from Team Ackerman fighting the cold altar, proccing that passive, and rendering the enemy team unable to move. At the same time, Belmont was just disciplined enough to save the ultimate plus the retribution to secure the kill. And look at the bottom lane roam from Farsa here to get another kill for Team Ackerman.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem you run into when you have such early game damage from their side. At the top, we can see a little bit of toying around. Not sure if they're going to be able to find a gank, though, as Ling Chen is going to go ahead and try to disengage from the tower. I think he smells that something is up.
Yeah, look at the top lane Tribush. Belmont and Akai. Okay, Belmont and Grok setting it up. Looking for trouble. Here we go.
Ritz goes ahead and checks that bush. He's going to be taking a heap of damage. He's going to have to use that flicker to get out there. Pumbaa with that shadow is going to be able to pull back Tarzan and Gals Cutie. And then we have a circling eagle there. Tarzan, a little bit of trouble, is trying to disengage. We have a very nice charge there by Grok. He is going to get, he's going to go ahead and try to find the disengage there. And the Cult Altar. Maybe he popped a little too soon for them, but it is going to go ahead and try to assist that team. It is now 0-5 in favor of Ackerman.
Oh my god, the discipline I see from this team is absurd. The next turtle is coming up. I mean, look at Farsa coming to the bottom lane. How Team Ackerman just won a 3 versus 4. Oh, 1-1 on the top side, though.
Yeah, she is going to be able to get that crossbow. Tang out is able to take down Tunafish, and Ritz in trouble. Chen gets taken down as well. This is an 0-8, and Incognito needs to find some offensive capabilities here.
Oh my god! Speaking of ready, this is the team to watch in this tournament. You know, I think the legend is just not wrong. You know, everybody had their eyes on the Team Ackerman. Look at the way they play. They back away when Cold Altars in. No one overstepped a singular step. Doesn't matter, right? They see the Cold Altar, everybody backed away with Gals QT, blocking everyone away, and look at the bottom lane destruction. You always had one person to gank in there. This team's looking better and better as we go.
Yeah, as we move into the items, we can see right now, being shut down right now, Bruno only able to hit up that Berserker's Fury, but on the side, Wan already picking up defense, and is working on her second item as well. This game is just, there's just so much damage. We can see in this replay, Zia was working on that that crossbow attack on Ling Chen, but able to find rifts over at the bottom as well. So, I mean, just a great and organized plays here by Ackerman.
Yep, it's just like juggling of aggro. You know, it's a perfect symphony that you're watching here, listening from Team Ackerman. It's a performance, I would say, right? Look at the bottom lane. Yureshi is cutting lane at your tier 2, at your base. This guy is unstoppable. Even though Esmeralda is supposed to do well, but look at the EXP difference. One's level 6, one's level 9. I mean, we're looking at a pure lane destruction on the bottom side, but look at the top lane, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in. Zia does get the crossbow attack. Tuna Fish in trouble, is trying to get away. Is going to find an exit as a Circling Eagle does come on. Ritz, and we do have that Cult Ultra coming out. Is going to top off the rest of that team. Tarzan and Yureshi. Oh, Yureshi coming in! The pick off on the Tuna Fish and able to find Ling Chen as well. Gal's Cutie going to go ahead and find a quick exit from that team. That is two more kills there. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike, taking down Puma as well.
I just want to know, it's 0 to 12. All right, it's 8,000 gold advantage to the favor of Ackerman at 7 minutes into the game. Is tower going down the top lane? Is tower going down the bottom lane, through the mid lane? This is, I don't know what to say. I mean, this now at this point, Incognito, if they want to stay in this game, if they want to stay in this series, they're looking to accomplish the absolute impossible. Right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just an early game damage. They're not able to overcome it on this Paquito, on Gal's Cutie, on Tarzan, and now Zia's already online as well. Shen being able to provide that support, that zoning ability, and the sieging ability on that Farja as well. They just never stood a chance in this early game. And as much as I try to talk about having a round composition where you have somebody to take you into the late game, if you have and you are dominating the early game with the ability to close early, there's not going to be anything that your opponent's going to do. Up at the top lane, we see another kill going on to Ling Chen. Does get taken out there as well. Tarzan going to go ahead and find a quick exit there. Are they still looking for another engagement? Minions starting to push at top, and it looks like, I mean, even behind the towers, there's a bit of an oppressive push here by the side of Ackerman. Minions starting to crush in here from the side direction, comes in on the flank, and are we looking at more damage? We see the crossbow attack coming out and the zoning ability. Farsha as well, the Feathered Airstrike down there, so they are able to take another tower. We are 8 minutes in, down to the inhibitor towers.
Team Ackerman, they're knocking on the front door. They want to end the game in 10 minutes. I mean, I'm interested to see Zia's item right now. He one-shot 100-0 the Esmeralda. I mean, with a singular crossbow of tank, this is the fair airstrike didn't even land on the Esmeralda. It's just pure Zia on the damage there. This is absolutely incredible. I mean, I don't even know like what to say. This is pure domination from one-sided Ackerman. Here, look at the damage coming on the bottom lane again. Barca at this point in the game have got to get like those smiles on the faces because like he's popping off, Zia's popping off. Whew, this is just a great show to watch.
Yeah, this is just an immense amount of damage that Incognito is running into. Not just from the front, not just melee, but from the rear. Shen, we check the push here. Ritz does take about a quarter health of damage, and now they are trying to zone out for this first Lord.
Ooh. This all comes down to the first team fight snowball. When it comes to a team like Ackerman, who's as ready as they are, they really got the code down. They understand how to extend advantage into wins. And just one team fight in the first game, in the first 2 minutes, they got the turtle. And look what it is. Look at the discipline. The minute wave rushing at the same time. Here's Ackerman looking to make the play.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to put on the pressure board coming from top, and lanes from the mid. All lanes are starting to crash in as we have cracked through the bottom lane here. With only 2 more towers left, and the Lord hasn't even matched up to the rest of the inhibitors yet. We still have minions here starting to crash into these towers, and there's not much that Incognito can do. They don't have the damage, they don't have the tanking right now. Uresi going in deep right now, Trust in a little bit of trouble, trying to disengage there. Down comes the feathered airstrike from Shin, trying to zone them out, and we're gonna have to use a Cult Ultra to keep everybody topped up. So now we have a Lord, no more inhibitors, and we are locked onto the tower here. We see the engagement now, right now. Heavy Spin is not able to protect his teammates. All the damage coming onto the Lord. This is game 1, going over to Ackerman.
Oh my God, what a difference. From a last series to this one, Private. That's a shift. You know, last series was so brutal, back and forth. But what's going on here? Ackerman playing against Incognito like, you know, tigers playing with their food. It's just like dancing around, and they're not even doing any goofy plays, right? It's just very clean execution. Even before the Lord comes in, I want to say this to all the viewers who are watching. A lot of people think only the Lord comes in, you need to manage the wave. This is Team Ackerman showing you, I have the discipline, I have the knowledge, I'm gonna do it before the Lord even show up. They got the high ground tower without Lord even coming in. And when Lord actually started to come toward the top lane, they got all 3 high ground tower in the first Lord. Jeez, that is just so beautiful to watch. What a play from Team Ackerman.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the late game if you never make it to a late game. And you could just see the name of the game for this on Ackerman's side was damage. You could like 142,000 to 98,000 when the damage stats come out there. It's absolutely ridiculous how much they were able to dish out. Shen and every single player, including Zia, who's more of a late game, every single player here, right from the first engagement, the first turtle, Ackerman here showing why they were one of the finalists in the squad league.
Yeah, dude, this is a team I cannot wait for top 8, to be honest. Like, literally, I'm already saying that at this point. I'm always rooting for the underdog. All right, Incognito coming in obviously is underdog. They have some good players. They're trying to figure out a synergy, figure out a rotation. Sure, but this Ackerman is the team ready to go to Las Vegas, to go to even the world. Look at how they executed every single play. You know, it just seemed like they had a game plan, they're executing on it. And I don't know if they can keep this up. I really want to see game 2. Because the one thing about making that kind of beautiful play for the first time is a whole nother thing to keep this up. And let's take a look at this play here. Even with Cult Ultra, the damage layer after layer, one at a time, the qual control, the chin CCs. That is so good to enjoy. That is so good to watch. Look at the disengage here as well.
Come in with the flank here, just taking out the entire team here. And it was been all Uresi and Shen on this Paquito, on this Farja as well, just raining down damage while Tarzan and Gal's Cutie were kind of providing that front line, especially right from the get-go. Even from that first replay, you could see both of them just doing an immense amount of damage that they just could, that the side of Incognito just could not keep up with. And I mean, on paper, I mean, for Ramos, like I said, you cannot just take those picks. You have to have something around it. You can't just bank on that Cult Ultra, because if you get destroyed in 2 seconds, that Cult Ultra is not going to do nothing but extend your life for 2 more seconds if you don't have an answer for that.
And that's exactly the thing with Farmis. I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out how to play this character properly, how to use the Cult Ultra. Even you have such strong ultimate that really change the direction of the team fight, you have to play to the win condition of that pick, of that skill. You have to play aggressive. You have to use that skill aggressively, you know, like actually have a game plan and just dive in, layer your qual control, and leveraging the Cult Ultra. Because Cult Ultra doesn't make you invincible, it doesn't give you a second life, it simply gives you another layer of HP, kind of like Masha's extra health. It's just that if they destroy it, you know, instead of having the repercussions, having the advantage like Masha have, you will have the repercussion of standing still. So you really have to play aggressive instead of playing defensive. And that's exactly what Farmis did. You can see, even the first team fight, they have the Cold Ultra, but they were not committing to the team fight. Like, somebody was fighting the turtle, and in front of the Bellman, who's half the eye on the prize, I want to get a turtle with a lethal counter. You might as well just commit to the team fight and get a few kills and even up the deficit.
I think the change there really came from the draft as Faramis was left open. I think they were really banking on Ackerman to ban out that Faramis. When Faramis went through, they're like, okay, are we going to give Ackerman this? No, we have to take it. And they probably, I think that it felt like they weren't really prepared to kind of utilize that well. Whereas Ackerman knew it was out there and had a plan. They're like, if they take Faramis, we're just going to take the most immense amount of damage we can output in that first 10 minutes to kind of keep them hindered and down. But we're going to be moving on to the second ban phase. Does the side of Incognito have a plan to kind of counteract and survive into a Game 3?
And here we go. Fanny being banned away, just like Series 1. I gotta say, I mean, like, people say NA doesn't have assassin player. Just look at this Fanny events, right? When you play against Dave, the last thing you need to ban is Fanny, even though I'm known as Assassin Dave. But I don't play Fanny. And here we go. You know, look at how many Fanny bans we've seen game after game. It's just showing you that NA talents is just a super amount of numbers of good players coming up, and you're gonna see more of these good players coming up. Here we go. We got Valentina a Diggy ban. We might see a big engage draft coming out from Team Ackerman this game, and I cannot wait for that, because the last game is more of a juggling aggro. They have the grok, they show you how it's done, like back and forth, you know, bait out the Cold Ultra, come out and then go back in one more time. We'll find those decisive engages. This game we might even see an Atlas to find those wombo combos. I can't wait to find out.
Yeah, fortunately for Incognito, they're not going to make those same mistakes. Going to go ahead and throw down that for Ramus in the second ban there. Definitely don't want to see that again. They don't want to have to manage it, and they don't want to have to face it, especially against a team like Ackerman with what they were able to accomplish in that last game. No kills on the side of Incognito there. We are going to go ahead and take out the grok on the side of Ackerman, which is interesting. He's not often prioritized, but I think Ackerman really do kind of hold him as that high priority. You saw how much he was able to kind of open up the early game aggression, how much he was able to kind of get those sets on the team there as well.
Dude, grok has quickly risen to one of the top picks in the support role because the buff on the wall charge, if you get the stun next to the wall, that's a huge amount of stun duration there. If you don't have the Diggy's ultimate, if you don't have something to counter, and not to mention the early game pressure. You know, we've seen last game, grok, skill 1, Farsa, skill 2, boom, wave is gone, right? Disappeared. You're like, hey, did it even clear the wave? What just happened? That's exactly what this guy can offer. And with grok being banned away, I think we're going to see an early game prioritization on those tanks. But not faster than Claude is one of the best marksmen to pick in the meta right now.
Yeah, Claude escaping the last round of buffs without a scratch. So fortunately for him, he's still kind of remained up there strong. We talked about it before, that Demon Hunter Sword and Golden Staff is basically all you really need for Claude to be able to kind of go into that back line, shred them up, and then use that battle mirror image to teleport yourself back to safety. He's remained one of the staples of a marksman here because of how well and how layered you can get with his mobility and him being able to get around your opponents there. Still waiting to see what the side of Incognito is going to be able to answer with.
Here we go. Paquito and Uranus. You can take out some strong choices. But again, you are leaving a lot of choice on the table, right? Esmeralda is one of the strong side laners, is still on the table. You're leaving out Julian in Milan to be taken out. And obviously with Diggy being banned away, with grok being banned away, I suspect that Team Ackerman is going to take out really, really strong support choices, especially with those heavy engages, or even Chow. That's one of those stable picks from Gels QT, because he really leveraged the early game advantage from this character. And here we go. We got the Chow, and we got the Selena. Really strong early game power. I think they're looking to end this game under 8 minutes this time.
Well, the interesting thing here, Tuna Fish is, I feel like these are both comfortable picks for Tuna Fish and Trust. I think they both have 3 games each on each of these characters, so they do know them, they are comfortable, and they are going to be looking to utilize them well. Not only that, but you take away the Paquito, which was a powerhouse of that last game as well. However, we do have a very nice bit of aggression, and man, Gal's Cutie Gal's Cutie's Cho is kind of ridiculous. I was fortunate to be able to watch some scrims with him. Even against old BTK, he was shining, able to kind of find the openings to be able to get those junglers. He's one of these just powerhouse Chos that can get into a pack, isolate out who he wants, and kick it back to the team with that way of the dragon kick as well.
Absolutely. Chow, I think more than the pick itself is really the player's playstyle, right? Because in North America, there are a few really good support players that just shines among the entire crowd, right? We talk about support player, we're talking about Shark, we're talking about Gal's QT, we're talking about Joy Bodge, we're talking about all these players just way out of the league compared to like everybody else. When you look at Gal's QT play, it's more than the pick he has. He played everything aggressive. He has a plan of engage, plan of attack. Every time he makes a move, there's a reasoning behind it. And that's why it's so enjoyable to watch a player like that to play such a mechanically heavy character. Because there's so many heavy plays on top of those clear game plans. This is going to be a feast. I'm looking forward to it. And we got a Mathelda to answer that. Interesting because they don't really have the frontline qual control so far. I mean, they have the qual control from Paquito, but Paquito, if Bill's tanky, is not going to have the damage. I look forward to see how Incognito is going to answer this draft. Already looking really strong, really powerful from Team Ackerman.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. We're going to go ahead and start out this second round of bans with the Esmeralda ban. I mean, there are still some strong picks out there as well for that XP lane. You still have the Dyroth, which is still a pretty decent counter for Uranus. We're going to go ahead and take Eve off the board as well. I mean, it has become, we've gone from not seeing Eve, from not seeing Farja in NA for a while, to suddenly they just make this huge comeback, even in the rest of the tournament. Earlier bit of it, I haven't seen these two heroes for a while, and suddenly they are here and they are making these huge impacts because when they're picked at a time when the enemy cannot answer with a way to get into that backline. Yeah,
and here we go. Last ban, I think they're still going to prioritize the mid lane characters, and we still have some mages available. Julian, again, it's just after nerf, I know it's a few second cooldown difference, but it has really just not been prioritized anymore, you know? Knowing that you still have one mid lane choice you gotta get rid of, they decided to go with 1-1, which is interesting because Claude, in a lot of ways, really countered 1-1 in the early game, especially in game 1 when you saw the Claude being taken out, you know, going against Gosu, going against Gosu General. Dude, that was really, really tough game on General, because ours Claude was insane as well. Like, he was diving in on the top lane with the Blazing Duet. Even though the camera wasn't panning to the top lane at the time, we've seen General surviving, I think, 3 or 4 times in a row with a threat of health. So it's not something that you need to heavily ban, especially look at how mobile that Team Ackerman is right now. I think banning 1-1 might be a missed opportunity. They could have gone with like having gauges, or they could have gone with something. Oh, Alice being picked out. They're using Mathelda as a mage here. This is a double support in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting because, as we know, with double supports, you can sometimes run out of damage. I mean, you've got Paquito, but that's a lot of weight on his shoulders to be trying to carry the damage for this team. The 1-1 ban is interesting too. It is a kind of a comfort pick for these marksmen here, so maybe it's more of a direct counter for them, for Ling Chen here. So we're gonna have to see. We still are looking for how Ackerman is going to go ahead and answer this on their side. It's very interesting too, with an Atlas without a Diggy on the board.
Oh my god. Guys, this is a Selena support, Chow EXP lane, and Lancelot jungle. Am I seeing this correctly? Hold on, let me readjust my posture and just really look into this picks. This looks... Is Assassin coming back, Private? What in the world is going on? I know Lancelot, though. Lancelot makes a lot of sense because it's really good early game on securing those objectives. Leveraging those stacks, leveraging the skill 2, leveraging the retribution, you can really get one of the best securers right under Bellman, right up there, one of the best secure in early games. But this is looking quite interesting. Who's gonna do the bush checks, right? Because you have Selena, yes, you can send those abyssal strikes, you can send those abyssal, like those arrows to try to find people. but it's just unreliable a lot of times, especially when we talk about late game teamfight potential coming out from the heavy engages like Atlas. You know, and you have the heavy burst damage wombo combo with that, with Paquito, with Brody. At this confidence overflow from Team Ackerman, I'm excited. I want to see this game.
Well, I think you explained it there, confidence. I mean, as far as bush checking goes, Selena and her traps, I mean, you really don't have to have too much bush checking there, as you can lay your traps down and see when the enemy is coming in. So you kind of have that covered. And it's really going to be more about the engagement. As soon as you land those abyssal arrows, you've got a team that can basically charge in there. Gals Cutie with that Jeet Kune Do. Tarzan's going to be able to get in there with all of his dashes, as well as Zia with that battle mirror image to be able to teleport into battle. So I mean, the point here is they're going to be looking especially to take advantage of these tankier, the tankier side of Incognito that might not be as fast, that might not be as mobile. But I mean, that's kind of why you've got Pumbaa on this Matilda. So it's gonna come down to execution. And last game was so dominant. I wouldn't blame Ackerman for being just a little bit confident as we go into game 2.
And in fact, this is actually a little bit more interesting. Another turn hand show up. This is actually a Lilia side lane against Uranus. And you have a Chow in the mid. This is a very, very interesting, and also, ladies and gentlemen, a characteristic Team Ackerman rotation. They like to have the Selena go to the top lane and have Gals QT securing the first wave in the mid lane completely by himself. And this way he gets that level 4 by the first turtle. And you know how insane Gals QT can be once you get the level advantage. And here we go. You're already seeing a little sneak peek of those pressure, of those early game aggression.
Yeah, really interesting too, because I believe Hoon pulled this out earlier as well. He played a Cho mid lane in their last, the Valley's last game, which and actually worked wonders, especially with the aggression that he can put on in his way to be able to negate the damage from other mid laners as well. And they're really starting to kind of build up this pressure already onto the side of Incognito.
Here we go. Shen looking for the engagement, didn't quite find it, but Tarzan trying to make an entrance here. I mean, it's just back and forth trading, but Private, I mean, in this game, we still have the Chow mid, so it's still gonna be a standard Gals QT engages, I see. So very different from what I thought it was, but when in the ban draft, I thought that actually Chow's gonna go to the EXP lane, but here we go, Chow level 4 in the mid lane taking a beating.
And yeah, and this first turtle is up, and does look like the side of Incognito in a little bit of a better position to go ahead and start on a Shen, being patient, waiting in that bush, looking for the right angles. Right now, we do see an Abyssal Arrow that does come out now, and now we are engaging onto this team, looking at who's going to be able to get this turtle. Tuna Fish able to pick up the turtle, and are they going to be able to find this? Circling Eagle does land on the Tarzan now, as we are engaging. Jeet Kune Do does land onto Pumbaa, and now the rest of Ackerman trying to disengage. Gals Cutie going to be able to find that flicker to find himself an exit. We do have an Abyssal Arrow, does stop Pumbaa from that teleportation back to the base.
And here is, I think, Incognito really fighting back, because they understand the early game disadvantage that Ackerman has with Gals Cutie solo clearing wave. And the reason why that Incognito was able to have the better positioning for that turtle fight, was able to drag the turtle on time, on position, was because the fact that you have like Gals Cutie being completely chunked out in the middle. And that's just showing that Incognito is a team that's adapting, that's learning, that's progressing at the same time. And this might be a really interesting series to watch, just show you that NA teams are just getting better and better as we go.
Yeah, and Incognito kind of showing that they did lose that first game, and it was pretty dominant by Ackerman. But you're not going to be able to just pull any type of composition out on them. Engagement now happening at mid, as it does look like Ackerman's going to go ahead and disengage from that. But now we have 3 members traveling down to the bottom. Ling Chen might be able to see it coming in. Zia coming in with that blazing duet, putting on the damage, but they are not able to find the kill onto Ling Chen. Oh, but Ritz coming in. He is going to be able to land that stun, but not able to capitalize, as both the rest of the team kind of out of position here. And this is kind of what we're talking about. You have 3 players down there, but 2 of them are kind of a support role.
Here we go. There's a little bit of trading here. This has been very, very peaceful. Compared to last game, this game you just seen that there's no kills, there's nothing. It's Incognito playing to objective. This is an objective-based game for them. Because they understand they need a wobble combo. They're not making those two goofy plays. Here we go. Engages.
Oh, Cutie want to put himself into a little bit of heart. We do see that Abyssal Arrow comes out, but is not going to be able to save Gal's Cutie there. And now we are starting on this turtle with one man down. You see Tarzan kind of getting into position, trying to be very patient here, waiting so that he can get that feathered, that thorned rose, and the retry is going to be able to find it there. Tunafish still able to get the turtle there, and we see a lot of damage coming out as well. That Blazing Duet does drop them very low. Zia getting taken down as well, but they find a kill on to Ritz. Not a terrible start for Incognito.
I mean, it's actually an incredible start. This is amazing. You expected like Gal's QT, Team Ackerman under comfort picks. Now, Private mentioned, you mentioned about the Selena on Shen before this match started, before the entire series started, because we have seen Shen landing those Abyssal Arrows one after another in the last series, in this top 32 to 16. And here you can see against Incognito team who really want to stay in this tournament. They have the drive, they have the learning, they have the brain, they're putting the effort behind it. It's not as easy all of a sudden. You know, they're getting heavily punished for the picks that they have, for the lack of quad control, for the lack of engages that they have. And then they have really decisive engages that picked up Gal's QT in that turtle fight, and then move on to start the turtle, force the turtle, knowing that they have the number advantage. This is incredible from Incognito right now. I gotta say, this is just so good to watch. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, well, and sometimes, oh yeah, a little bit of engagement up there as now Trust is getting it get kicked back. Is he going to be able to find an escape? Tunafish coming in. We do see the flicker used by Yureshi. He's dropped very low. Tunafish wisely does not try to keep engaged. Oh, but Gal's Cutie might be getting stunned up here. Circling Eagle back onto him as well as he gets caught. Tarzan in a little bit of trouble. Is going to have to use that Thorned Rose to get himself to safety, but that is going to go ahead and open this top turret.
Oh my goodness, the fight continues. As Private, here we go. Ritz.
That Ritz coming out is able to capture onto Shen, and also Tarzan getting taken down by Trust there. And this is what we are talking about at the top 16. You can never be too careful, especially if you're drafting with such confidence the way that Ackerman did here.
Oh my goodness, Incognito. They are saving their skills. And speaking of saving skills, we got a surprise for all of you guys watching, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching on stream right now, make sure to use the code display on the top right corner, on the bottom side, in the box, the top right corner of the box, with the code used with the link in description. The first 50 users will get a really nice surprise. And guys, make sure to do it right now, because this code is only valid for 50 users. After it's done, is gone, okay? And the first 50 users will be laughing their butt off because they'll get some really nice stuff. And if you missed this, don't worry, we have another giveaway ready for you in stock after this match. So make sure to share the stream with your friends, have them come here and watch the stream, enjoy the stream, and try to compete. Like, here we go, another team fight.
Yeah, we saw Gal's Cutie was able to find the flank there. Zia able to take down Ritz as Tunafish still able to get the turtle. Not minding all of this fight, but they are going to pay for it in the words of Puma there, who goes down. We see the Thorn Rose does miss. Tarzan in a little bit of trouble here, does take a tower shot, followed up by Tunafish, clobbering him down.
Meanwhile, this bottom lane, look at this Brody. He got 2 towers, and he's coming back to the team fight for the first time. Oh, look at Tunafish.
Tunafish able to find another kill. Gal's Cutie trying to find his way to safety. Cannot escape the tuna. Yureshi now trying to run away. Is going to go ahead and activate that black shoes to be able to reset her abilities, reset her cooldowns, and find herself a little bit of reprieve behind this mid turret.
Oh my god. What am I watching right here? Now it's Team Incognito moving to the tower. Here comes Thea though.
Blazing Duet comes on to Leech and gets taken down, eaten up by Tarzan though, but we have a circling eagle, does land onto Tarzan. Is he going to be able to find an escape? We see Abyssal Arrow does go wide. The rest of Incognito is here to kind of fend off this. Yureshi gets taken down and we are on the chase. Only 2 more members. Shen is almost out, gets taken out as well. Gal's Cutie trying to run himself to safety, is going to be able to, as the rest of Incognito decides now is a good time to disengage. 4-11 right now, Dave.
Oh my god, tuna fish popping off with some mechanics, dodging the Thorn Rose from Tarzan, and getting the kill on the top tier tower we saw from Tarzan's aggression, punished him heavily, and then finding those kills, finding those engages, 1 versus 3 in the mid lane, but not only 1 but 2, double kill. What a play by Tuna Fish right here.
Yeah, it looks like Trust actually in a little bit of trouble at the bottom, is trying to fend off 3 members here. Gal's Cutie trying to find the flank here. Is Zia going to go in with that blazing duet? Gal's Cutie comes in. They are able to zone him out and take down this tower, however.
Look at the overall map, though. You got every single tower being taken out on the side lane, and now Incognito making a move to the turtle. The setup is comprehensive. Look at everybody's zoning, getting vision. The Lord is low. Sorry, it's the Lord coming up, and this is the first Lord in the game, and let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, we do see that. Oh, Tuna Fish still able to. He's been absolutely unbelievable when it comes to these objectives, and his focus on it has not missed a single one to my counting yet. And that is really kind of keeping them in the game and keeping them ahead here.
Yeah, a lot of people need to learn this secure with the Retribution, right? Just the Retri got it here. Oh, here we go, Ritz.
Yeah, we do see that Abyssal Arrow does land on the Puma, which kind of offset the little bit of a gank that Incognito were trying to put on at the mid lane. It looks like they are still pushing. Lance is going on at the mid lane, and we do see a little bit of a flanking position. They aren't going to go ahead and push onto that mid tower just yet, as we have this Lord kind of crashing down at the bottom. Abyssal Arrow does land onto Trust. It doesn't really shake his resolve yet. Tarzan now is joining the fight. Abyssal Arrow does go wide. It lands onto the orange buff, and they are still kind of zoned out here, trying to take down this Lord. Mid tower has minions crashing at it right now. We're looking at a little bit of engagement. Abyssal Arrow does go wide, and we are still looking at the damage. They are going to be able to clean this up. That is 2 towers for the cost of that Lord for Incognito.
Every single outer turret. You know, this game, Incognito is doing a fabulous job. Right, they're not rushing it. They understand this is the first Lord, it's a basic Lord, and they're taking their time. You know, it's not Humanist Lord that you can do something crazy, and then they know they couldn't dive, so they took their time, and guess what happens? They secured the mid-tier towers, which finished off all of the outer turrets on the entire game. You know, if you connect all the towers and treat them as dots on the map, this is basically a chess game, right? The defense that for Team Ackerman have is limited to the base, where Incognito, they still have the jungle protected to a certain degree, and then they still have the large control on the map. This is a fabulous. Look at the top side, though. Trust.
Yeah, Trust able to get away with the skin of his teeth right now, but that is going to leave his team at about a 4v5 right now. We have 3 members here. Abyssal Arrow does land and connect right now. Tuna Fish trying to get out of the way right now, but they are still in a very commanding lead. Another Abyssal Arrow does land onto Ling Chen. Yureshi going in is going to go ahead and take some damage before activating those black shoes, and it's still trying to stave off as wisely as they can are Ackerman, but still the result is the same.
Good Lancelot, though, jumping on Brody in the back line. Tarzan might be picked out here.
Ooh, Circling Eagle does land onto Tarzan. Is this going to be enough to take him down? Maybe caught a little bit too deep into enemy lines. Abyssal Arrow does there. Gal's Cutie with a wonderful strike from the flank to be able to support the getaway by Tarzan.
You know, I'm interested in 2 things at this point. First is the items. You know, 12 minutes into the game. Let's see the power spike from Humanist Lord, but Riz might be in some trouble.
Beautiful way of the dragon by Gal's Cutie is able to take down Ritz here, but is it going to be enough? A 5v4 on the field right now. We have a 5k gold lead by Incognito. He's able to use those black shoes to get out. Gal's Cutie taking out a ton of damage, get popped up, but an assist by the Lord there. Zia able to take down Ling Chen. This might just be the opening that Ackerman is looking for. Trust is going to have to disengage. Tuna Fish coming in. Is he going to be able to get the kill? He is not. Zia coming in, trying to put on some more damage. Immortality has been activated. Tuna Fish gets taken out by. This is exactly what Ackerman needed, as this Luminous Lord looks to be free.
This just shows you the team gap in confidence level, right? We talk about the draft might be a little bit like unorthodox, out of the box, but Ackerman played from the position of power and strength. They had a game plan again, they were executing on it, they know they were behind, they're not making goofy plays, but if you look at Team Incognito, it's almost like after they got advantage, they forgot how to play the game. They don't know how to turn that advantage into a win. You know, we have rarely seen a Ritz engage anymore. Most of the engages actually come from the Circling Eagle from Pongba. And that is a huge problem. He's not leveraging this huge engage that can be to their favor. And at this point, this is Team Ackerman's game to lose because they have such a control. And look at Numen's Lord is now crashing into the base.
Yeah, he's knocking at the door, does take off half of that health. We do see an Abyssal Arrow does land onto Ling Chen, who's going to go ahead and wisely get to the back of the line. Trust in a little bit of trouble, is getting torn down. You wouldn't even realize he was a Team Tarzan coming in now. Blazing Duet landing onto all of the team members. Ritz is going down. Pumba trying to come in and take some of this damage. Lord is knocking on the door. They're not going to be able to stop it. Ackerman takes this in a sweep.
Oh my goodness, Team Ackerman. They find the opportunity. They know, okay, if you're not going to engage, we are going to engage. Gauss QT was twice in a row finding the kill onto Ritz until Atlas really turned the whole gameplay around. You know, before we have Circling Eagle engage, followed up with Ritz. You saw Incognito, they were disciplined. They were not laying their abilities. They're going one after another. You first have the Mathilda engage, and then followed up with Atlas engage into 2, and they've been winning those team fights, winning those engages on top of Tuna Fish actually popping off. And then it just stopped, especially after the first Lord. They got a tower, sure. Okay, they're still in the lead, but then they kind of just backed away and stopped the engage, stopped the aggression. It put a stop on the aggression there, and that's an absolute mistake to make, especially against Ackerman, because they find a poke, they give the farm to Claude Zia, who's popping off, getting the backline flanks with the Blazing Duet. And what can I say about Gauss QT? Like I said in the beginning, he made 2 engages onto Ritz and just turned everything around without a front line. Incognito couldn't do anything in those fights.
Yeah, and this kind of, I really feel like it came down to what we saw at the beginning. You pick up that Mathilda, you pick up that Atlas, which is all right for the early game. Mathilda can really chunk in that early game with the damage. But once you start moving into mid, once you start moving into the late game, you're leaning so hard onto Tuna Fish, waiting for Ling Chen, who was taking a ton of deaths already. So all you had to do was really worry about Tuna Fish. I mean, we saw it from the early game. I mean, I've never been more afraid of fish in my life, as he was just a monstrous, just a beast out there in the early game. Yep. But as we moved into the mid game, all they were waiting for was a kill onto Tuna Fish. As soon as they took that out, you basically taken out about 80% of the damage from Incognito. And then you were free to basically start moving on and taking these objectives. I mean, and like I said, he was basically the star of the show. And closing him down really kind of synced in the victory for Ackerman.
Wow, what a series so far. What a dominating series from Team Ackerman. But ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the series, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell into all notification bells, as we are going to step into a short break right here. Take a breather, get some water. It's your chance to do the exact same thing. Get your popcorn, get your seat comfortable. Again, share the stream with your friends to get them come watch the next series. We have a huge giveaway in store ready for y'all when we come back. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and animals around the world, welcome back to North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season 2022, the only path to M4. As we just finished the second series, what an exciting series, to be honest. We thought, for real, we're gonna go to a third match, just like the first series. The Incognito, they were adapting, they're changing, but Ackerman proved us why they're ready to go to Vegas. What a show in there from Team Ackerman, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. Private, what do you think about the last two series?
I mean, especially that last series, Ackerman basically, like I said, showing why they are the top in NA, able to adapt so quickly to the changes coming at them, able to find out right at the media. I mean, that looked like it was all, that was going to be all over for them, but they were able to find the gap, able to find out the target that they needed to be able to take down, and that was Yureshi on that Paquito, and a great answer from them too. And then once they had the advantage, did not waste it. Very crisp, very clean, with that luminous lore push in and be able to take them down, putting them, the next goers, into the top 8.
Absolutely, guys. You can see on the bracket, Gosu, Ackerman sitting with the big names in the front, showing Gosu, Ackerman. And now we're going to the third match of the night, featuring Team Sexi versus on the Team Simpsons, some of the OG names in North America community. If you're watching any of the previous tournaments so far, you will know these teams. They've been playing everything. They've been making a name for themselves. And in today's matches, I know that Team Sexi even have a little bit of surprise for us. I know they have a little bit of roster change, playing with Stoner on the EXP lane instead of Jordan, which two very talented players. What are results going to come out from this match? Private, what do you think?
Well, I mean, you said it best. It's a Team Sexi and the Simpsons, a mainstay, a staple name in North America, not just in the NACT, but also in the Squad League as well. These are two teams that have been for at least a year now, just fighting in North America, sharpening their swords, making sure that they are ready for tonight, for the qualifiers for M4. I am so excited to see these two teams go at it, because they're both some of my favorite ones, especially since I know both of them from casting in the Squad League. I've seen them and they're familiar, and I know they're going to put it all out. They've been waiting for their chance.
A lot of the community members even named the Black Horse of NACT Fall Season, to be honest. But if you look at the roster, they got what it takes. You know, Bass Player was the hyper carry position for Team Gosu for a long time, and they've been dominating the scene with him on the hyper position, in the jungle position now. Now you have Team Sexi's Nicolette, the mid laner, who has been known for all the mages that she can play. Every single character, everything she get her hands on, she's supreme, you know? It's kind of like another player from Exile Outlaw, which we're also gonna see in this 2 days, which is gonna be exciting, guys, called Exile Panda. So those are two really good mages in North America region. But guys, before we talk about the players, we got a surprise for all of you. Under the screen right now, you can see another set of codes. But this time, instead of giving you magic dust, instead of giving you some other tickets, we're giving you skins, and really, really good skins. Today, we're giving away 3011 Shoujo Commander skin. And again, it's first come, first serve. So use the code right now and claim them with the link in description. Do not miss the chance. Get your 11 skin and start showing them off to your friends.
I know there's a lot of upset people out there that they're not going to be able to get that magic dust that they love. Some of these giveaways, but that is a whole freaking skin right there. But man, back onto this match, I'm so excited because these are two teams that are, I dare say, fairly even when it comes to how much experience they have, how long a lot of these players have been together. You talked a little bit about Nicolette and Best Player. Cole World, the marksman for the Simpsons, has been, man, just an unbelievable force. He's been, especially on the Claude throughout this tournament. as well as Cassandra, playing a myriad of different mages, not just a Sicilian, not just a Lunux, but just showing that you don't just have that burst damage, that range damage, but able to get in close with players like Lunux, also with the Lilia. So it's just a very versatile team that we're, especially for both of them, very versatile teams that are going to be facing here tonight.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about Team Simpsons. This is a team that has a long history of competing in the North America region. They have beaten the Giants. They've beaten every single team in the North America region. This is a team of surprises. This is a team of miracles, you know? But Team Sexy is not going to give you free lunch. We're talking about powerhouse against powerhouse here. Even though Team Simpsons might be some new faces for a lot of viewers, but this is going to be an exciting match, and I cannot wait to see who's going to execute our game plan better. Because when I talk to Team Sexy, they're really working on the synergy, really working on the band draft, and you know they want to improve. They want to go to Vegas. Can this Black Horse really show us something different? I'm excited to find out, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how synergy builds up against it's interesting. Simpsons have a team that have been around for a while. All these players know each other. There's not too much shaking up going on with the roster. While Team Sexy are usually kind of adjusting, but they have shown throughout that they shine throughout a lot of these adjustments. I mean, especially bringing in Stoner. He's not exactly a brand new player to Team Sexy. They do know each other. They have played a lot together before this as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they come at these and what angles they're going to be taking as we start off this drafting phase.
Yeah, starting off, you can see Team Sexy is actually on the first band pick side. Now we're going to get a logo fix as soon as possible, but you can see the first ban here, Paquito coming out from Team Sexy, and we have Fanny coming out from Team Simpsons. Again, a respect ban for best players. This guy has been the assassin main for such a long time in the North America scene. And just show you how many more mechanically gifted players in North America region. We got Fanny banned every single match, Private. This is not even a surprise anymore. You know, let's just say this is a default ban, even though it's not supposed to be standard, right? Because Fanny as assassin is not really the meta's strongest or the meta's favorite, but nonetheless in North America it's banned every single game.
It does become a problem. She does have the ability, just her mobility, to be able to get around the map so quickly, the damage she outputs, and how much you really have to put into countering her, especially with how North America is able to play her. I mean, it's right off the boot, you're pretty much assuming that you're going to lose a buff if you're facing a Fanny. There's not much you can do about it unless you take like your entire team to try to meet her, which is not really conducive to a team composition that you're trying to play into the mid game, into the late game. We do see Valentina, we've gone over it like a dead horse here of how much she brings to it. A little bit of surprising is that Paquito first off and then the Dairoth. We saw last game Paquito, Yoreshi on that, just the output of damage, the way he's able to kind of move and enforce his will to be able to push the team back, group them up for a lot of damage, as well as Dairoth's damage in that XP lane.
Yeah, and we have a Diggy to finish off the ban from Team Sexy here. You know, this is actually really smart bans. They are not really banning, I think, by respect bans on the enemy side. They're really banning stuff that can counter what they're going to draft in the first round. Because it's banning out Diggy just means they can take out all those good engages, right? And then banning out Dairoth also tells you they might be able to take out the Esmeralda in the first draft. Not necessarily the first pick, but Esmeralda is also not always picked in the first round by the other side, by the red side. So they can probably take it out after the first round of picks. So the first pick is coming up here, or another ban is coming out from Team Simpson here. Let's see what they're gonna ban. 1-1. Wow. What an interesting choice here, Private.
Yeah, really interesting there. I mean, she kind of fell off the ban list through the early bit of these nerfs that came out. I think as the nerfs have settled down, as we're starting to get some time in, people starting to feel a little bit more comfortable on Wanwan. We saw General be able to play her, able to just ability to negate a bunch of damage as you move into the late game, especially with how active, how dangerous a general was on that. I mean, 1-1 is just not something you really want to take a chance. Even if, I mean, if I wasn't, I didn't ban her before, but I might think about it after this, which just seeing how people are now starting to get adjusted to it and being able to find those weakness stacks. But we're moving in to that first pick by Team Sexi.
And here we go, guys. It's gonna be the Claude first pick rather than the Faramis. NA is adjusting to how to really deal with the Faramis pick, and especially with the Faramis being nerfed in the recent patches, it's not as strong as before, obviously, but at the same time, it still requires a lot of team synergy. You have to dive in one after another to first proc the cold altar to make sure everybody's stationary, they cannot move, and then you leverage the opportunity to dish out second round of damage. It's more teamwork than individual counters, should I say. And Team Sexi is ready to show us something different. But we got Esmeralda pick so far. First pick coming out from Team Simpsons. Are they gonna pick out potentially Faramis here? Atlas.
Ooh. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and answer that with an Atlas. With the Dyroth ban, Esmeralda still a very safe choice. Like I said, you can find, and then Paquito's taken out of there too, so you don't have to worry about that in lane. The most you can do right now is match Esmeralda. With the Diggy taken out, Atlas is pretty much on the free market there. I'm very confused about the Faramis pick. I didn't think, obviously I'm not in the know anymore about Faramis is old news. There was the most recent nerf did kind of elongate that cooldown on the Shadow Stampede, which I feel like is kind of the hidden gem of Faramis. Everybody talks about the Cult Altar, but being able to use that Shadow Stampede to pull the enemy back for a gank, so even when they think they're about to get away, they're about to come back in to more damage. And on the side of Team Sexi, they answer that with a Lilia and a Grok pick, Dave.
What an early game powerhouse. I mean, we're talking about Farsa and Grok. That was really, really strong. Here comes a Lilia and Grok, even stronger early game. We're talking about they can just two-man invade their entire jungle, and they're probably gonna come out, victoriously. And that's how powerful this two duo really is. Now, obviously, with this combo here, you still have a fairly weak goal lane marksman. Now, what I can see right now is they're gonna try to leverage the rotation that we've seen from the game one by Gosu with the far side of Grok. They want to rotate towards the goal lane to really help out the marksman, to really make sure that you have the early game development, that you reach the power spike a little bit earlier with the courier side, with the DHS, with the Wind of Nature. And here we go. I mean, this is exactly what we're doing here. Now, we do have Belmont giving away to the other side, so we're potentially going to see a Kai ban, knowing that that's the contender in the jungle position.
Yeah, we were able to see that before. Kai just, especially with his dash, being able to pop down Balmont up, taking out, like, I want to say a good 70% of his damage from that spin. And especially when it comes to contesting these turtles, these lords, having somebody like that who can pop you up is going to be a problem. I mean, you still are going to have to deal with the Grok and his wild charge coming at you during these fights as well. But I just feel like as an ult rather than a Kai's ability, which is on a much lower cooldown, it's probably the smartest ban you can go with. But I mean, it looks like we're going for a Karina here too as well. And Belmont's going to be rounding out the composition and going to give them a nice early game to be able to carry them throughout this game.
Yeah, Belmont for the early game secure. They have the team fight. Now is the time for Team Sexi to ban away the early game from Team Simpson. What are the options still available? You got last ban Akai, as we talked about. Now the mages, the mid lane options. Just you mentioned, Private, few second cooldown nerf can really be devastating to your character. Look at Julian. The only nerf was the cooldown on the skills, right? 3 seconds, all of a sudden, it's not picked, it's not banned. Nobody cares about it anymore. Now, I gotta say, Julian's still pretty cool. He's a still pretty good character. And all of a sudden, it's just fall from the God mode to the, off the screen. You can't see it anymore. So, what can they consider to ban away here? There's still quite a bit of choices. In the mid lane, for example, Eve, you can have an early game wave player to really help Atlas get those early game level 4. Or you can even ban out someone like Lunox, if they want to ban out some counters to the Claude, because Claude's biggest problem, once Claude dive in with the Blazing Duet, is the Lunox burst damage. So that's some option they can consider. And they decided to go with CAG.
Well, the thing here is for those for that Farja, you potentially have a bit of a problem with Stoner on this Claude, with Reckless on this Grok. You have a way, especially Grok. He's going to be able to wild charge as soon as that. Yep. Real world manipulation or feathered airstrike comes down. And then of course Damien or Promise, both heroes who are going to be able to kind of close that distance and punish you for standing somewhere that you're going to be standing somewhere for a while.
And here we go, the E being taken out. As we stand, it was not banned, but we're a nice observation there from our one and only locally grown Private Dancer, talking about the die potential from the Claude. What a keen observation. Obviously, they're considering, what are some like the burst damage and also mobile that Claude will have some kind of problem killing. So yeah, Kagura makes sense here. And guys, we have a Ling being taken out. They have the early game, and now they're going for the cool guy mode with the Ling in the jungle. This is looking very, very exciting as we go into this match one, Private.
Yeah, really interesting. We're going to go ahead and round that out. Cold World's going to pick up the carries. We do know with that speedy light wheel as that late game, just immense amount of damage to tanks, not just tanks, but like entire teams. But if you're going to use that front line, she's going to abuse it on the enemy side to be able to kind of chunk you down. It's going to be very interesting to see. Best player, I mean, very mechanically gifted, just the type of person that you would want to have on this Ling. But I mean, we saw how Ling wasn't exactly the shining star in our first series. It just kind of going into as very susceptible to that problems that assassins run into, where you can be invaded, you can be bullied, and if you get refused that blue buff, you're going to be sitting on the sidelines for a pretty big heap of that fight.
But hey, Private, Ling so far has 100% win rate in the tournament. That's all I'm saying. They are going with a statistic here. Okay, something that if it works, why change it, right? So sure enough, let's take a look at a first early game aggression here as we walk into the first match between Team Sexy and Team Simpsons. I'm your caster, Assassin Dave. With me, our one and only king of all potatoes, Private Dancer. What an exciting day to watch the NACT fall season here. Early game pretty peaceful so far, just clearing waves, and now Reckless is making a rotation towards the top lane.
Yeah, not able to get much out of that aggression, Reckless, but definitely utilizing that Grok to its fullest. We do see a little bit of damage going on to him, but not really going to be able to get much, as both of these teams really prioritizing this gold lane, wanting to get these marksmen filled up before we get to around like that 6 or 9 minute mark where they really start taking off.
Yeah, look at the top side. Cold World is just like sitting in the back, waiting for the last hit every time there's chances coming out. A very, very careful gaming, knowing he's going against two people. Here we go, Reckless walking up. We'll have to take a little bit of poke from that skill 1. Now Reckless is going to help Kush clear the wave. And guys, I am excited to see Kush on the marksman role. Kush has been, we've seen quite a bit of changes in this season compared to before, because Kush was also a mid laner for the very old BDK, even before M3. And now with the marksman rising to the meta, with the gold lane dominating the game, you really have a lot of those like really hyper carry focused players moving towards the goal lane.
Well, it's just been these mainstays of North America, Kush being one of those players that have just been moving around and always in like top competition. We do see a wall come out there as both teams kind of starting to set up. The turtle is out, and this is really kind of where the games start to take off during these objectives.
Ooh, they have the Belmont. It seems Simpson looking to make a move first. They have the turtle pulled. Alice coming in. He is level 4 though, ahead of Reckless. And now you see Stoner zoning people away, but this might not be sufficient. It might be like a little waste of effort. You can see Turtle being taken away quickly by Team Simpsons. We're clean execution, and now they're gonna back away, take their dub, and just, go home. But even though with the turtle, Team Sexy is still ahead on gold.
Yeah, doing a very good job, and that's something you're going to see from both of these teams is their farming ability. Their ability, even if they're starting to lose out on kills, they're always going to be keeping up with their lanes, keeping up with their jungle, making sure that they are getting topped up. And I do like Best Player doing a good job of just not really being too aggressive on this lane where he's going to be getting caught out, waiting until he gets those spikes, waiting until he gets some of those items to really go in. And we do see a Demon Hunter sword already being cashed in there by Kush.
Some really fast farming speed. Usually we come to the 4-minute mark, or like that's when the marksmen get those item spikes. Kush already got it. Just show you how fast they farm. And usually mid lane get their first item around 5 minutes. And now you can see Best Player just cashing his first item, the Wind Talker, just to help the early game farm, help the early game rotation. You know, both sides are farming really good. Ackerman definitely taking advantage top lane. Kush might be taking too much damage. Here is the Grok coming in with well charge and securing the first blood for Team Sexy. But the real world manipulation coming for retaliation. Everybody's walking away. Look at Nicolette walking casually into the back line and start throwing down some bombs to push Nate away as Team Sexy start off the game with first blood.
What an amazing skill on that Grok from Reckless too. Killed Cold World with a wall. You don't see that too often from Grok players here. But Reckless already showing like he's just being so debilitating there. And we see an engagement happening down at bottom lane.
It's just trade-off on skills, seems like. We didn't capture. The Ling was taken down to 1 HP though, where he had to fly away really quickly as the next turtle was coming up on the map. 4 minutes now into the game. You can see with Belmont in your team, you just be ruthless, right? You just be like, I'm gonna start it. What are you gonna do? Right? Unless you have the better positioning, unless you have the better early game, you have another tank who can fight, you're gonna just start it. Here we go. The turtle being secured with a lethal counter plus the retribution. It's the entire Team Sexy somehow on the offense with the blazing duel and Kush. Fighting to Nylo. It's Ling who will finish out the kill. Best Player found himself into the team fight. The ultimatum has been issued and Team Ackerman takes this fight.
Yeah, and a beautiful engagement there by the Ling. Best Player able to come in there. Best Player able to come in there, put the finishing touches on a Damien, and he is coming in again.
Yeah, here we go. My mistake there, just for the fight, because I saw an Ackerman on a Kush, but obviously it was Team Sexy. Excuse me for the little mistake, but look at the team fight. Despite the turtle being taken away, Team Sexy is not really pulling any punches. They engage when they need to engage. When they find a Kush going in, when they find those crucial times, crucial moments, Best Player is there to capture the kill. Capitalize on the farm. Because once Ling gets those crucial farm, this guy's 2-0 right now, right? If he gets those core items, this might be devastating for the even in the back line. And guys, here we go. Another fight is one more time. Fatal Lincoln will connect onto 2. Disaster spells for Team Sexy. Team Simpson will take the ace and now move down the mid lane and claim towers for objective.
Yeah, almost a complete team wipe there as we saw an engagement there by Best Player going in, and they thought they had the group down, but a real world manipulation came out and was able to secure it and punish the entirety of Team Sexy in that little engagement, in the small areas of that jungle.
Yeah, Damian really making a show in here in the team fight with those crucial engages. And that's something that with Diggy being banned away, when you have Alice on your team, it's something you always pleasure to watch. Topside though, Reckless can't really find any engages and just gonna go home. Ooh, Promise. Not really interested in letting this happen. Coming with the Fallen Star Moon, get a Nicolette low, who have to walk under the tier 2 to make sure he's able to survive. Look at Ling though, having problem one-on-one against Cold World, as now the third turtle is being moved on by Team Simpsons, and they'll easily take it down, making a 3-0 turtle in this game.
Yeah, we're starting to hit a point where Esmeralda is becoming the bully, the person that can help zone out the rest of the enemy team, the rest of Team Sexy, while these engagements are happening and while the rest of the Simpsons are on these objectives. And this is something you're going to need to watch out for, because you can't just sit there and get baited into these types of fights. Might be seeing a little bit of something here in the mid lane as we have 90 seconds until this next Lord pops up.
Yeah, I really want to take a look at the items right now, but before that, look at the top lane. Ball charge being issued. It seems like it's Team Sexy looking for the first move, but they can't really find the damage onto someone as tanky as Belmont is now Simpsons making a comeback, making a fight on the mid lane, and they got kill number 1. Here comes the Fatal Link connecting on the Reckless. Nikolai taking low, but Fallen's not giving up as he secure another kill into the pocket of Team Simpsons. They take the entirety of this team fight.
A beautiful angle found by Damien well into the backline, especially after Grok had already put up that wall, found that Fatal Links and able to go ahead and help his team take that down with that set.
Yeah, see, this is the thing about tank, jungle in the meta, right? Because for Team Sexi right now, they need to split push like Best Player is doing. They need to find the farm, look at a goal, look at item. Best Player only have 2 items right now compared to Belmont, who's already start decking out on those tanky items. You Guardian Helmet, you have the Curse Helmet. This guy is absolutely unkillable by Ling standard. And Ling, as we saw in early on, even had a problem soloing against carry. Just show you how late game this assassin really is. You need the power spike. Yes, Ling has mobility, but it's really lacking on the early game damage. And obviously, just a window of error. You cannot make any mistakes when you play this character because you will be heavily punished. If you run out of energy when you dive in, it's all over. And here we go as we move into the first Lord fight in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like Team Sexi is going to be in a position to kind of engage us. And we were talking about the advantages of Ling. You can see he's behind, and a Best Player doing his best to kind of split push here, making sure that he's still making himself useful, getting met by Esmeralda, but is going to be able to pinch pose away off screen.
But how much advantage can you get by taking on a tower? Because remember, yeah, getting the standing gold is all you can do right now to stay afloat, right, in the game. But the other side is securing major objectives. We're not talking about turtle anymore. We're talking about Lord. And this snowball, every Lord is about, again, 2 to 4, 5,000 gold lead, depending on how you do it. And here we go. Then Gage comes in. Best Player Blue Bob get taken away by the Fallen. And Reckless will have to retreat back, knowing that Esmeralda is already looking to dive onto their backline.
Yeah, and right now they are just being overcome by this setting potential. They do not have an answer for this Atlas. And even if you did, he's not going to be being the first one in line. Promise is doing that, making sure that he's pushing the lane. But we are pushing into the inhibitor towers now.
The Fatal Link comes in, connects on the Nikolai, who will be instantaneously disintegrated on the map. Is now entire side of Team Simpsons making a move onto the opposition. 3-0 so far, and Simpsons is looking to end this game right here and right now.
Yeah, Best Player's alone here. They're crashing in.
There's still minion wave coming from the top lane though. There's still opportunity. The Team's still looking to open up a second lane of window of opportunities. Best Player, no, there's no more waves. They might have to clean the bottom lane and hold the tower for now, but Simpson might be diving a little bit too hard here, looking in the tower. Here comes the real world manipulation, finding the damage on the back line, but the Black Shoes will keep Nikolai alive. Not so lucky for Reckless, who's been taken down brutally in this team fight. Here comes the Fatal Link one more time, connecting in the base of Team Sexi. It's a disaster yet again. A Simpson will find another 1-2 trade to their favor.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate right now is we cannot stave off a lot of these pushes right now. Promise goes in, able to tank out a lot of the damage, a lot of the abilities, waiting to baiting out so that Damien can come in with those Fatal Links, and that's when it starts getting destructive. Because now that when you land that Fatal Links, you're going to be going into Nate on this Eve with that real world manipulation, and unfortunately, there just does not seem to be the answers. They don't have the damage on their side, and unfortunately, Best Player just not in a great position to be able to try to find these openings.
Yeah, because everybody's tanky. I mean, the only person who can dive in from this point is Nate on the Eve, and probably Cold World on the carry, realistically speaking. But Cold World will probably already have the Wind of Nature if we can take a look at items, and Eve probably have the Winter Truncheon to stay alive. And once Ling run out of the first round of dives, it's kind of hard for him to continue to stay in the team fight because Assassin looking for the one round of burst. And look at the damage item right now. Sure, we have Wind of Nature being finished by Carry, as well as now you have Eve moving on even tankier item, potentially Winter of Truncheon, as now is Team Simpsons moving on to the second Lord, the Numinous Lord in this game. Ackerman looking into play. Is Reckless coming in with the wall charge? It can't find enough damage onto the back line. Ling looking for the Cold Wall, who's still standing despite all odds. And ladies Ladies and gentlemen, Team Simpsons wiped out 3-0 in the team fight, and they're now making a move onto the Lord.
Yeah, what an unfortunate position for Team Sexy, as this Lord is not going to be able to be answered in. And this is what we were talking about. As soon as these team fights come in, they are not able to get these heroes down. They're not able to burst down the Simpsons long enough to be able to get best player in opening, to be able to finish them off with that Tempest of Blades.
Yep, here we go. Just to show you why Assassin's not really in the meta right now. Truthfully speaking, Link just can't quite find the opening onto the backline. He's simply not able to tank all those damage. And with all the mobility and survivability available in the map, with the lore crashing down, ladies and gentlemen, real world manipulation coming down. Stoner has already been taken now. Nicolette is still dead on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Despite Team Sex's best effort, the Simpsons takes game 1.
What an incredible game there. The advantage right from the go. Team Sexy was looking very strong, but as soon as the Atlas came into play, there was almost nothing that they could do. I mean, Diggy was already taken out, and once and you're basically betting on Atlas to be bad when you leave him open like that, especially with such a tanky front line there.
Yeah, I like what you said. You're basically betting on Atlas being bad. But we're talking about some of the strongest teams in North America here. It's really one of those gambles that you don't win, you know? So you don't want to take those bets. And sure enough, another thing that with the draft efficiencies, when you have Ling and Claude, both characters are considered hyper carry. Both characters needs farm. But there's only so much resources available on the map. And that's why Mobile Legends is such a fun game to play, because the allocation of resources is an art in itself. And that's why in the meta right now, we have melee tank focused jungler. So in a mid to late game, you will notice a lot of the junglers will actually, especially when you have a Kai or Bellman, they started giving all the jungle resources to the marksmen when they start ramping up their farm and really step into the power spike. In this particular game, we just see Ling trying to get farm, Claude trying to get farm. Who is actually going to get those farms? And on top of that, they just can't answer how tanky the opposition are, thanks to the snowball they're given to their opposition.
Yeah, I mean, a really great early game there too. Not only that, but Belmont's able to kind of his rotations on point as quick as possible, and that's the advantage you get with a Belmont. Fallon really took advantage of that, especially with a lot of these objectives, able to out-rotate Ling. Surf, right from the beginning, they were having a few problems getting online, waiting for that setting potential from Damien on that Atlas, but able to pull it through there, not just with Atlas, but Nate pulling through as well, really punishing Team Sexy for a lot of these engagements. You could see right here, they thought they had it. A real world manipulation comes down and absolutely decimates the entire team of Team Sexy here. And this was what really kind of turned the page for them. And this started leading into, as you can see right here, we're gonna throw a wall down, but a flank as Damien able to land that beautiful fatal links to help take out the team. And from there on, it was just all Damien coming in there and punishing them into a real world manipulation. That's a combo you don't usually see in draft because of how dangerous it is, that Yves and that Atlas.
Absolutely, and also Kush impact in the very last team fight was not something that there's not too much he can do, because there's so much pressure from the entire enemy team rushing towards him. You really have just to engage and use that Blazing Duet. But the Blazing Duet unfortunately accidentally missed the back line and went up to Esmeralda, to someone very, very tanky, and that wasn't impactful enough. If that Blazing Duet at that stage were to hit the backline of the opposing team, that could have been a different kind of game. But nonetheless, it just shows you the little room that you have once you pick those assassin jungle. You don't really have that many rooms to provide it for your marksman, for your goal lane, to make those plays. As we now, guys, take a look at the prize money one more time. This really is the upgraded NACT, as everything has been upgraded. First, second, third place. Look at all this money here in diamonds, Private.
Yeah, just a reminder of what these teams are fighting for here. $30,000 total prize pool this time, as you can see, and just a whole heck of a lot of diamonds there, more than you'll ever need in this lifetime. First place going to be $10,000 and 7,000 diamonds. Second place going to be taking $3,000 home for their team and 50,000 diamonds. And third place taking $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. I mean, I can't even imagine what to do with all of that.
Dude, I mean, I know there's a lot of diamonds, but I need those collector skins, you know? I'm still missing one or two. And it's a shame, you know, I want those skins. I want them in my stash, but rest assured, I'm gonna be getting all the future ones, you know? I'm already talking to some teams to have my names on, you know, the extra spot they have, so I can share some diamonds just for being there. I don't know, that looks like a juicy amount of diamonds that I really wanna get my hands on private. It seems like more than I ever need. But ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the second match, right now Team Simpsons has a 1-point lead against Team Sexi. This is their chance to make a stand, you know, before their opposition take a clean sweep and just end this whole series, end their journey in this NACT, and prove themselves to the better team here as we move into the draft. As a Fanny first ban, one more time, Private.
Yeah, but I do feel like we are not going to be ignoring this Diggy and Atlas situation. I mean, we saw Diggy taken out in the first round of bans and kind of ignored by Team Sexi until that Atlas came out. Not just the Atlas, but the Eve, basically showing you why certain things are banned out the way they are. So it's not something that you can just kind of idly going by. But Team Sexi, I don't think they're, like I said, they've been doing this for a very long time. People make mistakes, and I don't think they're going to be making that same one a second time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have someone as strong as Lilia and Grok, you really need the jungler to finish it off, you know, with the whole package, right? It's like going to like In-N-Out Burger without buying the burger, only the fries. It's just not enough. You know, you have to get the whole package. I want the whole package. So this game, you have already 1-1 being banned away and Fanny and Paquito being taken out as well. Let's see what Team Sexi want to ban here. Are they going to target the Diggy again, or are we going to go ahead, you know, maybe target it, but this time take an Atlas for yourself, or don't ban it, have it out, and maybe have a better chance against those heavy engages in the early game?
Well, yeah, we are seeing the Wan getting taken out here. I mean, we've discussed it. I mean, it wasn't a week ago, it wasn't a ban priority. Now it is, as we've seen how these players are able to get those weakness stacks and get that crossbow at Tang. Paquito, I feel like as we move on, we're going to start seeing a lot more Paquitos. He has been a mainstay for that jungler right now. The immense amount, as soon as he gets level 4, he's basically a menace that you have to be running from, because his ability to close the distance, his ability to output damage, just to a 10th degree for most of these characters right now. Of course, settling on the Valentina ban as well.
Makes sense. Are we gonna ban the Faramis, or is now agreement that Faramis is no longer in the meta? The last game, the Private, Faramis was not picked, was also not banned. You know, and also we saw in the previous matches how heavily Faramis was punished despite the fact that it was taken out. So, I mean, is this just a universal language now? Or look, Akai is being banned and we still have Bellman available. If you leave this available, I think Simpsons might just take it out in the first pick, because we know how powerful Claude is. But if you don't couple that with the right sauce to make this dish cook, it's really hard to have Claude finish in those power spike and start just decimating the entire enemy team with a blazing duet. You know, you gotta hit it ahead of enemy teams to really start a snowball. So with Akai being banned away, are we gonna see a Bellman ban?
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too, is the Faramis not picked up or banned as well. And I feel like the Simpsons went ahead and left that open because they had a plan for it. But the side of Team Sexi didn't even pick it up in the first place, but still didn't have an answer for the output of damage that Simpsons was putting there. So, I mean, it's really interesting to see as we're moving into this second round of bans here, going on with that Diggy pick. Very strong right now, just because of his ability to negate CC with that time journey, that reverse time he has as well, able to pull people back, almost akin to that Shadow Stampede of Faramis. Once you think you're going to be able to escape a gank, he's able to lock you down with that reverse time.
Absolutely, it's one of the most annoying things you can go against, to be honest. Like, just when you have a pull, especially in the bush where you can't see the animation, or in the middle of the team fight where you can't see the animation that well, and you get pulled back, it just It's one of those things you just get really annoyed, especially when you play a Kai or someone you have a dash. You're like, oh, I'm gonna dash away. And next thing you know, you actually got pulled back. And here we go, guys. We got a Bell Band from Team Sexi, and they're going to go ahead and take out the Grok and Esmeralda. Very, very interesting pick here. I might, expect a Dairoth coming out from Team Simpsons. Sure enough, here we go. But a Grok over here, I think is a pretty decent pick, knowing that it's gonna do well in the early game and have those advantages to open up the game.
Well, yeah, he's going to be able to whittle down, not just that, but we were seeing it before too, his ability to help clear lane, which will help us free up the mage to be able to roam from mid to those side lanes and help kind of carry those into the late game to provide that type of support. However, also, and the damage that you can put against Diggy, a decent amount there. And also this Esmeralda as an answer to that Diggy. When Diggy uses that time journey, gives his whole team that shield, Esmeralda's going to be able to gobble that up. But like you said, a counter in the Dairoth. I mean, the last Dairoth Esmeralda game we saw, like a Dairoth was absolutely dominating that lane. And we're going to need how there needs to be an answer from Team Sexi, whether that's going to come in constant rotations to that lane to help out, or maybe some type of change up.
This is a little bit of different draft that we're seeing, Private. A little bit of uncharacteristic, should I say uncanny? Is that the right word? We got Bruno being picked in the first round right here. It's just a little bit different. I understand this character got buffed in the recent patches. It looking pretty good in the meta, but is it a first phase pick material? I mean, that's debatable, right? We have a lot of other characters available, and one thing I want to notice here, when you compare Ackerman, like a really high tier team in North America, with Team Sexi and Uprising Black Horse, you notice that Ackerman, even with Esmeralda available for them to pick, with Dairoth and everything banned away, they still didn't take it, because in the first round, they understand that the EXP lane is not as a high priority as some other lanes that roam, the middle lane, or some of the high priority jungle, high priority gold lane, like Claude and all that kind of stuff. And sure, you can see here, with Esmeralda being taken out, being heavily countered by the Dairoth, they're gonna have a lane deficiency on that EXP lane. But Ackerman has also shown us, if they have a weaker lane, they can always send a Farsa to come help that lane. I think with Team Ackerman, if I'm not mistaken, to make the lane ahead. And that's something we've seen today, even with the deficiency. Are we going to see that again in this match?
Well, the thing is with this Bruno, you're gonna have a lot of burst damage from it, and that's gonna be something that you need against a Diggy, potentially to be able to take him out of the game before he becomes a factor with that time journey. Maybe even being able to take down Lilia as well. She's gonna be able to use her black shoes, but once you use that, I mean, she's usually out there trying to tank a whole team's worth of damage and abilities, but 2 shots from a fully stacked Bruno, and she's gonna have to use that right away, and that's gonna be an ultimate that you're not gonna have for objectives or team fights.
And that's assuming you have the lead, though. You can see right here, we have all this marksman being banned away for Team Simpsons. They can potentially still go with some other choices in the lane, especially going against Bruno. You want something obvious to have a lane presence. Eve being taken out, which make a lot of sense to even up the early game. Again, we've seen the Eve and Grok wave clear together. It's absolutely insane. Just Eve alone is insane. Grok is insane. Double insane that together is like super insane. And now we have Boxia. Oh, this is the first time. Private, this is just such a great day to cast this tournament. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. We have seen so many characters for the first time, and a lot of characters has kept their 100% win rate. For example, Minotaur. Right, that's just one thing that you gotta pay attention to, right? Like, for that character has been so under the radar for so long, and today has been taken out, has won the game, and I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I like the Boxia pick here because right off the bat, he has a ton of magic resist already, and he's going to be able to kind of find those angles if played correctly. And I already know Fallon's going to play correctly to be able to find those flanks where the real world manipulation comes down, to be able to stun Nicolette out of it. So you're going to have to be very good about trying to protect her, trying to find these good positions. Nicolette, no slouch on the mage, though. I mean, probably one of the best positioners in North America when it comes to mages here. We do round out the last pick with a Hayabusa pick from Best Player. This Hayabusa not having the greatest luck in this tournament so far. Got absolutely dominated in our first series, and I feel like almost kind of brought Gosu. That's one of the bigger things that brought Gosu to a third game, because as we saw into the late game, he starts to fall off and doesn't really have a job.
True, and this is going to be the similar problem that Team Sexi is going to run into, which is Hayabusa going to be needing a lot of farm to get those Counter Strike, to get those Blade of Despair, the BODs. He needs those damage, right? He needs those items. He's an item-dependent character now with the meta. It's just how it is. And Bruno needs those farm too. You need a Berserker Fury. You need all those items in order to jam up those damage, cram up those damage. And like, how are they going to share that? That's going to be something we watch. As you can see already, we see Team Sexi behind on the Lethal Wonder secure. Is now Fallen's going to take that happily and move on to the blue buff.
Yeah, and that's kind of an issue when you're using an assassin versus a tankier jungle there, just because Boxy is going to be able to clear much faster than Hayabusa. We already saw it there with the Lethal Wanderer. Hayabusa came a little bit late there. Is actually able to finish off his their purple buffs at the same time. But we're going to have to see how well they can kind of find room, find angles for some of these ganks. A little bit of a pressure being put up top, dropping Irithel very low.
Yep. Just the trade on the top lane here. Grok does trade those HP, and now you have to recall. You're gonna see Melee and the wave cleared. You know, because Grok was not here to help Eve clear the wave, with Lilia and Deegan, they still have the superiority on the wave clear. And now with 20 seconds on Turtle, best player is not even level 4. He needs those farm, but the jungle clear route is just not allowing him to get that. Meanwhile, Boxia is sitting comfortably at level 4, and now he's gonna have a stronger team fight. With Lilia being present, with Deegan being present, this is looking very, very interesting going to the first turtle.
Yeah, we have the first turtle coming up here, and it does look like the side of Team Sexi going to go ahead and start it off. And we're about to see a clash here, 4v4.
Promise jumping in. He promised to engage. He got it engaged, and scared Hayabusa away. Here comes the real world manipulation, finding the damage with the time journey. It's not gonna be enough for entire side of Team Sexi to find the damage to get the turtle, and is once again Simpsons taking the entirety of the fight. It's a 3-0 clean sweep at the first turtle.
Not just taking the turtle, but getting that shield, getting that little buff from the turtle, and using that advantage. Just as the hesitation from Team Sexi to disengage from it. As soon as that turtle goes down, as soon as you see you might not be able to get it, you need to disengage. You can see here, they get the turtle, and then they turn around and charge for Team Sexi, getting about 3 kills out of that.
Yeah, look at Dairos, the power he has in the early game. And that is something we talk about. There's a reason why certain things are called a meta, right? Like, as much as we want to deny, as much as we want to talk about how certain picks, we can make the other picks better just because I'm more proficient. But meta, usually when we talk about competitive meta, there's usually a reasoning behind it. And you want to study the reason. Is that something that you can actually surpass or just ignore as a reason? Or is it something that truly has some logic behind it? In this case, you've seen the difference, right, in the early game. They have Hayabusa in the early game who has absolutely no damage whatsoever, especially in front of a Boxia, in front of the Lilia who has the black shoes, right, a time journey. And you have a Dairos who wins the lane already. The damage is too insane, too unbearable for the side of Team Sexi.
Yeah, and they're going to have to find an answer for it too, because best player not able to find these ganks, not able to find these openings just yet, and we have another engagement happening at mid.
Here we go, Boss coming in, active the ultimate, Reckless with the vulture, not going to be enough, as the time journey is going to be there to save the day. Ko, however, will be traded by Nicolette, but at what cost? Fallen running in and finding the trade. This is Team Simpsons taking the fight 2-1 in advantage. Look at Dairos.
Fallen.
Look at Dairos.
Yeah, Dairos is able to put on some damage onto best player up there, but Fallen not even frayed off by that tower of the damage, just coming in and throwing a smackdown onto Nicolette, and that fight opening up that next turtle, and now they are invading for this purple buff.
Oh, here we go. Best player does end up losing the buff, and again, Promise on the side, pressuring Esmeralda to make sure this girl does not find anything in those team fights. Team Simpsons successfully invaded best player's jungle and take the blue away from this scaling up beast.
Yeah, right now we are at about a 3K gold lead for the Simpsons right now. And we take a look at these items. We do see that Hunter Strike already being built up by the Dairoth. We have Wind Talker on Irithel. And I mean, their marksman still being matched up a little bit. And now a little bit of engagement here at the top lane.
Top lane, boxing up, finding us down in Nicolette. Now he's on a relentless pursuit. Wall charge comes out to stop this fearless pursuit. And now the damage is in. But it seems like a trade-off on skills and HP as both sides back away, but the entire team Sexy is low, standing on a little shred of health right here. Look at Fallen, might be too aggressive, still finding the damage, but he will be shut down by best player as he will take the kill. Cold World in the front though with the spring, finding the damage on the best player. And now it's Kush jumping in with kill number 1. He's looking for kill number 2. The top tier 1 tower is taken down. Nate finds his way into the team fight and turn around the fight as Team Simpsons and Sexy trade absolutely evenly on the top side, but the tower does go to the favor of Team Simpsons.
Yeah, Kush might have been seeing a little bit of red there, trying to take down Cold World while that minion sitting there hammering away at his tower. And once the tower went down, it allowed him to be ganked and flanked from the side there. A little bit more aggression here as Reckless going in on this buff.
Here we go, the wall charge comes out and Fallen's Diamond wall connect, Promise taken low, and a shuttle kill finishes the kill. But meanwhile, all at the same time, Simpson taking the mid-tier 1 tower, and Team Sexy looking to fight back. Time Journey being used, Damien taken low, and he will be taken down by Team Sexy. And now Kush might be too deep with the dash. Sure enough, you'll be taken down by Fallen. What a beautiful name there. Actually, perfectly described the status of Kush.
Yeah, right now it's they're just having a deep problem. I feel like Kush positioning is a little greedy for their position in this game right now. They're behind. Well, I mean they've reduced their gold lead there. It's about a 3K gold lead. They're gonna have this turtle with no real qualms coming in there. But Kush kind of really diving super deep into there, really trying to get these kills without kind of thinking about his exit strategy from these team fights.
Yeah, Kush doesn't really care about exit strategy. He's going in with the soccer balls, and he gives no care in the world, just doing those burst damage. Now he has a Berserker Fury. You can expect this player to play even more aggressive with the soccer player. Now, this is just getting absolutely insane. Even though the Team Sexy is behind, and know they're behind, but they're not pulling any punches. In fact, I see them putting the pedal to the metal. They want to dominate in those team fights, and they're engaging pretty aggressively. Here comes Reckless looking for the engage. A wild charge to connect onto the top laner Promise, and this is the top laner being isolated, taken down, beaten up at Team Sexy. As Promise goes down, Team Sexy looking to push their advantage on the top lane. It might be a little too aggressive. Best player taken low by Lilia alone. He's looking to jump himself away to safety.
What a great job by Nate there, not being fired off by that immense struggle there for people on his tower, but making sure that he is clearing up those lane minions. And that was his only job. He didn't care about putting damage out there. He knew he had those black shoes out to be able to kind of re-up his health and his cooldowns, but able to kind of save and make sure that they weren't able to take 2 towers.
Yep, I mean, really good job from Nate on the defense, but at the same time, I see a much more decisive play coming out from Team Sexy right now. They're doing everything they can to bring us to a match 3. You can see the execution, the game plan being executed, right? They want to go top, and here we go, a beautiful flicker from Kush with dodge to stun, and his Hayabusa onto the backline, finding the shadow kill, finding the damage. Might not be enough, but Kush is already shredding the HP bar on Fallen.
And this is one of the problems with that Hayabusa, is that if you are in a group, that's basically all you have to do is to kind of, in trouble here.
Damien taking low though. Hayabusa doesn't have the shadow kill just yet. Damien is 1 HP. He's going to get himself away and somehow saving the time journey. Speaking of discipline, speaking of trust, should I say, he trusts the teammate to save him. And it worked out in his favor. Now he's coming back with the ultimate still available to deploy at any second. Here we go, best player coming in, looking for a little bit of poke with the shuriken. Can't quite find enough, but it's now Eve coming out with the ultimate, the real world manipulation, finding the damage. Asmar into the backline. Stoner is 1 versus 2 and have to back away. As once again, we just have a little bit of trade on HP, but look at Kush though, coming in with the soccer ball. The enhanced crit is a little bit too strong for Damien to absorb, as Kush will take a kill into his own pocket yet again.
Yeah, they have the advantage, but not able to take the Lord here. But walking into a Dairoth up at the top, Kush might be in trouble.
He is in trouble indeed with the assistance of Boxia. This unstoppable machine has finally taken a break. Oh, that is some mistake that you don't want to make in this state of the game. You know, finally you have a little bit of advantage. Finally you're making a little bit of strike, back and forth. And when you make those mistakes, you're just giving everything all back. Let's take a look at items. You have Windtalker, Berserker Fury, and Wind of Nature finished by Bruno. Meanwhile, on Irothel's side, though, we have one more item. We have the Steel Leg Plates. Now Irothel is moving on to the last and final item. This is going to get scarier if Irothel popped in with the ultimate and start AoE critting everybody on Team Sexy.
Yeah, I mean, both marksmen, despite the gold advantage, I mean, I feel like they're fairly kind of even as far as the items that they want, as far as damage goes. Just Irothel now able to start having that loosening to be able to build up some defense to help her last longer in some of these engagements now. And it's really coming down to these engagements too. And we are starting to see a little bit of a fight here happening at mid lane as we're pushing to that second tier tower.
But again, Team Simpsons has missed the opportunity to really take advantage of the waves here. And with one wave, singular wave crashing down, Team Sexy can easily just clear the Lord, you know, as a basic Lord, aim in the Lord, and then clear the wave and find a defense. And this could have been an opportunity for Team Simpsons to take down every single outer turret, but what a beautiful job from Team Sexy here to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, this mid tower doesn't have the right defense for the rest of Team Sexy, who had to go ahead and answer those minions down at the bottom. And now we're moving on to the tier 2 up at the top and trying to take off some of this orange buff as well.
Here we go, Irothel popping the ultimate wall charge coming, not able to find a stun. Killing spree goes to the marksman. Here comes Kush finding the damage. He might be taken out though. A beautiful job from Promise into the back line. We'll find a shutdown under the marksman yet again. And now Stoner looking to fight back. Poland's taken low, but they might not have enough damage to shut down this absolute tank itself. Poland's time will coming out. Slowly but surely. Finally a struggle is over. As this guy will be taken out. Meanwhile, all at the same time, topside, as Promise get a killing spree. This guy's unstoppable, and he will take down best player in a one-on-one fight.
Yeah, we're starting to find the answers. We're starting to find more kills on to the side of the Simpsons, but Sexy not able to push those or transfer those kills into anything meaningful, meaning some objectives, meaning some lords, meaning some type of pushing power. As we start moving into the later and later into the game, I mean, best player is going to start falling off. We're going to need to start seeing him probably split pushing to create some type of pressure so that the rest of the team can find some type of answers during these team fights.
Again, it's deja vu. It's like the last game, exact the same plot, acting again, right? History like has a pattern to repeat itself, and that's exactly what's happening here with Team Sexy. Right now they have to fight farm, and Sexy best player will have to go to the side and start split pushing, just like the lane last game. A lot of things going around right here. Look, the Numinous Lord has been started by Team Simpsons, so we don't have enough member here as Dairo's be taken out, but at what cost? This Lord is looking to be taken down here, and it's the Boxia who will secure the Lord. Best player be shutting down, Fallen running towards the entire backline. Despite wall charge, despite Stoner trying to force the wall, it's not going to be enough to stop Stoner from taking down. Eve does survive. It's 2-2 trade. However, Simpsons secure the most important objective on the map. The Numinous Lord is now marching towards the base of Team Sexy.
Yeah, we're going to see if they have the fortitude to go ahead and start moving on these lanes. Luminous Lord at the bottom, and we're not even going to address these top lanes right now. It does seem that we are in a little bit more synced up with these lanes as we are moving this Lord crashing in toward the bottom.
Oh, look at wall charge coming off from Reckless. Now he's very, very low. One shot away from death. It is Fallen taken low, though. This is Team Sexy making a defense. Final shot from Kush will make sure the jungler of Simpsons go back to the black and white screen. What a beautiful juggle and aggro from Team Sexy to make that one happen.
Yeah, pretty crazy to imagine, though. Kush is the most dominant player, I want to say, in this game right now. You can see right here, already picked up that Malefic Roar, just doing an immense amount of damage. It just happens when it comes down to the team fights. He's just not able to find the advantage or the front line when it comes to trying to take on the Simpsons. But like I said, as we're moving into the later and later game, he's just chunking people here. You can see from this defense, Dave.
Yeah, right here, the damage of Bruno really come to shine. Reckless going in. I thought Reckless was really going to get taken down here, but he had a flicker to get himself away. And it's just Kush and Nicolette with a slow and a damage combo, you know, is serving up involuntarily to Boxia. You know, got taken down, fallen on the bottom lane for sure. Now, when we come back to this scene, as best player has already been taken out, is Simpsons have the number advantage, now marching onto the very high ground itself. So, oh, here comes the real world manipulation, but the entire side of the team, Simpsons jumping in! It's instant wipeout! As now is Coldwell claiming the ace inside the base! Ladies and gentlemen, this might just be the game! As Team Simpsons will take us to the top 8!
Yeah, Simpsons are moving on to the top 8, overcoming a heck of a team in Team Sexi here. What a game put on by the Simpsons.
Woo! Oh my goodness. Simpsons is ready, and they are prepared to come in with the draft. You know, they're ready to go for the tank jungle. We don't see Boxia that much. Now, I'm proud to say Boxia has 100% win rate in NCT fall season. You know, this is pretty much the Blacklist strategy, right? Boxia is actually not even picked that much in the entire MPL. It's mainly prevalent in some teams like Blacklist like to run that with the Steez to make Boxia unkillable, diving in, doing a lot of damage. And sure enough, you've seen it from teams who watch other regions, who learn from the best of the best. They're able to have a better results in this tournament. But nonetheless, Team Sexi, you got to give them credit. They're able to stay true to their forms, right? Play those assassins twice in a row. The result obviously was not satisfying, but still, it was a good run.
I feel like, unfortunately here, especially with these last few series, I mean, Assassins, I mean, a few of them have some victories, but just not fitting the role or not feeling the utility that they need to be able to kind of become a mainstay for some of these compositions. I mean, Best Player got shut down. Best Player is a heck of a player, mechanically gifted, one of the top in NA here, but not able to really capitalize or make much happen here. Just too much pointed against you there. You can see a Promise here doing a great job against Stoner in the lane, pushing away that Esmeralda, making sure that they didn't have the tankiness that they needed, that they didn't have those engagement tools that they needed, to the point that even Nicolette not able to make much happen, even though she really wasn't getting countered too hard. She did toward the end there, but able to freely throw out that real world manipulation. But by that point, the entire team of Simpsons was already too tanky, able to kind of run through it, able to kind of basically still get the kills that they wanted without really worrying about what Team Sexi were throwing at them.
I know. This is just, I mean, Team Sexi had a little bit of fight towards the mid-game, but they really just fall short from the dive of Team Simpsons. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the third series of the night, we have one more remaining. Are you ready for the Valley take on the Nylo in a little bit? As we are now walking your short break, it's your time to relax, take a deep breather, you know, share the stream with your friend, have them come here, like the stream, tell your grandma, tell your mom. I don't care who to tell. This is gonna be an exciting match to watch. Are you ready? We surely are, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and animals around the world, welcome back once again to the North America Challenger Tournament fall season, the only past 2 and 4. As now we're walking into the very last series of the night. What an incredible 3 series we had so far. We have determined 3 teams going to the top 8 already, jumping into the absolute final phase of the tournament. I'm excited. I'm stoked for the last series. What do you think, Private?
I mean, just that last game was so intense as well, and basically pointing out a lot of the flaws that we have in NA when it comes to the draft, when it comes to some of these assassin picks. They just cannot keep up with the rotations, with these fights. They're just punished so hard when it comes to mistakes. You can try to come in, you can try to get those kills, but if you miss, if there is even the slightest mistake, you're gonna pay for it with your life there, and then possibly turn yourself over when it comes to these Lord fights. And that's probably the biggest problem, the objectives. When you're going against these objectives, if you're playing that Ling, that Hayabusa, those squishier assassins, I mean, you're going to be the biggest target. Whereas a Boxia, a Belmont, even if they are a target, they are pretty thick and tanky. They're not going to be taken down too easily. And then while you're trying to take them down, you have to worry about the damage that's around them from their mage, from their marksman as well. And I feel like we're starting to see that here, especially from that last series.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right on the nail of the coffin there. That's exactly what is happening here. As now we're taking a look at the bracket. All 3 teams who has moved on. Gosu actually put off a really incredible series despite the assassin pick, but obviously Team Sexi just unfortunately fell short. And then we have now Gosu, Ackerman, and Simpsons already moved on to the top 8. Again, I want to emphasize the very last match tonight. I think that's a match a lot of you guys have been waiting for in the chat. The Valley taking on the Team Nylo. Is the Valley ready? We're seeing a dominating performance from Team Ackerman. They're looking great. They're looking to go to the grand finals, go to Las Vegas. What about the Valley? What do you think, Private?
There's no secret. I'm really excited about this match. Not wait. The Valley taking on Team Nylo. The Valley pretty much the powerhouse, the all-star team, if you will, from NA. All names that pretty much the world knows. Basic going to be running it out on gold. Hoon going to be taking out on mid, who's been such a mainstay here. Shark, of course, probably one of the best roams in NA. Going to be siding there. And of course, Moba Zane on jungle and Fried Chicken on XP lane. Just all household names, all that NA knows, and all eyes on this match here tonight.
Absolutely. This is gonna be a match that Team Nylo is gonna brag about if they win, right? But obviously, we have our expectations, right? The viewers have their expectation. I think the entire community have their expectations. This is the David against Goliath, a story of the upset of the history. Can they make it happen? You know, Team Nylo have some unfamiliar faces coming into the tournament, but I think they also have the least pressure. You know, they don't have any baggage on their back. Oh, if we lose, it's expected. You know, just like the Gosu's match, right? So they should just really relax, take a deep breather, and don't worry about who they're gonna go against. Execute on the game plan, and then bring us the show. And that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah. It wasn't too long ago that Fried Chicken, Zane, and Shark found themselves on the bad end of an upset at the top 16. I know we were talking about the pressure being on them, but if any team is going to be sharp here at the top 16, it's going to be the Valley, because they have tasted that bitter end of defeat in a wrong way. And especially with what's on the line here, man, I do not pity anybody who has to go up against them, but if anybody can, especially in the top 16, it's gonna be Team Nylo.
Yep. Now, they say legend never dies, and that's exactly what happened, right? You got my boy Zane, Shark, and Chicken losing last series, right? In the last tournament, they came back stronger. They came back, okay, maybe it would take some defeats, maybe it would take some losses, take some L's, but we're gonna go ahead and recollect ourselves. You know, kind of think about what is happening, what has to change. And then we have this super team, right? With one of the most mechanically gifted mid laners, as well as Basic, who went to M1 with Team Gosu, and trained in the MPL PH environment, coming back, obviously knowing everything, really advanced in knowing the game mechanically, also macro rotation. So is this team gonna make it all the way to Worlds? That's the question people are asking right now. Not just defeating Team Nylo. So they have a lot of pressure on their back. Again, this is the game for the Valley to lose. And then let's walk into the first game ban draft, as we already can see Valentina being banned away and Alice and Fanny once again being banned away.
Yeah, if Team Nylo wants to take this away, we're gonna have to see like what we saw from that Gosu game. From who they faced, because especially when it comes to mistakes, when it comes to rotation, when it comes to getting a Lord without pushing out the other lanes as well to meet, these mistakes are gonna be punished, and the Valley is one of those teams that punishes hard. We see that the Akai being taken out here as well. Wondering if we're gonna start seeing a Dicky as well. It seems like that's what we're kind of aiming for here. Akai just, I mean, he hasn't really made a show really too much yet. I think we had one game so far in the earlier series, and he does just have a great ability to kind of upset engages with that heavy spin to kind of toss people around, and especially when it comes into those objectives, which I know that, I mean, that the side of the Valley is really going to be focused on.
Yeah, now with Belmont being banned away, on the map, we still have Faramis, which might be expected ban. Now leaving us Julian, Claude, and a lot of other picks being available on the map. Sure enough, Claude is the heavily contested, most contested marksman in the goal lane, will be the first go-to for Team the Valley.
Yeah, and I mean, Fanny has played. I think we might be answering here with a Paquito, especially because I know that practicing Fanny does do well on that, especially if you're going to want to try to take that away from Zane and these first picks, and probably going to be looking at an XP laner for them as well. But without a Dyroth ban out there, it's like, who do you pick? If you pick Dyroth, you kind of leave your late game open just a little bit. If you pick an Esmeralda or a Uranus, you get countered by the Dyroth there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Team Nylo are able to answer this.
Again, once you have the Claude, there are only so little counters available on the map, right? You obviously have the heavy burst from Paquito. That's one of the options. Or you can go ahead and take off Franco as one of your support choices because of the ultimate, right? The bloody hunt. Once you have that available to bite the Claude in, when Claude jumped in with the blazing duet, you flicker him with the ultimate, just force him down, and you have the heavy burst to finish it off. That can be an option. Also, when you have Franco, you can actually not engage in the heavy fights, and Claude shines in heavy fight, because just when you're not paying attention, somebody jumps to the back line and just shred everybody's HP away. So that can be something a lot of teams consider. And here we go, we have Paquito being picked out, as well as Eve. Now that is a very, very risky early game pick.
Yeah, especially with what it leaves open. We're seeing that Grok and the Julian, which is something, surprisingly enough, his first appearance here tonight. Throughout all these series that we've had, his first appearance here, but a great counter on the side of Team Nylo. Finally going to be picking up this Diggy to go ahead and lead us into this second ban phase. Especially, like I said, Diggy may be able to counter if he can react fast enough, that wild charge. Especially, it's going to be a tall order. Shark is probably the most mechanically gifted roams in North America, possibly the world, especially with how he was able to kind of set a meta during M3. So I mean, it's going to be a tall order to try to find an opening that Shark is not going to be thinking of, especially with his ability to be able to kind of flicker in for those wild charges to get the entire team sets when you think you have enough distance from them. I like this ban though, because I was worried about that, taking Barats out, which has been a very good comfort pick of Zane's, kind of to fill in the shoes when that Balmont has been countered out.
Now, you got to think about the fact that when you pick up, he only really pick up Barats when the other side have someone like Belmont, because it's straight up counter when Belmont comes in about to use the ultimate, you know, thinking about or roaming around. Barats comes in and be like, yo, I'm gonna go ahead and push you in my stomach. You know, just end everything that you want to do. And that's something actually is really great thinking process. So sure enough, with this ban, it is one of the comfort picks, but there's still a lot of other jungle choices on the table. Now we have Samus Karina, especially Karina, that can be a possible choice diving onto Eve. You also have tank Karina doing a lot of damage. Right now you also have Brock help with Julian's early game, can do a lot of damage. This right now we're looking at a heavy dive comp coming from the Valley, right? Because they can just dive into the backline, forget about it. We're just gonna go straight up, use the damage to out damage you, and then just burst you down, burst your entire backline down, and then win the team fight. And that's what the comp that they're thinking about.
Well, and that's what we kind of have, but I do like kind of the roundness of it, because you have the Diggy there in case they do dive in. Yeah. You can get that shield from that tie-up journey, and not only that, but you also kind of have potential peel for Magic on this Eve in that Paquito, who's going to be able to kind of readjust the entire enemy team by pushing them away, making sure that you can kind of create some type of space for that Eve. But like when it comes down to this, on paper, it's one thing, but it's another thing in practice when it comes down to execution.
And that's exactly the thing, and that's stuff that you were talking about. Shark being one of the most active, most, I should say, dangerous tank players in North America region. You can bet on the fact that he will find those engages, especially with Julian available. If Julian now finds those daggers, finds those engages, you have forced the Diggy ult with the ultimate. Now, you can't have Grok save the wall charge for the secondary engage. That can be something else that they could do. And when you're talking about the Valley with a lot of brains on the team, that's just some basic strategy they can think of. Now, here we go. We have the 1-1 and Melissa being banned away to really target some of the marksmen that can rival against the Quad and obviously do pretty well against the Grok.
Yeah, really aiming at Abusado there for those marksman picks. I do know he has picked Beatrix already in this tournament and Claude. So, I mean, maybe not the most isolating, but maybe the ones that the Valley more not wanting to have to see in that marksman lane, something that could probably potentially compete with basic on this Claude. And then going to go ahead and round that out and start with this Dairoth pick for that XP lane. And I'm actually not sure who wins between a Dairoth and a Julian. I assume Dairoth for the most part.
The thing about Julian is it can go mid and it can go EXP. Right? It's a flex pick that you can really go either way. And sure enough, with chicken name tag on it, we're gonna have Julian going towards the EXP lane, and we're gonna secure the Thamus and Lilia. This early game is looking stronger than ever, and that's something I've been telling teams all along, because the jungle lane is really just the objective lane, the team fight lane, you know, like jungle position. You should really get those strong early game fighters, and that's exactly what the Valley is doing, right? They have the early game advantage to really help the Claw get smooth into the late game and get those power spikes. And if the Claw gets the farm, guess what? It's gonna be 1v5 down to the back line. Yeah, you have the time journey, but you can now all sustain the damage that we have just with the Blazing Duet alone. And that's the strategy the Valley's going with. It's music to my ears. I like it.
It's going to be interesting to see how we have, especially here now, we have a Beatrix here who has not today at least, had any real kind of staying power when it comes to bans or picks right now. Just, she was at the front of the line for that bus of nerfs that wiped through the Mobile Legends characters just recently, and she got hit the hardest with a lot of her damage being taken away. And to the point that most players, I think that they have better options going on to into that marksman lane. But we're going to see here tonight if they have what it takes, if Beatrix is still a menace there to be contended with.
Absolutely. Now, Beatrix has really kind of fallen off the favor because the fact that before when Beatrix turns level 4, he just shut down everybody in the lane. Now when Beatrix turns level 4, you can still kind of do well as other marksmen in the lane. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's not really heavily fighted over anymore. Here we go. First Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, first Lethal Wanderer actually going to go over to Team Nylo, despite the harassment and best efforts by Shark and the Valley there. So a great pickup by them to see. But now we're going to see how well they can kind of continue on and take that advantage.
taking out this vision ward on the map. Like, I don't want it. I don't like it. It looks too ugly. Now they're making a move to the bottom lane. This is a 2-on-2 violence on the bottom side here. And also a little bit of detail from Shark in the early game. He was blocking the minion wave, but if he rotate towards the bottom side really quickly to make sure he helped the Claude in the early game, and now he's coming back to mid with the wave clear, and look how OP that is.
And this is what we were talking about before, how fast that Grok can clear, which allows Hoon to come in here and start putting down damage. Not sure if he's going to be able to find the kill. Up on top, we have a little bit of an engagement. Thamus locking on to Dairoth off screen, and they're going to go ahead and separate there. None the worse for wear. Yeah,
a little bit of trade-off on skills here. Zane does not have the ultimate going into the next turtle fight, where Proquido, obviously with a short cooldown, he still has it. As you can see now, Zane is already making the move to the jungle, but the Valley is very disciplined in the way they're going to go ahead and pull the turtle, leveraging the time Zane's farming. This is the thing I like to watch about, you know, just this trio synergy, just the Shark and Zane synergy, right? He really played to Zane's playstyle, allowed this player to really scale up, and while he's bringing havoc, while he's doing what's needed, you know, to give him the room. It's just beautiful to watch this two play together as a team. Meanwhile, on the bottom side.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of a gank here on to Basic, make them pay for that turtle. Basic coming in with a blazing duet, and might not be enough to save him. Able to use that battle mirror image to get back, and they are not able to come here. Reducing Magic does get a wild charge for his efforts, and Basic lives to fight another day against 4 members of Team Nylo.
Ooh, and that's why Claude is so heavily contested, right? Not only are you going to do well, do okay in lane, just continuously poking with a skill 1. If you notice, Basic actually have the support emblem just so he can poke over and over again and get those extra gold and sustains while he's in lane. And this is going to be really good, help Claude's late game development to scale up into the monster that he's designed to be in that late game. And now, because of the ultimate Blink Duet, and even in early game, he can clear wave really, really well because it does extra damage to those minion waves. And that's exactly why this character is just so good. You have early game wave clear, you have late game team fight.
We're already at 3 minutes. Not a kill on the board, but Zane's starting to pull ahead in farm right here. They're already about 1K over. And this is kind of the amazing thing about the Valley is the farming ability of them. Fried catching a kill up at top as well. So a memento going down there. And man, we do have our first kill on the board.
Woo! As a first kill going to the favor of the Valley now. Again, they're always on time, or I should say in time at the right place. Coming to the objective. Now you can see right now Zane is already in position, and this is what happens when we have a tankier front line. Now you can just walk up to the bushes without any worries in the world, and so the practicing Fanny finding a little damage to trade to start off.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and use that as a potential to be able to take out this Lord Dios. Took a heap of damage. Shark actually going to be able to get away there. And now we do have Zane getting poked on here by practicing Fanny. This is going to give the side of Team Nylo enough room to potentially be able to take this turtle. Looked like they wanted to try to get it more on their side. Moba Zane not being scared off, trying to come in here to poke a little damage on there. Is not going to be able to secure that for them. But we are going to go ahead and take a look at these items, Dave.
Oh, here we go. A little bit of trade first. But you can see now on Proquido already have the Hunter Strike being finished. Where look at Thamus, also the first defense item as a Cursed Helmet also being finished on the Thamus, played by Zane. So about even items here on Marksman is about the same thing, but Basic's actually quite ahead with about 1,000 gold lead right now. Look at all the gold differences on the both teams. It seems like all go to Claude, and that's exactly what the Valley is trying to get, you know, to give Basic all the farm. I was actually talking to Basic, you know, with the recent interview. He said that's why he want to play the Marksman. You know, you get the most amount of resources so you can pop off. And he's absolutely right. He's getting so much farm, so much love from the team, and he is going to be a scaling behemoth.
I mean, right now they still do have that damage from Paquito, but as these minutes start to tick by, as Zane starts getting more tankier, we might not be able to find that burst on him. And I feel like as this game gets later, Team Nylo is going to start losing the advantage that has kept them even, because I feel like the side of the Valley is really waiting on these power spikes before they start really going head in. And this is the time when you really need to kind of take advantage of it.
Oh, here we go. On the bottom lane. the Nylos really want to make something happen. They want to pressure basic, but they don't do it at the right time. You know, the wave is already gone and make a rotation. What are you going to find there? Nothing. It's just void and emptiness. Meanwhile, Zane on the top side, they would have been finding quite a bit of advantage to help Chicken to find those farms because the wave are still there. It's just a different kind of understanding on the macro timings. And those timings really making a difference in this type of rotations here.
Yeah, and it does look like Team Nylo and the Valley going to go ahead and trade towers here. As now it looks like Mobazane and Fried Chicken starting to take over the jungle. Even though Team Nylo trying to take this objective, they're losing a heck of a lot of jungle for this turtle. They do gotta have reduce the real world inflation. Comes down is gonna help Practicing Fanny to secure that. Blazing Duet coming in right now, slicing down two members of Team Nylo, and they are continuing on the fights here. Magic trying to get away to safety is not going to be able to find it as Fried Chicken securing another kill. That is a 3-for-0 lead there, as now it's going to open up the purple buff for the Valley.
This is exactly what we're talking about. If you know that you can fight and you take the advantage of that, the basic coming out really towards the end of the team fight. Once you start clumping up, he's jumping in with the Blazing Duet. It just brings demolition to your entire team, instant destruction. And everybody just goes down. And that's why you cannot give the Claude away as easily as you could without any counter. Look at the team fight. It seems like the Nylo had the advantage, but they got baited when basic comes in. It's an instant turnaround, and everything just go afterward.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out of that Blazing Duet, able to drop the rest of Team Nylo low, having Zane and Fried Chicken to come in there. You see Shark coming in here onto this tower, not really caring about the damage there. Is going to be able to take it out, and we are down to tier 2 towers. And this is just how methodical the Valley can be during these pushes.
Yeah, give the turtle away. It doesn't mean you give the fight away. And that's exactly what we're doing. Speaking of that top lane,
yeah, we do see a wild card comes out, is able to pop up Practicing Fanny, which helps the rest of the Valley go ahead and secure the kill. Memento is going to have to trap, go ahead and flicker out of the way. I'm not sure if this is a red buff that the side of Team Nylo really wants to protect, as we are not giving up on it. Mobazane definitely has the hunger, definitely wants to feed on this orange buff. Dios mode trying his best to fend them off. Reverse time onto Mobazane, but he's going to go ahead and pick up that orange buff and find his way and exit.
Absolutely, and one of Zane's strengths is always lying in those farms. If it's speed farm, you know, through everything, you can see the level differences right now. Even though they lost 2 turtles, right? Zane is still somehow level 13, coming to Paquito who's level 11. And now they're gonna get this Lord to really cement their control in this entire game. Already sitting at a 6,000 gold advantage 9 minutes into the game. This is over 500 gold per minute. The top lane tier 2 tower is now being pressured by the Valley.
Well, yeah, and then they got the objective, and then they're going to continue on with when they're ready to take these towers. And that's the kind of crazy thing, as we saw with these outer towers. It wasn't just one, it was 2 towers right away, and then kind of going on to the next one, just so that they could open up the map. And then off map, we see that Abusado does get taken down by Fried Chicken. We do have a Lord looming down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, Chicken right now, this is what happens with Julian, right? The damage really got nerfed. It really did not get nerfed. It's just a little bit of cooldown, and that's why I was wondering why team just stopped picking it up. And you can see they pick it up on the EXP lane, and now he's actually dominating on Chicken.
Yeah, and we see all but the inhibitors left standing. We are going to lose that top tower as well. We're starting to force in, have all the lanes pushing here. Basic able to take down another tower at the top. We are down to inhibitors. First Lord here. Not sure if they're going to be able to get through here. Practicing Fanny down there as well, trying to put on the damage. More minions coming out at the mid, at top. A little bit of damage. Practicing Fanny gets taken off at the bottom as well. So this is an 8-0 game. There is just not enough for Team Nylo to be able to do to kind of fend off this attack. They are still pushing up at top, losing another tower. Here comes a blazing duet, taking down Dios mode. Magic's gonna have to use that ultimate to go ahead and try to protect himself. It is not enough. Busado gonna go ahead and use another ult to kind of spray down these remaining minions, but there are more on the way coming to the mid lane. The Valley diving in deep. Busado gonna have to use that flicker, a pop-up onto Memento, who's gonna be able to dash his way to safety, but that is gonna leave open this core. The rest of the Valley pushing their way in. Not much of a form of defense on either pop-up of Busado, and Memento gonna get popped up there. No more minions left, but this is going to open up this bottom inhibitor turret. There's one more tower left. It's just the core. Another pop-up to 2 Dios mode. A blazing duet coming in onto Practicing Fanny. Is it going to be enough damage? It is not, but we are locked onto the core. This might be it for Team Nylo. More minions coming in here, and that is a wrap. The Valley taking game 1 against Team Nylo.
Woo, just to show you when a disciplined team take those advantages, what are they going to do, right? Like, they expanded the advantage into a sure win. The first Lord, think about that. Even without the Lord, we've seen from Team Ackerman, they're doing the exact same thing. You know, the top teams in the meta, the team who wins, are always, you can find similar patterns. You don't really need the Lord to win the game, to break the towers. You still can do the same thing on wave management to make sure that you have those wave after wave of minions crushing into your tower and then get those, open up the map. And that's exactly what they did. Before the Lord even crushed into the base, they already opened up the entire map. And they have very step-by-step strategic invade into the push into the enemy base and then get those towers, get a high ground tower. They now rush with a minion to shove in and start taking one after another until Blazing Duet just clean everyone up and just claim the victory. What a beautiful game. What a clean game, really, from the Valley.
Yeah, and not just Basic able to farm solo as well, fending off 4-man ganks from Team Nylo as well, using that battle mirror image to kind of bait out abilities outside from the tower. And as soon as Team Nylo bit on the bait, he went ahead, used it again, got himself to safety. And I think that was 2 ganks. There was one of 2 ganks that they attempted and just not able to secure it, even with a lone marksman. And when you can't even get the marksman down with 4 people, you know you're going to have issues as you move into that mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seemed like Team Nylo was doing okay in the early game, but the differences in macro knowledge start showing up when you have Zane rotating to the top lane with Damus, finding those kills, getting those advantages to Chicken, while on the bottom side, like you mentioned, they couldn't open up anything with Claude played by Basic. It's just, that's when the team really starts shifting. And also the first team fight, you know, when you heavily dive Hoon, it's some of them run really fast with the black shoes being activated with all the stacks available, and then not able to find it, getting wiped out by the Blazing Duet. This is just shows you like the differences in details really matters towards the late game.
Yeah, especially when it comes to these engagements. You saw how the Valley was kind of in that first engagement, just to kind of try to lure the entire team into that, lure them away from that real world manipulation. And once they were far enough away, Basic able to come in with that Blazing Duet. It's just, it was strategic, but it was textbook by the Valley there, and not many mistakes. Even when it comes down to Lords, taking the Lords, making sure that lanes are pushed and all crashing at the same time so you can maximize the output of that as well. Not just taking one tower, but using the pressure from one tower to open up another lane and take that tower as well. And they did it in like large swaths. It's never just the first tower. It's the first tower which is leading into the entire first row. But that was the first game. We're going to see if Team Nylo has what it takes to take this to a game 3 and get a victory over what most people feel is the top team in North America.
What might seem impossible, somebody may say. But for Team Nylo right now, it's absolutely necessary to take this win if they want to continue in this series. Now let's take a look at the first round of ban draft one more time. It's always Fanny. It's like a standard ban, you know? It doesn't even matter anymore. Like, it's just like, I'm gonna ban it. You know, they have a name, they have a guy with a name called Practicing Fanny. All right, that's enough for me. Cross this guy out from the list, you know? That's just gonna be it. And now obviously, wait a second, is that a Mia ban coming out on the second ban here?
Not just a Maya ban, but also a Bane ban on the side of I think what is happening is we might be on the wrong sides here. So I guess we're going to see what these bans are coming out of here.
Yeah, right now we are seeing some little bit of issues with on the technical side. We're not displaying the right ban picks, but as we get more information, we will go ahead and let you guys know as soon as possible. But rest assured, we're gonna have all the matches going very smoothly, you know, to make sure that the most fairest result comes out. And I was a little bit surprised to see, is that really a Mia ban? That was crazy though. I mean, is this the last game? Let's have some fun, right? Let's pick whatever is possible. Let's ban whatever like we think is gonna be fun. Who cares? You know, let's bring a show.
No, and there's a lot of things here, especially with victories like that. Nylo, I don't even feel like they lost the draft there. I feel like it definitely came down to execution. Like I said, with a four-man gank onto the marksman, if you're not able to pick up a kill there, there is something wrong with your engagement, and you need to kind of be able to read that to be more aggressive. Because it doesn't, if you're making mistakes like that, it doesn't matter how aggressive you are, you're still not going to be able to capitalize the way that you want while the enemy's taking turtle, while the enemy's ganking top, and you're deciding, okay, we don't need to do that. We can go somewhere else on there and try to get a gank. If you can't, especially with four people, be able to kind of fulfill those needs of your teams to be able to get those kills or be able to keep up with farming in the first place, you're going to have a little bit of a rough time as it comes into these next matches. Yeah,
and also I'm surprised by how well Julian hold up his lane against Dara. Now, obviously, it's similar, you know, style if you think about it, like with Paquito's side lane. Because with Julian, you can literally shove the lane with a 3-1-2 combo, right? It takes like just 1 second, like that magic trick, the entire wave is gone. You don't really have to face up with him. And on top of the fact, there are a lot of on-the-spot thinking from the Team Valley, from Mobile Zane, right? You know that, okay, we know we're not really ready for the turtle fight. Let's go ahead and go to the EXP lane and see if there's something that we can do. Is there an window of opportunity that we can open? And that's exactly what they did. They traded, not only giving the turtle away, they got the top red buff, they got all the farm in the jungle, they got a kill to Dairoth, and then they rotated back to crash on the enemy team. It's just really, really smart and also very decisive on the spot thinking at that point. And it just shows you this is the team that's packed with brains, and most importantly, this is a team that's packed with synergy. You know, you got to execute on that, right? Knowing, hey, by the way, guys, we're not fighting that turtle, let it go. But at the same time, stay around, you know, because we are going to come back. You know, and Zane, who does this better other than Hoon, right? He's able to stay there, soak up the damage, and use the black shoe to survive. Meanwhile, help the team get double kill. So it's just absolutely incredible to watch the Valley going against someone like the Nylo. So I'm more excited going into the next round. Because remember, if the Valley wins tonight, starting, I think, this Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, we might have the Valley taking on Team Gosu. And that's going to be a match to watch.
Yeah, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Hopefully, Team Nylo to pull out a victory here, something to answer that too. But I do agree, Julian, we didn't see him too often. Being pulled out here by Fried Chicken kind of tells me that Julian not really out of the meta, but he has kind of been taken out of that super OP that anybody can just slap their phone and be good with. And it does take some finesse, it does take some mechanical ability and some management of your cooldown, since his have been elongated there. And and Fried Chicken was able to show us that there, especially against a Dairoth. I mean, to me, on paper, I would think maybe Dairoth might have the advantage if Julian is using his abilities to kind of clear lane quickly and be able to rotate, and that opens it up for Dairoth to be able to come in and possibly be able to put some damage onto him. That just wasn't the case in the last game, so unfortunately we have to see if there is some type of answer for that as well. And I mean, the Valley, not really a team that can be hunkered down when it comes to meta. I mean, they're one of those teams that if they pick something outside the box, it's gonna stick, and it's gonna have meaning, and it's gonna have value. We've seen well, we haven't seen but like in this tournament from the early rounds, Shark able to pull out a Hanzo roam, which was absolute unbelievable to me. Even Hoon kind of thinking outside the box, like I told you before, he was the one who kind of came out with that show mid lane, able to dominate in their match before today. So I mean, this is a team that can win on multiple different fronts. It's needing to try to kind of find those angles and that those aggressive paths. The biggest thing, I think, is aggression, especially in the early game, and especially well calculated aggression. We can take a look here back at the brackets, Dave. Here you were mentioning the Valley. If they win here, they potentially will be going up against Gosu, which a lot of people are looking into as well.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a show that you want to put on your calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, while you're watching the streams, it's very, very important to remember every single day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have matches ready for you. Tomorrow, we're gonna finish off all the top 16 to top 8, and then moving on to the weekend, starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will have those top 8 matches. And you might be really excited to know there's a good chance of Gosu taking on the Valley in the first game. The Assassin versus the Unorthodox versus the Meta. You know, which one's gonna win? Both teams are powerhouses, and I think both teams have a lot of supporters. Really want to see them battle in the tournament like this. You know, the stake is high. Whoever wins the ticket goes to the Worlds. It's just absolutely exciting, to be honest. This is really an exciting tournament. And remember to share the stream with your friends. Have them come here to witness history. This is history right here. Their first LAN event ever in North America. I'm excited. I know Private is excited. I know you guys are excited in the chat.
Yeah, it's a monumental event for North America as well. Our first live event, not just our first live event, but in Las Vegas of all places. Sin City, I mean, just the tourist probably capital of the United States. It's gonna be amazing, especially put on by E-Star Studios. So it's gonna be, I'm very excited to see what it's going to be like, especially wondering which two teams from here are gonna be making it and gonna be facing on that live stage. Not just that, but I mean, we've got a big prize pool, $30,000, a huge prize pool on the line for North America as well. Winner gonna be taking that and going to Jakarta, Indonesia as well, to hoist the flag of North America as our M4 competitors.
I know, and now, Private opened up the flush gate for the offline event. There's so much to talk about, right? He's at the Sin City. It's still the city of dreams, city of paradise, city of miracles. We are going there for the fun, for the excitement. Like you said, it's put together by E-Star Studio. And ladies and gentlemen, we are watching. If you are in North America and you're planning your Halloween trip to Vegas, remember to put this on your calendar and go sign up in our Discord and go watch the tournament live. It's gonna be exciting to take a look, to get to meet all the players, the casters, your favorite influencers in person and play fun activities. Oh my God, I don't know why I'm still talking about this. I'm feeling a little bit hungry already, even though this is not food, but it's food to me. As we're taking a look at tomorrow's schedule, Private.
Yeah, we're gonna be kicking things off with Vendetta taking on Ventrix Pros. After that, it's gonna be Exile Outlaws taking on NACT finalists from last season, Team First Blood. After that, it's gonna be Bloodhounds taking on Beat the Odds, and capping out our night, it's gonna be Legacy taking on Apex Predators, and I can't wait for those matches as well. We're still rounding out to the top 8 to see who's gonna be king of the mountain here to close out another day, which we're gonna be starting on this weekend with those top 8. It's gonna be amazing.
Absolutely. There are a lot of teams, and a lot of OG teams who are making a comeback in the tournament. I cannot wait, because a lot of teams are hidden gems in my opinion. You know, all of them have the potential to go to Las Vegas or even M4. Which team is it gonna happen? Now obviously you might say, oh, we have, you know, Gosu the Valley, Sexi all play today, Team Simpsons, you know, we have Ackerman play today. But tomorrow, don't overlook tomorrow, because tomorrow will decide maybe the team that will take the upset of the history. And I will be there to watch the entire tournament, you know, because I'm just that excited. You know, I will be also sharing all this information. This is going to be so cool, Private. And now talking about the current match one more time, we're walking into the best out of 3 series now with the Valley taking on Nylo, currently with the Valley 1-0. Moving to the next match, is there anything you think that, well, before we get into that, we are here taking a look one more time, Private, of the entire rundown of the tournament.
Yeah, this is what we've already gone through. The top 32 have been in a best of 3. This is how we arrived to our top 16, which is now going to be a best of 3 as well. Moving on, later on this week, we're going to have the top 8, which is going to be a best of 5 long nights for those teams as well. And then, of course, our live final is going to be live in Las Vegas, going to crown a champion who is going to be going to M4 for Mobile Legends. Jakarta, Indonesia, going to be representing North America, and it's just amazing. And I can't think, I have never been more positive, been more ready to send a team there. I know last year people were nervous about BTK going there, but I feel like that set a tone in North America. It lets the world know that North America is a contender, making North America the second best region in Mobile Legends. And I have never been more excited, because I think if everybody was impressed with that, what they're going to see going there this time is going to be even more amazing.
Yeah, and guys, I can't talk about Vegas enough. I'm just too pumped about the event. Again, we will be there. I think Private will be there. I will be there. And if you want to come, have some fun together, let us know. Also, do you think it's a good idea for all of us, including Private, to make some vlog videos over there for you guys to see the real Mr. Potato in real life, you know? I want to see that, and I want to be part of that, to be honest. You know, I can't wait to have some fun with the king of all potatoes, all organic, non-GMO, locally grown. What do you think? What do you look forward to the most, Private, in the entire tournament going to Las Vegas?
Well, right now it's been the surprises is what I've been looking forward to. Last season, there was so many surprises with teams that I didn't think were going to be able to pull out all the stops, and just really surprised me. Heck, even tonight, seeing Gosu being taken to the limit, taken to a game 3 by TimeGAP. That in itself was amazing to me, because they actually were very close. I mean, a lot of people like to say very close. But dominated the entire game was Gosu, found an opening finally toward the late game, and was able to capitalize on it and take it to victory. And that's kind of what this is all about in NA. I mean, every single thing that you think you know about these teams, set it aside, because they pull out all the stops when it comes to these events, when it comes to having so much on the line.
Yep. I mean, like, I 100% agree with you on that. The surprises are so pleasantly exciting, in my opinion, right? Like, those matches, the TimeGAP for Team Gosu, especially being the first series of the entire tournament, I expected like an easy breezy series, you know? to be honest, to be frank, like I was ready to relax, you know, stand there in the caster tournament. But what we saw was TimeGAP bring something that none of us expected, and really Gosu, including Team Sexi, just full gas on the assassin jungle meta, right? They don't care about what other people think. They don't really care about the public opinions. It's more of what we want to do, what we want to present to our viewers, to our fans, and to stick true to that. I think that takes a lot of courage. And obviously for Team Gosu's example, they executed on it. And guys, as we're talking, we're finally jumping in to the very potentially last match of the night, because currently it is Team the Valley's match point in this best out of 3 series.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and kick it off here. We do see that Julian ban coming out there, returning Fly Chicken successfully being able to return Julian to a priority ban list here as well. I mean, we saw the Fanny already, the Fanny and Valentina mainstays for the banning phase. Kai being taken out as well, which is interesting too, because we haven't seen him too often. Just as well, but he still is a major force. That heavy spin able to kind of push people out from the objectives. Not only that, but adding a pop-up onto his dash really means that he is a great counter for a lot of people. Belmont, Claude, to be able to kind of knock them out of their either spinning or ultimates.
Yeah, Akai offers a lot more than just the early game team fight. A lot of people thinking Akai, like I said, in the late game is also a menace, right? You can basically disrupt the entire composition, disrupt your dive to the backline if that's something that you're gonna do. And most important thing is you can also wombo combo with a lot of characters. For example, Mathilda, who's strong early game, but also can use the circling eagle to combo with Akai to, you know, fly the Akai in with a beautiful angle and then ping onto the wall with a heavy spin. So there's just so many different things that you can do with Akai. It's so versatile. And also, on top of that, it has been one of the most comfortable picks for Mobile Zane right now in the current meta, and then it's understandably banned by the team Nylo. And just like that, Julian being banned away, that's the first time. Finally, we're getting to see Julian going back to the ban seat. Ooh, what a joy.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we're going to have the side of the Valley going to go ahead and take Atlas off the board, which is interesting enough because Atlas can be answered with a Diggy as well, and if they had picked Diggy, I mean, it's not, I think, the uncounterable thing here. For Ramus left open, and not only for Ramus, but a mage for Ramus at that as well.
Yeah, also Claude. Remember that. This is the second game of Claude. Second game of a goal lane domination. Second game of goal lane 1 versus 4, shoving the lane and leaving all 4 of you dumbfounded. You're like, I thought we're gonna dive him. Where do you go? Right, he just shoved away in your face and then jump away with a mirror image. So now we have the Lilia being taken out, try to counter that. Now, you still have Iris on the table. You know, we've seen this being done in SCA with those heavy bursts to deal with someone like Faramis. So it's totally possible. And also, it's not eliminating the fact that Nylo might just be, you know, practiced enough to go against Faramis' competition. Woo, that is Steve's pick, though. Quite interesting.
Yeah, pretty interesting tactic here by Team Nylo. Gonna kind of bring in that Ubi strat. We're gonna have to see how well it can perform. The biggest problem with Faramis here is going to be the fact that it is going to be run on Hoon, who can use, which means he's going to be able to use that cult altar more aggressively. We've seen with the synergy that the Valley has, they're able to kind of charge in. So you're going to be seeing a lot of tower diving. There's not going to be much safe space for the side of Team Nylo, especially when you have the cult altar mixed in with whatever Shark is going to be picking up here for the Valley. So it's like it's the caveat to the rule that you can't have 2 supports because you're going to lack damage. I feel like you can if you have a Faramis there, especially played as aggressive as Hoon can play that.
Yep, you know, we've seen Hoon maining the Faramis for the team, popping the ultimate at the right time, and he's master of engages. Once you have those melee mages, he's able to gauge. You saw how he played Lilia, able to survive the 4-man dive just now and turn around and get 2 kills. And that's the mechanical god we're talking about. here with the Faramis. He's gonna find those pull. If they find the pull into the combo of Paquito, it might be really, really devastating for Team Nylo. And look, now they're banning away all the marksman choices for their opposition here. One already being banned away. They might be thinking about Irothel. They might be thinking about some other options, such as Melissa, which is still available on the map.
Yeah, they've been very versatile with what they can pick, but I mean, really trying to isolate down these marksmen from Team Nylo here as well. We do see the Esmeralda getting picked off here, which is interesting to me, just because they do have the next pick, which means that they can choose that they can choose that Uranus or something like that, and still kind of have that XP lane open with a lot of options. So we're gonna see what else we have in store here. Wanbot being taken off, I guess, I mean, stronger than most of NA really believes her to be, as she's actually fallen off a lot of, I want to say, ranked ban list as well, or picks. So, I mean, still considered a threat. We've watched a lot of games here tonight where she was able to take off with that crossbow attack, easily able to get those weakness stacks. So a good ban on the side of the Valley as we waiting for these last 2 bans.
Because the thing about 1-1, even if you nerf how the ultimate works, you cannot really select which one you want to go on to with the crossbow tank. But the power spike really comes with all the mobility, the dashes that you can use. Like, basically, the late game is absolutely uncatchable, right? 1-1 actually can dash, move faster than someone who can run really fast with all the movement speed they have. And that's just absurd for a marksman to have that much mobility, and that's also why you have Phobius there to counter. Now, obviously, with one being banned away, I suppose there was a Melissa ban, as we're not showing the last ban here on the draft, but we are going to have a Lolita being picked out by Shark, and now we're moving on to Bruno as well as the last pick. They're really looking for an EXP laner that can do well, and we have a Fredrin. What do you think about that, Private?
Yeah, very interesting too. Fredrin, one of the tankier side lanes that you can kind of put out there. Not just that, but mixed in with an Estus. If we can get to these team fights and get out of these laning phases, it's gonna be a menace to have to deal with. Shark going ahead and picking up that Lolita. I mean, something that he has become a staple for, as he was able to kind of usher in a new age during M3, bringing out that Lolita. So you already know this is a comfort pick for him. This is something he knows, and this is something he's going to be able to line up perfectly with those sets. And speaking of sets, it might be something that Team Nylo kind of lacking in their composition.
Yep. I mean, the engages, you're mainly relying on someone like Bellman to soak up the damage, and he sees for their stay there to heal with the Blessing of Moon Goddess. And now the rest, other than that, you just have Fredrin looking for the engage, right? It's not really direct, and obviously that's under the assumption that Fredrin have to win the lane and then I'll rotate the opponent. Because here we have Ruby in lane, played by Chicken, who has, to be honest, a lot more quad control with a lot shorter cooldowns, right? If Ruby makes it to the team fight and just really layer those quad control, I'm offended, you know, the Wolf, King, it's just crazy gonna be matching up with the pool from Faramis, with the wombo combo from Paquito, and you have a Lolita Numinous Blast on top. Oh my god, I cannot wait. This is going to be the Valley showing on how to do it right, the textbook style of wombo combo.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Team Nylo can kind of combat this. They do have that Ubi strat in hand here. They just don't have the setting potential, which means they're going to have to try to isolate. They're going to have to try to pick these guys out for Team Nylo. And already see some damage starting to happen on the Magic, punishing him for poking his nose into that bush there. As we go on to game 2, Team Nylo taking on the Valley.
Ooh, here we go. Shark already looking for some aggression into the jungle, forcing the retribution. But obviously, a beautiful push from Practice Fanny to make sure that one doesn't happen. Look at the mid lane. Who is showing domination over someone like Lilia. Let's show you how strong sometimes we play Faramis as a mage to get a lot of resources. Here we go. The first lethal one.
Oh, yeah. You just saw that. That's just the synergy of the Valley and how scary that is. Immediately as they see what they think is an opening, not one, but 3 members jump onto you. And that's gonna force Belmont to go and Practicing Fanny to have to dash his way out.
Ooh, here we go. Boom, 1 versus 2 in the mid lane. And both sides are being pretty peaceful. Shark, in fact, is helping Zane farm in the jungle right now. I mean, this is Paquito versus Belmont. Very different from previous matches. Belmont is going to have the prio on Turtle. But are they going to start it? And also, is the Valley going to trade again? Because that's a little bit uncharacteristic of them. Speaking of that, because the entire Valley is making the rotation to the Turtle side.
Well, and this is the interesting thing, and this is what I talked about before. You have to know the pluses and the minuses of the character you pick. We do know that Paquito not as fast as Balmond when it comes to that jungling, to that rotation. So Shark gonna go ahead and help him out to make sure that he can keep up, that he can be here for these turtles. We do see that we are starting on the turtle. Might be about 4 members of the Valley here. Mobazane gonna go ahead. It is on the side of the Nylo. The rest of the team coming in here down to about half health. On blast coming down here, but we are going to be able to pick it up. Here comes Hoon with that cold altar. Is it going to be enough? Fly Ticket might be in a bad place, caught here way deep into the back line, getting a pop up there too as well. Momazane coming in with a ton of damage of his own, but the rest of Team Nylo going to be topped up. Unfortunately, that left an opening for Hoon to pull back Dios mode and get the kill.
And that's what we're talking about, you know? Come here, Wolf King with the Ruby, and I'm offended the combo. You can see that he instantly went back to a lot of health. And then you just have Paquito jumping in. This is the wombo combo we're talking about, like the mini version, because obviously Numen's Blast was used a little bit earlier for the turtle. Nonetheless, it shows the patience coming out from the entire side of the Valley, and obviously the execution was just flawless. Look at the bottom lane though for Amis.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of a gank, but Balmond here to try to answer back. Memento Mori is going to be taken out, though. Balmond might have enough to be able to take them down at the bottom lane. Unfortunately, Hoon is going to be taken out, but comes right back because of that passive from Faramis. Up at the top, we do see that the marksman in a little bit of trouble. Zane latching on is going to take down a boost auto off screen. And unfortunately, that is going to drop this to about a 1-3 game for Nylo.
Woo. What a strong showing here from the Valley in the early game already. You know, just roaming as a team and finding those engages, comboing really, really beautifully and finding those kills. Look at Zane though in the bush. Here is Magic.
Trying to put the damage on, is going to go ahead and activate those shoes. You can see here up at the top here, Busado going to take it down with that Numenon Blast. What a combo there, able to take them down as well. So just a great move by the side of the Valley there. We are pushing minions here, getting ready for this next Lord.
Now, the first turtle did go to the favor of Team Nylo. Are they going to stack the second turtle? Right, because you can see the level advantage from the Belmont on practicing Fanny here. He's level 7, close to level 8, but here's the entire team. Numenos Blast comes in though.
Yeah, the Numenon Blast coming in here. He's going to be trying to take away. We do have that Cult Altar coming out. Is going to be able to top up the rest of the Valley. Still trying to latch on. Magic might be a little bit. Is going to waste that Flicker. We do have Dios mode activating that Blessing of the Moon Goddess. It's going to help practicing Fanny to secure another objective here. And fortunately for them, they do not take any deaths this time.
Blue team turret has been
Wow. This time, like, the Nylo really progressed. You know, one thing I'm always impressed about in teams, about our local teams, are just ability to learn and adjust on the spot. And this is exactly what happened, right? They saw who using the Cold Altar. You can see the patience, the backing away from the entire Team Nylo, and then re-engage when they see an opportunity. Here we go in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, we see that Shadow Stampede is going to be used to knock Magic back, and then Super Shark there, ready with the stun. Is going to be topped up by Dios mode there as well, but we are still trying to put on pressure on this map.
The pressure, 5 minutes into the game. I would love to see those items. The top lane tier 1 tower has already been taken down, but mid lane one more time.
Yeah, Numenon Blast does connect, taking Magic down, and there goes the Blazing Duet. Super Shark is going to get topped up, but does get taken down. Cold Altar might have been executed just a little early, not able to shake Shark, so it is a 1-for-1 trade there, even, putting the score at about 2-5.
But all at the same time, Ruby wasn't rotating, so this is a more versus less team fight, and the Valley's still able to even up the kills. Look at the bottom side. Because it's opportunity, Chicken is able to leverage that and really took a pounding on the tower. The tower's left was less than 40% health, and look at the bottom lane, we have a little bit of skirmish going on.
Yeah, they are trying to push into Fredrin right now. Mobazane and Fried Chicken, they got 1 minion to their name. I'm not sure if they're going to try to go around here. Momentum Mori knows something is up. Mobazane coming in, but wisely, Momentum Mori is going to try to disengage there, but he loses a tower for his efforts. At mid lane, we can see Shark coming in, stun, to Magic, trying to get out of the way. Blessing of the Moon Goddess has been activated, is going to be able to heal Magic up.
This is the third turtle.
Yeah, this third turtle, we are starting practicing Fatty, looking to drag it out. Blazing Duet coming in, practicing Fatty, able to get him a basic coming in with that Blazing Duet. Magic in a little bit of trouble, trying to disengage. We see the Cult Altar coming out. Is going to be that immortality for the rest of the Valley. Going to keep them up to par. Dios Mode might be in a little bit of trouble. Is going to have to activate that heal to kind of top himself off from that damage from Mobazane, but that's going to be more than enough to kind of clear out the path to get this mid tower.
It just shows you, like, what exactly is the reason why you pick Fredrin. You know, Fredrin is actually a really tanky character, to be honest, in the front line, and also can dish out quite a bit of crowd control if you're consistently able to land those skills. But so far on the EXP lane, we have not seen too much, but on the top side, though, here we go, Private.
Yeah, what a beautiful bait by Hoon. It does open it up for a Blazing Duet. Dios Mode gonna have to back up, already spent out his ultimate. In comes Hoon right now as well. Woo! Practicing Fanny and clean that up, and now latching on to Shark, who might be in a little bit of trouble. Mobazane gonna go ahead and return the favor to kind of escalate and make sure that Shark can get away to safety.
With the break here, if we can compare the items, I would imagine basically at this point I already finished 2 items. Sure enough, with a DSG chest, Golden Staff already being equipped on this player, and on the Bruno side we have only 1 item, which is Berserker Fury. I mean, basic right now with 2 core items is already gonna dish out so much damage, and you've seen those Blazing Duet. 1 vs 2, whiz is this heal being used. This guy is gonna be monstrous, you know, in no time.
Yeah, amazingly enough, a better game for Team Nylo here, able to kind of keep up. It is a 3-5 game, only about a 3K gold lead as we move into the 9-minute mark. I mean, not amazing in and of itself, but against the Valley, I mean, you take what you can get as long as you aren't getting like absolutely destroyed. Hoon gonna come in with that Shadow Stampede, not able to find a target as we have this first Lord coming up.
Oh, your first Lord. Belmont is moving in. This is gonna be a 4v4 fight. Actually, Claude is moving away right now. There's no stack. He's trying to get mid lane wave pushed in. And already we have Practice Fanny moving on Magic.
Oh. Yeah, Magic, we do see that Occult Altar is going to have to be spent out early. Basic coming in with that Blazing Duet is going to be able to take down Dios Mode, which means we are not going to have the support. Nominot Blast coming in, finds Fanny, is not going to be able to connect, but this is going to be enough to zone them out for the Valley to be able to secure this Lord.
A little bit of disconnect, really, from the entire set of Nylo, right there. You saw Practice Fanny on the Belmont was looking for the objective, and then Magic was going in with a shred of health left, you know, with 1/3 of HP left. He is not really paying attention to his health bar, and also most importantly, they're not paying attention to the objective of the fight. And here we're going to the top lane.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of engagement happening here. Dios Mode is going to be activated, and now we have a Numenor Blast. It's going to get popped up by Momentum Mori. Good call out by him. Abusado trying to come in there. We have the Valley on the run right now, and a great move there by Momentum Mori to see that Numenor Blast and able to pop them up, but we have a Lord beating here at mid lane. Oh my god, the Valley is not done yet. We have a Cult Altar, and Practicing Fatty goes down to Mobazane. Dios Mode going down. Magic, that's a triple right now as we are pushing into the mid lane with this tower right now, and this is down to the inhibitors at the mid lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop it as we are crashing now into the core. Numenor Blast coming down is not going to be able to find the target. Abusado goes down anyway. Momentum Mori trying to take out this damage, but it is not enough. We are down to half health, a quarter health. Dios Mode just gets up now, and this is going to be the second game, a sweep for the Valley, who now move on to the top 8.
Wow. Really clean team fight all around from the Valley, more so than Team Ackerman now we saw just a few series ago. You can see that the little bit of step-by-step when the enemy team has a little bit of miscommunication in that lore fight, you have the Valley quickly take advantage of that and just move really fast. First take out Magic, and then just rushed in, pushed everybody away, especially the zoning on Bellman, make sure he doesn't come in and steal. Despite the fact they got all the turtles, the Valley really got the communication and execution down way ahead of their opposition here.
Yeah, especially for that last team fight, being able to kind of zone out and backed up, almost kind of baiting Team Nylo into the fight as the Lord was coming down. They backed up a bit, and then as the Lord came in, they used that to kind of force their way in through the mid lane. Just an excellence of execution by the side of the Valley here. I mean, and this is the problem with letting a Faramis out, not just a Faramis roam, but a Faramis mid lane played by Hoon, which allows them to be more aggressive. Not just aggressive, but like when you only have the blessing of the Moon Goddess on your side with that Estus to be the ability to heal everybody up on your team. Once that's expended, you're in trouble. But you also, on the side of the Valley, you have that Numenon Blast from Shark able to come in, and that Cold Altar, which really kind of kept them in the game. You can see here, Numenon Blast coming down. We were still able to get those objectives, but not able to find the kills to go with them as well. We see that the healing out as well. Fried Chicken getting low, but still able to find kills were the Valley, and then taken back with that Shadow Stampede, a beautiful Numenon Blast flicker here, followed by the blazing duet there, and then Hoon going in to try to top up his teammates with that Cold Altar. And that's just what you get with both of these roams, which can only really be played by people like the Valley with that type of synergy. There we saw that Magic maybe not on the same page as everybody, going forcing the team to kind of like engage with her and try to save her, which kind of opened up the fight for them. And here goes the final push here as well. They backed off for a moment, but then as the Lord came in, able to push it down all the way to the core to secure the next spot in the top 8.
The main thing is you can see the difference when a team like the Valley is piloting on the Faramis. They're playing really, really aggressive, right? Every time Hoon used the Cold Altar, it's for aggressive purposes. With the turtle fight, with every single team fight, is preemptive ultimate. It's preemptive utilization of that particular skill to say, hey guys, we're diving in. Every time when they're diving in, they commit knowing that we have extra health. You can see those tower dives. You can see the last fight. When the Blazing Duet goes in, Hoon pops the ultimate, right? Or the fight immediately before that when Magic was chasing Hoon around, he activated the Cold Altar, and you just see Basic jump in and follow up with the damage, knowing that I have the protection of the Cold Altar on top of me. This is just difference in a good team understanding the win condition of a certain skill. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the game. And we have the 4 teams moving on from today, going to the top 8 this weekend. We've seen the bracket. It's absolutely exciting. We have all your favorite top teams in a lot of ways moving on. Private, what do you think about the day? And here we go. We're taking a look of what every team is fighting for.
Yeah, just a reminder, each of these teams, $30,000 in prizes and money on the line here for these teams. $10,000 plus 75,000 diamonds for first place. Second place going to receive $3,000 and 50,000 diamonds. Third place will be receiving $1.5 thousand and 25,000 diamonds. It's about the biggest prize pool yet from Moontoon. More down there as well, but not just that, Dave. Competing for a spot for an opportunity to go to Jakarta, Indonesia for M4.
And we have Vegas final. Remember that? Because that, I will go crazy. I cannot wait. Private, this is exciting. And look at the prize money. Every time you look at it, you just want to be a player. It just reminds you, hey, we're going to have a bigger and better tournament coming up in North America region. What are you waiting for? If you think you're good enough, if you're like, oh my God, I could have done better than Team Nylo, who absolutely did their best in the last game, well, why don't you go ahead and make a team knowing that North America is only going to have better tournaments moving forward with bigger prize money, with bigger everything. I'm excited. Now, Private, what do you think about the entire day's tournament? Is there anything you want to talk to the viewers?
Well, I just say it's been an amazing night. I mean, we started it off with Gosu being taken to the limit, and then basically an exposure for the rest of NA to see what these top teams are doing and what they are capable of. Still very dominating performances by Ackerman, as well as the Simpsons. And then we just capped off the night with the Valley, just putting on a very textbook show of drafting and engagement. It's been an amazing night, but it's not our only night. We've just started.
Yeah, and same thing on me, to be honest. You have a little bit of everything. You have a little bit of taste of what's in store for the entire NACT fall season, the path to M4. Just like Pride was saying, 100% agree. Game 1, Series 1 took everybody by surprise. And you have Team Ackerman, you know, and the last game, the Valley, showing absolute domination, showing why they're North America favorites. They're North America stars, you know, the most expected to go to the grand finals. The difference here, the understanding of the meta, the maneuver of those macros is absolutely insane. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that's gonna be about it, concluding this entire day of tournament. We had a jam-packed day. And then Private and I here had a blast casting this whole tournament. I had a lot of fun. Private, any last words you want to say to the viewer before we say goodbye here?
No, I mean, this is just the start, guys. Not just tonight, but in NA, we are getting bigger and better. What an amazing amount of matches here tonight that we had, and I can't wait till we continue tomorrow.
Remember, guys, like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. Most important thing to do right now, okay? This way you don't miss the buzz every time we go live. And with that being said, that's about to wrap it up for us tonight. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.